Here, I'll unmute since I'm actually just sitting here for right now for a second. But hi, Davstar. I hope you're doing rad. I'm telling you, CL is just so busted, man. I'm telling you right off the bat, CL and what do you call it? I want to say CL and Minoko really carried that a lot, and I used Verso to like shoot a lot of the stuff that she was flying around. So it was very funny. And I will tell you this: there is another part in a later stream that I do where CL literally has like her ultimate move. When you get the cap thing out, I did 100k damage with that. And to clarify, it had no foretell. So like there was no foretell. This move applies 10 foretell and does 100,000 damage if you built it. I don't know how I built it, but there was a boss I fought and she took like over a third of his health out instantly. And I was like, okay. So I will tell you this: when I was fighting the final boss of the game, I legit did it first try. I don't know how, but I did it first try. And the moment I got the uncap, I was insane. Wonder how much damage. No, that Lune crit you did, the fact that it was doing pretty much 9,999 the entire time means that you would probably do a lot of damage. That cap system really made it hard to fight, but like the moment the cap system went away, everything was just like I was broken. Like with Minoko, which I feel like I should add Minoko to this tier list, but I haven't added Minoko. But with Minoko, with Minoko, sorry, I'm making sure I've got everything set up real quick. With Minoko, like I had like it was also random because Minoko's mask system is random. So with the mask system being random, what do you call it? It was kind of a basis point, but I also had Minoko's move where I could like shield my homies as well, so that helped a bit too. And then I think I had, if I'm not mistaken, Verso had anti-charm on, which was very helpful. I don't know if the Paintress can charm though, so I don't know. But I had an anti-charm, and it like negated one of them, which I thought was funny. I don't know if I had to use my reserve squad or not. It's been a couple weeks since I fought the Paintress, so I might have used the reserve chart or the reserve squad, but I don't remember if I did. Let me see what you're saying. It said, yeah, I was thinking that you would like you'd take like a bunch of tries and see you do it on the first try. Yeah, I think it's primarily because I've been using CL and Minoko primarily. Like Verso's still good, but like Verso to me, I've built him in such a way where I build him off of these like free aim shots, which doesn't always. Of course, my music went out. But yeah, that's where mine is primarily. I don't think you did reserve. Okay, I got you. So I think the way I did Verso was. He's not my biggest damage guy, but I'll be honest with you, with how I built Verso, he did a lot of damage. Like even towards a different part of like, you know, there's a part where you get to be, you know, you can choose Verso for something, and like I literally like almost one shot somebody because of how much I cranked him up. Because there's some I'm not sure, I could probably show my build at some point on stream, that might help, but yeah. But yeah, I was kind of just like going wild with those three. But even then, my L is pretty based. Like my Lune's not that good, but like her burn damage is very good, and that helps a lot. Because her burn damage did a lot of chunks. Let me see. I need to build my Minoko better. I would agree. I think you should build your. It also depends on the skills you choose. Like, some of the skills I have for Minoko, I legit just was like, yo, dog, hey, you know, like, this works pretty well. Like, I have one for, I think it's not the caster mask. It's whatever mask is red. There's a mask that lets you use one of the marionette doll things. And let me turn on my fishing thing real quick too. And I was doing that, and that does so much damage. Minoko is like my second damage guy, but like CL is mainly my like thing. Balance, no, balance I think's the blue one. No, I think balance is the red one. Yeah, it's a balance mask. There's a marionette like puppet one. If you use that one's very good, especially if you get it on the right mask. All right, I've turned my fishing thing on. Let me see. Also, I don't have a background on. Hold on a second. There you go. That's better. All right, hold on. Well, dang, dude, my face cam's also on there. All right, there you go. All right, there you go. We're gonna have under construction because today's a fun day. Let's see. I built my Verso as a buffer mainly. Okay, yeah, that's still pretty cool then. Yeah, like my Verso is not necessarily a buffer. Like my Minoko is slight support, but still damage tank. I have no idea what my Verso is. My Verso is like this weird, like, I don't know what the crud my Verso is, but it works. It works. Whatever I have for Verso, it works pretty well. So, let's see. Let me do some other stuff too. I feel like I am forgetting something. I gotta post this on Twitter. Also, to let you homies know who are here, if you're lurking or if you're in the homie chat as well. We were doing the tier list stream today, and I have 60 characters on the dot, literally 60. Actually 61 because I gotta add Minoko. But yeah, I have Eskie on here. Just letting y'all know. Let me get a picture of Minoko. Not Monaco, Minoko. Dude, they showed me the city of Monaco. Are you kidding me right now, bro? Expedition 33, not the city Monaco, whatever that is. Oh, dang, 60. That is true, yes. We had a good turnout for it. There's a couple characters I added myself. Like, I added Parappa. I added some other ones that I'll say that I added. There'll be a lot of conversation today. I need to get a picture of Minoko real quick. I think I found one. Always and forever, all you need is me. Remember what I say. Alright, I got Minoko. Everybody will know by his mask, so it's pretty cool. I'm gonna be honest with y'all, like, this tier list is big. It's not like big, but it's like, hey, 60 characters is pretty big to me, dude. I ain't gonna lie. Alright, let me add one more to this real quick. Because I want to add Minoko. I have quite a few characters that are pretty cool. I did research one character, and it makes me want to watch a series, which I think is really cool. A big shout out to the homie Viper for that, because that's really cool. I'm adding Minoko real quick. I'm gonna throw him randomly in the list. All right. I wish I could just like randomize them, but I had to randomly click and drag things over. All right. Let's see. Let me make sure everything's all good before we go live, because I think this will be pretty funny. All right, let me make sure. I might add another list, by the way. All right, let me see if I can pop this up. I'm sorry, homies. This is just a bit, like, iffy for me. Blammo. All right, we got ourselves a tier list. So this is going to be a very interesting thing that we do today. It's going to be a just chatting stream, but it's very different. If you guys can't read the stuff on the left, please let me know. Just because I don't know if I need to zoom in a bit more, and I probably can. Dude, I can do a live voting poll? No way, bro. But I don't think this will dox anything, so I think we're okay. And I probably need to move my music thing over somewhere. Let's see. Also, hiya, Biscuit Baby. How you doing tonight, homie? Is this the Say So tier list? Not necessarily. It's more the spreading the gospel tier list, but I do think a Say So tier list would be very funny. Proverbs 31 tier list at some point would be very funny. Also, hiya, Splosia. How you doing tonight, homie? And I will say this, too. If you guys do have, like, other recommendations, I may not be able to add them right off the bat. It just depends on where they would go. But if they're like so good that I have to like add them this stream, I will. But there are like literally 60 characters, 61 including Minoko, because I added Minoko. So there are like 61 characters that we'll be talking about. Am I going to know every single one of them? No, but I know a decent amount for a lot of these characters, so I think it'll be pretty fun. Let me also make sure. I don't think it'll dox anything. But at some point, if this goes really rad, we'll also have like some other tier list things. It was very fun trying to learn the system. If you can't read, I'll read these in just a second. Let me see. I forgot what I was gonna do. Oh yeah, let me post on Instagram real quick. Beep 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 doop. I found some interesting things. I got a random ad for a local theater that I actually go to sometimes. Apparently they do church services there, and I was like, what the crud? And I looked at some of the things that they had said, and I was kind of iffy about it. Like one of their go-to things that they said was, we believe that you are obligated as a Christian to give to your church, but also to give sacrificially above that. And I was like, maybe it doesn't have to be a local church. I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that. You know what I mean? Also, hi, Stormy. How you doing tonight, homie? Yo, Derpy, I got alert for a sec, but sup, Derpy and Pete? No problem, homie. I hope you have a rad time. If you're still making some fire Chick-fil-A chicken nuggets, I hope that goes really rad. Let me see. I have a lot of characters, just letting y'all know. I'm going to start in just a second. Characters that could spread the gospel tier list. And just to clarify, within this tier list, there's obviously some joke characters, alright? But we're going to do our best to assess them and see if they would be very good at spreading the gospel, alright? So I just want to clarify to you homies, is that, like, there are some that may be in this tier list that are like, what in the world? But at the end of the day, we're going to do our best, all right? And also, there might be some good, hilarious conversation that gets sprung from this, so it'll be pretty funny. Also, hi, Omega. How you doing tonight, homie? Happy belated birthday. Thank you, homie. I appreciate it. Sorry I missed your birthday stream. I had to visit Mexico to get another stamp for my passport and come back to Guatemala for another 90 days. No problem, homie. It's completely understandable. I definitely don't mind at all, homie. I appreciate it either way, though. I might need to change the music in the background because I keep talking so much that it talks over the music. So, I don't know. We'll have to see about that. But no, you're good, homie. You're good. I hope you had a rad, awesome time. I had to work on my birthday, which was really wild, but it was actually kind of fun. And I had a fun work day yesterday. Y'all, I got to tell you about my work day. I was at work for almost 12 hours yesterday, pretty much. And I was just like, I was so tired, like halfway through the day. My body was sore and everything. And I was just like, bro, I am in like insane. So I also have a Coca-Cola in front of me and one singular Uncrustable, just in case I get a little hungry during this stream, because there's going to be a lot of stuff. Today we're going to be talking about our Spreading the Gospel tier list, and it's going to be a bunch of characters from either gaming, anime, TV shows, movies, or people that are just, you know, an entertaining thing to think about. We'll have to see. There are some characters on this tier list that most of y'all don't know, maybe, or maybe y'all know and will find this absolutely hilarious. I'm trying to think if there is something else that I want to talk about, or not just talk about, but another character or so to add to this list. But I'm not exactly sure yet. We'll have to find out. Let's see. I also want to say that there is some fun stuff coming up as well. How are y'all enjoying the heat wave, by the way? Y'all enjoying that heat wave? There's a lot of heat coming out over here, apparently. Not even just here, but a lot of places. Apparently, a lot of places be drenched. I think the sun is just breathing hard on us or something crud right now. So I have no idea. I have no idea what's going on for it, but we'll have to see. Hold on just a second. I'm going to be right back for just a second. It won't take that long. Alrighty, I'm back. So I just want to say, with this tier list, ultimately this tier list can go from an hour to 6 hours, depending on how much our conversation goes. By the way, just letting you know. Let's see. Dabster, you said today it's okay because because of the breeze, but it's been super hot lately. Awesome. Well, I'm glad there's been a little bit of breeze so far. It's pretty rad. It has been a blasted hot lately. It was like, it's been like up in the high 90s, which is typical for summer, but still, you know what I mean? So, it's been cold because of the air conditioner for me, but like, it is crazy hot. It is crazy hot stuff going on. So, let's see. Omega said, oh, the earthquake in Russia and impending tsunami on Japan. Weather's wild right now. Yeah, I heard about that. There was a homie asking for prayer about stuff like that. I didn't know where it was from, but I assumed the word tsunami meant it was in Japan, probably. So that is crazy that the weather's kind of going a little wild. I'm not gonna be one of those guys that be like, it's the end of the world, freak out. But you know, it's like you know, I can definitely see a lot of people looking at that and going, all right, it's time to start saying, so it's time to start that fearmonger fest, you know. Also, hiya Shiny, how you doing tonight, homie? Dude, I just talked to you right in the Discord. It's crazy. What do you call it? I hope you're doing rad tonight though, homie. We are literally gonna do this Omega Rad tier list in just a second, homies. I want to at least talk a little bit before we get into the tier list and stuff. But there's going to be a lot of talk, especially with a lot of these. So, that's crazy. I know it is crazy. But, you know, I was going to joke and be like, man, it really is a small world out here, homies. Imagine like going to a place and you meet a homie there and then you're like, all right, I'm going to head over this way. And then like, what do you call it? And then a week later, you catch the homie again, and then you're like, dude, this is a small world. Even though it's not really a small world, it's just that you're just showing up at the same place that you usually go to. It's kind of like you go to Walmart and you see a homie there and like, dude, this is so based. And then you go to Walmart again tomorrow and it's the same homie there, and you're like, dude, this is such a small world, but it's not. It's a very big world, and it's really rad. The music keeps cutting off. I might need to just do a different music playlist for like YouTube. I think I'll do that. I think I'm gonna do a music playlist for YouTube. Hold on a second, homies. I don't have a music playlist. But let me see. I'm gonna look up dumb Nintendo playlist. Dumb Nintendo music playlist. There you go. I found it. Music to help me study. All right, here we go. This is loud. Let me turn this dang thing down. Alright, let me turn off this music here. Yeah, it's a say so tier list. I don't know if I like this this music. It's fun, but it's not like songs to occupy my empty noggin. What's this one? I guess this works. I like this. I like this a lot. This will be really rad. All right, let's take this one. This is the music we'll have in the background, just because it keeps stopping my music when I keep talking over it. I've had those moments, and I usually tell the other person, we've got to stop running into each other like this. I got you. There's sometimes I'll tell someone goodbye, like at church, and I'll see them like 2 minutes later. And I'm like, well, I don't know why I'm telling you goodbye if I'm just going to see you in 2 minutes anyway. But it's super funny. So it's like, you know, it's funny to say that, you know. Even my coworker at school, I'd run into one of my coworkers and I'd be like, man, we're just running into each other all day, every day today, huh? And it's just kind of being funny, you know. But it's been pretty cool. Yesterday at open house, because we had open house, I got to see some of the kids I haven't seen in a while, and it's been pretty cool. I was like, yo, it's super cool. It's been Omega Rad and super cool just to be able to be back and working where I was usually working at, and I had a blast. I embarrassed myself heavily yesterday. The reason I embarrassed myself heavily yesterday was because they all wanted a group picture and they wanted me in there. And just to let you guys know, it is extremely rare for a male to be working at an elementary school. And I mean extremely rare. There are four men, by the way, in the elementary school, in an elementary school filled with like 50 women. All right. And I am the only one that's working in SPED, special education. So they wanted a whole group picture with the special ed friends, and I'm the only one that's a guy. And I'm all about that personal bubble. I really don't. I have applied that to myself, where it's like I don't want to invade anybody's personal bubble or make them uncomfortable. And sometimes I'm like, I don't know what to do. And they took a picture of us. And what do you call the kindergarten assistant took a picture of us, and what had happened is I was leaving such a giant gap between me and my coworkers, like a whole person, and they were like, all right, Derpy, we need to take this photo again. They started laughing. I said, I told them I've had this problem since high school. There's a picture of me in high school when I went to Washington D.C., and there was one of my classmates next to me, and I have a whole gap of a person between me and her, and it's just how I am. I'm like that hyper conscious over that, and they were laughing so hard, and then they were like, all right, Derpy, you got to get in the front and like get on your knees or something, because I'm taller than everybody. And oh my Lord. And I mentally froze. Like I was trying to say that like every time there's a group photo, like I'm always having to be on my knees or something in front of a group of like women or something. It's really random and goofy. And obviously, I just want to clarify, too, these are, like, older women. Okay, I don't want to say they're old, because they're not old, but they're like my mom's age old, all right? Like, some of them are my mom's age, some of them are my grandma's age, kind of the deal. And so it's like, it's goofy, but, like, they made me retake it, and they're like, all right, you know what? We're gonna put you between me and another person. And I was like, all right. And I was trying my best to not be uncomfortable, but my Lord, on the inside, I was massively uncomfortable. Because, like, I don't like it when anybody's, like, invading the personal space bubble that I have and stuff. And so, like, but they were laughing so hard, and I was joking with them saying, y'all got cooties. I don't want y'all. I want y'all around me. And it was really funny. So they had a big blast, and they had a good laugh with that. So I didn't want to be awkward, but I was, luckily they're, like, openly, like, okay with me being awkward about stuff like that, because they're just cool with me. So it's like, that was really fun. So I will say it is fun to be able to work with the homies again, if just like full time now, so and then there was another coworker who was really cool, but like, she was super new. She's the one that ended up getting my position, well, not my position, but the reason I ended up not getting the special, like keeping my special ed position that I did last year, because they came in and got her on. When I like introduced myself to everybody, she came up to me and she's like, dude, you should have just told everybody that like that I stole your job. That would have been funny. I'm like, no, don't say that. I'm like, I'm not gonna say that, even though my heart's like nice about it. I feel like if I said that, it'd be very petty if I said that, like if I was like, oh yeah, this girl, she stole my job, I ain't gonna lie, but it was pretty fun. I had a blast, even though it was a very long work day yesterday, so it was really cool. I like this music, by the way. I like this playlist. Good playlist. Yoshi's New Island is pretty cool. I like it a lot. So it's been pretty cool. It's been a pretty cool day. Sounds like you're living in the dating sim conditions for real. If all the women there weren't like my mom's age / my grandma's age, then yes, it might have been, but that's okay. I'm what they call a man who is not aware of women very easily, if that makes sense. So that's a big thing. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, there are some times where I could pick something up and be like, yeah, I think this person might be flirting with me. But then there's like, something like this, even in a case where there would be a bunch of women, for example, I would have no idea if they were flirting with me. I mean, like I'm gonna be real. Like, I at least for sure here, I know for a fact that all of these women are like, like either double or triple my age. So like, they're not gonna like, they're not gonna try nothing on me. So that's a good thing. So that's also a fun thing, because I can keep, the work being a fun and healthy environment for me. I mean, I think there are a couple women who are my age, but like, I'm not gonna be that guy and be like, yeah, I gotta, listen, we're kind of the youngsters in this establishment here. Would you care to go on a dinner date? You know, I'm not one of those kinds of homies that are just like, hey, this girl's the same age as me, I must try and date her. You know what I mean? So, but there are like a few women that are my age, kind of, it seems, but still at the same time, I'm like, still iffy about it. You know what I mean? I still feel like I'm the youngest child of the whole school, which is funny, but we'll see. Oh no, he has the shonen protagonist syndrome. I guess I do, man. I ain't gonna lie. Bro, like, I ain't gonna lie, like, as much as I haven't watched One Piece, I'm a big fan of Luffy. I think Luffy's really cool, and he's one of those homies that are definitely, like, completely oblivious. Also, hiya, Chimkin. How you doing tonight, homie? I hope you're doing rad. There was another thing I was gonna share, too. Actually, let me share this on... As goofy as this is, I'm gonna share this on Facebook. On my random Facebook page of Sir Derpy that barely anybody even looks at. So like, and that's not to say that like, guys, no one pays attention to me. It's more of like it's Facebook. No one uses Facebook a whole lot, you know. I mean, I use it sometimes, but still. Sheesh, I look forward to the day we hear Derpy Riz. I don't know if I've got that. I think I'm just being myself, you know what I mean? I did have one little bit of Riz in the past, all right, with my ex. So I had an ex-girlfriend online one time, and she lives in Georgia. I'm not gonna say any more than that, or lived in Georgia at the time. And no, it wasn't Roblox. But I did have one pretty good line, and it was pretty cool because, so I told her that she was Taco Bell, and then I said that I was Pizza Hut, and then I was like, dude, we're like the combination Pizza Hut and Taco Bell is what I told her, and she didn't get it, but I thought it was legendary. That was the only time I've ever done anything like that in my life. I ain't gonna lie, it was really funny, so... But that was the only time I've ever done anything in quote like Riz wise, you know what I mean? I just have conversations with people, you know. Oh, I remember this one. Yeah, dude, Dabster's heard it before. The Mexican pizza, dude, Mexican pizza sounds fire. I ain't gonna lie. I already love Mexican food, and I think pizza's cool as well. I had Mexican food yesterday as well, homies, when I went out to, my mom and I went to go eat some Mexican food before we had to go back to the open house thing that we did yesterday. And it was pretty good. I was full. I was tired, but I felt way better after I drank a Sprite because like I was so lost on energy, but the Sprite was enough to keep me going. Y'all, I slept till like 10 today, and I went to bed around like 12 or 11 or 12 or 1. So it was crazy. Pizza gave me food poisoning last night. Did you get it from Aldi's? Because I'll tell you this, Aldi's, I ate an Aldi's pizza one time, and like I ain't gonna lie, my body like did not like it to the point to where like what do you call it? My body, I won't go into the biggest of details, but it produced something I've never seen in my life, and I have never eaten one again from there. Let's see. Chipotle. I've never had Chipotle, but I hear a lot of people like Chipotle. I got it from Papa John's. Interesting. I actually like Papa John's, but they cost too much. So I'm more of a Little Caesars guy. Dude, maybe I'll do a pizza establishment tier list at some point. I don't know. That probably won't be as fun. Like, this one's more of a fun day. Hold on. Let me, I'm going to post real quick in here and I'll do it. We're a Marco's fam. Cool. I've had Marco's once and I actually really liked it. There was a Marco's at one point when I went to like a recruitment center to go help with my brother when he wanted to go join the army and stuff. And Marco's was pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. I miss Papa John's Tuscan 6 cheese pizza. That sounds awesome. Like, I'm gonna be real. I'm a homie that likes Tuscany like chicken, because there's a Tuscany chicken Alfredo thing that Pizza Hut does. That's what makes me love Pizza Hut, is the Tuscany chicken Alfredo thing that they had where they put mozzarella on top and stuff. It's so good. So it stinks that Papa John's doesn't have that anymore. Papa John's, I think, is my personal opinion, is the best tasting pizza that I've had. But I'm not willing to spend the money for it. So I'm always usually going to Little Caesars. But on the rare occasion I go to the gas station and see the Pizza Hut deli, and I'm like, dude, you know what? You got yourself a chicken Alfredo Pizza Hut there? I'm gonna take that, you know? But I still think chicken Alfredo is probably the best food I've had, but it's because of Pizza Hut, though. Also, I love this Animal Crossing background. Yeah, I almost posted a picture of Monoko on Facebook by an accident instead of the actual like link to my my stream. So just letting y'all know, that was the case. Let's see. Let me just put these things up. I'm posting this on what do you call it? On just in case there's any homies that want to see this as well, this tier list. We'll start the tier list super soon, by the way. Let's see. Marco's is better than any pizza chain. For the one time I went to Marco's, I remember liking it a lot. So I might be on board with what you're saying. I'm a little biased with Pizza Hut just because of the chicken Alfredo. But I will say Marco's is definitely up in top 5 for sure. Actually, there's not a whole lot of pizza chains, but there's enough to where the top 5 is still impressive. What do you call it? But yeah, there's a Marco's that I've been to. I don't think there's a Marco's that like I can actively like get to really quick, but yeah. Chicken Alfredo pizza does sound amazing. It does sound rad. It's not necessarily a pizza. It's more of like, at least in the case of Pizza Hut, it's a, which I think Papa John's actually has a chicken Alfredo pizza. But in the case of Pizza Hut, they have a, depending on where you get it, like in the case of where I got it from the gas station deli, you'll have like a bowl and they'll put the chicken Alfredo under it. And then they'll have, not under the bowl, but in the bowl. And then they'll put mozzarella cheese on top of it. And it mixes in real well with like the Alfredo sauce and all that. It's very good, very good. It was my first time ever trying chicken Alfredo. And I gotta say, it was very awesome. It really helped me want to explore different foods and stuff. So it's good stuff. If you ever get a chance to, or if you find a gas station that has a Pizza Hut deli, they might have chicken Alfredo. I remember one day they got rid of chicken Alfredo and I nearly had a freaking panic attack. I was like, dude, I can't spend my money here anymore. And then they sometimes do it. So it's always on the way to church for me. All right, let me do this real quick. Tier list. I'll still look at what you're saying. I used to eat a lot of Alfredo pizza from Domino's. Yeah. I never had an Alfredo pizza, but I did have like Domino's Alfredo bread bowl. I hate the Alfredo bread bowl. And the reason I hate the Alfredo bread bowl is it's great until the Alfredo starts to seep inside the bread. I don't know why, but for some reason, like after a while, the Alfredo stops tasting very good because it's seeped into the bread for too long. But I do like Alfredo. Alfredo sauce stuff is really good. I think the way Domino's does their bread bowl is a little weird because after, like, it's great at the start, but when it seeps in more, it's just like, this don't taste as good as I thought, you know? That might be a me thing though. And that was also around the time of COVID, I think. So I don't know if I had COVID at the time, so that might have just been my taste buds just being crazy, but I don't know. Also, I a chess player. How you doing tonight, homie? Let me see. I'm almost done, by the way. Talking, and I'll put gospel in here. And we'll put chat. All right, and then we're gonna. All right, I'm almost done, homies. I'm almost done. I know I'm taking a little while here, but I appreciate y'all talking with me and stuff before when we get into this excuse me, this tier list. Whoa. Dude, this music sounds bass. What is this song called? What the crud? It says... What the crud? Dude, I ain't gonna lie. Some reason, they put Smash Bros. Bayonetta legs on Isabelle from, like, Animal Crossing. I don't know why, but it's very goofy. It doesn't look crazy, like, insane, but I'm like, what the crud is that? Dude, I didn't think about that. I could add Isabelle to this list. Dang it, man. There's so many good things. Let's see. Also, I'm glad you're doing good today, chess player. Let's see. I've only had a bread bowl from Panera. Low-key, wouldn't eat it anywhere else. I got you. I hear Panera has very good bread stuff. I almost ate a Panera once, but I haven't eaten at a Panera. But I always hear their bread is amazing, so... I've never... Where am I at? All right. Oh, I know what I'm doing now. All right, sorry about that. Dude, no way. The fish-in's here. Let's see what the homie chess player catches. All right, let's see. Dude, you caught cheese. No way, bro. That is so base that you caught cheese. You caught cheese, dude. You're the second person to catch cheese on stream, bro. That's so sick. Dude, if you catch cheese, it's one of the custom ones. So that means that, like, it's pretty based. I need to add another custom. Y'all, all right, I'll give y'all some questions. What do you think is a good idea to be in the fishing thing for a fishing command? Dude, the homie Dabster caught a blue discus, dude. That's crazy. That looks majestic, I ain't gonna lie. But like, if y'all have any other ideas of like custom fish, that would be really cool. I would be more on board. Pepper jack cheese and pineapple pizza. I don't know. If I do that, I hope it like, oh my gosh, dude, no way, bro. Biscuit baby caught cheese as well, bro. An old boot. That's a good idea. There's a flip-flop in this, but I don't know about an old boot. But I could add an old boot too. Yeah, I could add pepper jack, but I'm gonna have to add the boo, you know, that like that horn. Because that's gonna be wild. Dude, you got a rubber ducky, bro. What the crud and cheese, bro. Dude, Dabster got a whole rubber ducky, bro. That's crazy. It even made the quack quack. It says new as well, so that means we never caught a rubber ducky. So you're the first person to catch a rubber ducky, homie. Let's see. If I missed anything, please let me know. Their serving sizes are small for the price. Okay, well, that makes me kind of sad then if that's the case. Dude, a new record for a VHS tape. I don't know who caught that. Let me see. It says, oh, chess player. Chess player caught a whole VHS tape. Dude, I hope it's Barney the dinosaur. That'd be so sick. I don't know why that was the first thing that came to my mind, but I'm sure he's on a VHS somewhere. Let's see. Dude, no way, bro. Dabster caught a skateboard. Dude, this is crazy. Why are we catching junk today? We're catching a bunch of junk today, except for that one thing, you know. Well, y'all are doing a base job. I'll tell you what, though. This ocean's getting used like crazy. Dude, if you catch another piece of junk, that'll be hilarious. Oh my gosh, more junk, but it's a whole scooter. Bro! Barney does indeed come on VHS. He was a part of my childhood. Cool. Mine was Blue's Clues, and Blue's Clues was on VHS, but I never got to use a whole lot of VHS as a kid, just because when I was growing up, my parents gave me VHS stuff when I was a kid. Dude, got a 2 whammy here. What the crud? Dabster got another duck. A duck ghoul. What the crud is this, dude? Dabster out here getting a crazy rare one right there. That was crazy. Dude, duck ghoul's crazy. Bro, dude, I ain't gonna lie, dude. Fishing is based. Blue's Clues I watched too. Based. I loved Blue's Clues as a kid. I was a very big Blue's Clues fan. I had Dora, Arapaima. That's cool. That you can catch those in Animal Crossing. Those are really cool. I had a lot of Dora and a lot of. I think I had Powerpuff Girls as a kid too. But primarily I was all about Blue's Clues. I loved Blue's Clues as a kid. Blue's Clues was like my top dog. Let's see. Dude, a starfish. Bro, the homie Patrick is in here, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I also got an achievement from this game because someone caught a sponge before. Derpy, we should add Coco Bolo one or Jedi. That is amazing. That's a good idea. Let me see. I can add that right off the bat. Actually, I'll wait till y'all are done fishing before I do that, just because I don't want to interrupt y'all's fishing. Barracuda. Oh, snap. It also says new record, too. I think if it says new record, that means it's like the biggest version of that fish that someone's caught as well. So, what do you call it? Let's see. I'm enjoying watching this fishing. I ain't gonna lie. Around 7, I think we'll start the tier list stuff. But, dude, another skateboard. Bro, did Tony Hawk just, like, start, like, jumping up and down and just breaking his skateboards down here? Dude, you know what it was? Is because everyone's playing Tony Hawk Pro Skater now. They're just dropping skateboards into the pond, apparently. I want to play Pro Skater, dude. I know they added Pro Skater 3 and 4. And I know it's on Game Pass. I want to check it out. Let's see what Chimpkin caught. Dude, Chimpkin caught a whole freaking bike, bro. That's insane. Dude, y'all are really catching all the junk today. I don't know what's going on, but, like, the junk radar is going crazy with this, dude. There's so much junk being caught. But, I mean, hey, a free bike's a free bike, though. You know what I mean? Like, if you're catching a scooter, a skateboard, or a bike, bro, that's sick, you know? A whole can. Dude, chess player caught a whole can, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Dude, yeah, and Shiny, I don't know if you were talking about the Barracuda song, but yeah, anytime I see the fish Barracuda, I think of the song because I'm like, I have no idea. Um, uh, I had no idea it was a fish that was called a Barracuda. Bro, this Olive Ridley turtle is consistently being caught by every single human being on the planet. Like, I have seen this freaking turtle so many times on this dang stream. I'm not even lying. Either that or it's always been Biscuit Baby catching the same turtle over and over again, dude. That turtle is a big fan, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I like turtles. I like turtles, too. They're pretty base. Dude, a perch. Cool. It makes me think of that like kid that goes, I like turtles. Let's see. I loved playing Tony Hawk on the PS2. Awesome. I think I played it. I don't remember where I played it, but I did play quite a little bit of it as a kid with my brothers. We would play Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Dude, a muscle. No way, bro. Let's see. Oh, I think I had Pro Skater too. I still remember the cheat code for Infinite Air. Cool. I don't remember a whole lot. Bro, Jedi Gumby is in front of fishing. What is he doing here, bro? I ain't gonna lie, bro. Dude, someone's catching Jedi Gumby, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Good Eva Bub D-Roy. Dude, good evening to you as well, Lecrang. How are you doing tonight, homie? I hope you're doing rad. And just to clarify, that right there is Australian for, what do you call it? Flip-flop. So if you're like, what the heck, why does it say that? It's because it's in Australia, they call it that. Let's see. Dude, a soda can. Man, y'all have collected so much trash out of the ocean right now. I think you're affecting the ozone layer in a good way. I don't know what's going on, but like, there has been every ounce of junk inside of this thing. All that's left is an old PC. Like, I know that's already in there. Ooh, dude, chess player, you got something good. You got a 2 whammy here. Dude, you got a 4-eye butterfly fish, dude. Fancy, fancy. I ain't gonna lie. How you doing tonight, Lecrang? I hope you're doing rad. Also, Lecrang, I don't know if you noticed, if you saw it or not, but I got the Astrobot plush. I got it in the mail. He's pretty rad and super cool. His arms rotate like insanely. It's really cool. And the other stuff hopefully will come in at some point. What the crud? Oreo Chromus? What the heck? That don't even look like an Oreo, bro. That looks like a freaking whatever the crud. I don't know what I'm looking at. Old PC, I'll take it. I need one, dude. No problem, dude. There might be one buried in the water somewhere, you know? How close is this fishing hole to the scrapyard? Probably right next to it, I bet. Yeah. You know what I mean? There's more junk right there, you know? Lecrang, I hope you enjoy your nice VHS that you caught. What do you call it? We have caught, I think, 3 VHS tapes today, so it's really funny. Dude, this fishing stream is so fire, bro. Let's see, what time is it real quick? I gotta make sure. Okay, we still got about like 14 minutes. Dude, a new one! A watch! That's a pretty cool looking watch, though. I like it. I guess someone's already caught a watch before, but that's cool. It's cool you caught a watch. That's a pretty cool watch right there. I consider that kind of like junk because it was in the water, but still.
Why won't you answer me? What is my favorite snack?
Dude, sick. And gummy sharks? Dude, I ain't gonna lie. Spare ribs and gummy sharks, dude. That should be like a game. That should be a song name, though. You know, in my opinion, I think someone should be like, make a band called Spare Ribs and Gummy Sharks. It just sounds like a fire name, you know? Let's see. I would have seen a few of the Ring movies. Wouldn't watch that. Oh, yeah, dude. Watching The Ring is a wild thing. I haven't seen it. What's happening in 15 minutes? We're going to do a spreading the gospel tier list. Basically, that means we have some characters, particularly 61 characters, that we're going to judge how well they would spread the gospel if they were a Christian. and obviously, there's probably some more out there that are possible. But, oh, a whole hermit crab, dude. Sick. And so that's what we're gonna do in like 15 minutes is that. So I've got like 61 characters that primarily people have recommended me to put on the tier list, but some extras I've added as well. So it's gonna be really rad and funny. There's a lot of interesting characters, and we'll talk about how good they would be at spreading the gospel. And we also have some interesting characters as well. Frontosha, Silid, something like that. Sick. Sorry, I missed a couple of these. My bad. Let's see. About to be 3 cheese, dude. No way, bro. 3 cheese is sick. Let's see. Marlin. Ooh, whoa. That's a nice one, shiny. That looks cool. It's like a swordfish thing. That one was rare, too. what do you call it? I'll pull up the fishing list in a second as well to show you guys like what's the best fish that's been caught so far, and like and I'll add some more like really rare fish and stuff too as well. That's going in the aquarium reel. Another scooter, man. Y'all, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I don't know why there's so much junk in the river today. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I mean, at this point, people ought to just bring their metal detectors out here at this point and start picking up some stuff from the water, because this is a hit right now. Look at this. Where are y'all getting these? Like, why are they all here today, bro? Like, a literal whole bike. We have found, like, what, 2 bikes so far? 2 literal functioning bikes and, like, 3 scooters already. This is insane. Y'all are literally gonna find, like, you're gonna literally help people, like, you're gonna help people with the greenhouse gases or something like that. I don't know the full thing of that, but yeah. Dude, a piranha! Ooh, we've never gotten a piranha before, so you got a whole piranha. That thing's dangerous as crud. I think you should kill it. Personal opinion, but I think piranhas are horrifying. I wouldn't want that near me at all. Let me see what time it is real quick. It's almost 6:50, so... I also have an uncrossable. Dude, no way. A mug. Dude, now we got another piece of junk. Y'all are literally finding junk. I ain't gonna lie. Dude, train whistle boogie? Alright, I'll do it. I have to find some music in the background. I won't be able to see what's going on real quick. I gotta find some music real quick. Let's see. Dude, someone got a triple whammy. Was that shiny again? No way that was shiny again. Dude. Oh my gosh. I love that, dude. Hold up, we're seeing. Hold on. I'm sorry, I gotta stop y'all for a second. Dude, shiny? What the heck, bro? You were catching. And look at this. Like, oh, it wasn't shiny. It was actually Biscuit Baby. Sorry, I thought it was shiny for a second, dude. Wait, was it shiny? Wait, it might have been shiny. I don't know, dude. It might have been shiny, but yeah. So shiny has the best one so far. With the shiny flamingo, oh no, not shiny flamingo, the amber jack-o'-lantern, great white shark from Deku, I still don't know how to pronounce this, but Servcur for the mandarin fish. Dabster went up to number 4 in the best fish because he caught the duck duel thingy, and Biscuit Baby caught singing fish, so it's pretty cool. All right, I got you. That was pretty cool. That was a very big dub right there. I ain't gonna lie. That was such a good final catch, too. That's crazy. What a way to end that. Dude, singing fish is cool. I like singing fish. That was really cool. Let's see. No, that was Biscuit Baby. Okay, I got you. What do you call it? I guess I saw your name shiny, and I was like, is that shiny? Because the big reason I thought it was you is because you're the top person for this amber jack-o'-lantern thing here. And I was thinking that, like, dude, that'd be crazy if you just knocked up to the leaderboard again for that. But yeah. So these are our top things. It's funny that the old PC is apparently, like, up here as well. But yeah, these are our top fish so far, homies. I'll check the top 10 just to show you all that, like, some of these are, like, the epic ones are obviously going to be up here. But the legendary ones are hard to get, I think. So, oh, let me close this. Sorry. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add Jedi Gumby to the list of this. And then... what do you call it? And then we'll do the tier list and stuff. We'll add Coco Bolo and Jedi Gumby. Red eye fish, cool. I've never seen a red eye fish, but that thing's not only red eyed, it's red finned. All right, so let me go over here. Luckily, I don't think this will dox anything. It just says logged in as Sir Derpy, so I don't think it doxes anything. What does it say this here anyway? Do not log in on stream while screen is visible. URL may contain sensitive information. Well, I don't see a URL, so that's okay. Let me see real quick. Where is the custom stuff? I think I missed it. Hold on. Was there not a custom one? Hold on. I might need to go up here. Edit custom catches. So you see I have cheese here, so it's pretty cool. We're going to add Jedi Gumby and Coco Bolo Monster, I think, have to be... Oh, I didn't mean that. Crud. Delete that. Okay, no, it's fine. Jedi Gumby and Coco Bolo Monster, I think, need to be higher rarity, just because. Oh, we'll add Coco Bolo. All right, there's Coco Bolo. All right, we need to add an audio into it. All right, I don't know where that audio is, but I'll add the. Can I just add wood? Is there a wood audio? I think there's a wood audio. There's breaking wood. We'll probably just do that one. Yeah, we'll just I don't know. It doesn't sound as cool. Hold on. All right, okay, there it is. I found it. There you go. That's his audio. All right. He is definitely not going to be 900. No, I don't think he needs to be 900. We're just gonna say what's the average weight of a Coco Bolo monster? We'll say 250. We'll say 250 is the average weight. How much is that in kilograms? Weight does not affect the chances of being caught, but it will slight random variations of the different catch star. Okay. And the gold on this one, 600. Ooh, 600's legendary. Oh, 100. 100's rare. Yeah, we'll do 100. I think 100 is rare. We'll do that. We'll do 100 gold. I think that'll be cool. All right, 100 gold for Coco Bolo Monster. Did I not save the Coco Bolo Monster? I canceled it, homies. All right, hold on again. We'll be back. We'll be back in a second. Hold on. And then we're gonna get into our tier list, okay, homies? Okay, 100 for Coco Bolo Monster, and then we're gonna put 250. I assume a kilogram's just close enough, and then we're gonna save. Problem with catch name. Oh, yeah, I didn't put Coco Bolo Monster. Duh. Coco Bolo Monster. Okay. And he's found the collection. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say he's found the collection. That's it. There you go. We got Coco Bolo Monster, and then we're gonna add Jedi Gumby. I spent almost 10K on fishing, dude. That's awesome. I ain't gonna lie, because you know what that means. It means that that you've got a lot of fish in your disposal now. All right, let me do this real quick. Also, the music's gone. Oh, I forgot to do Train Whistle Boogie. I got so distracted. We'll do Train Whistle Boogie, then we'll start. I'm so sorry, Lecrae. Where's it at? Where's Jedi Gumby? I literally just had it. Why is there's no results? So like, why is it saying this? Okay, I found it. I found it. I found him. I found him. There you go. He's gotta be 520. Yeah, he's gotta be a legendary. He's gotta be a rare one. Because he's got the Coco Bolo shorts. We're gonna give him 252. All right. Now his. Oh my lord! I don't know what I'm gonna do with this one here. I don't know the capabilities of this man here. The reason is because of the thing. Obviously, I think he'd need to have Jedi Gumby's like iconic sound, but it would take 5 years, and I don't know if I want to have that sound effect. All right, hold on. I don't know what to look for. Here, I'll put the Titanic on here because it's 16 seconds. I don't know. It feels different though. There you go. Jedi Gumby. Because I feel like it's going to be extremely longer. You found him in the Titanic? There you go. No, what? You mean to tell me that, like... Okay. Why can't you put a question mark? That's weird. There, I'm just gonna say you found him in the Titanic. All right, here we go. Oh gosh, I pushed my thing there. All right, there you go. We have it right there. All right, it should pop up the other one. It didn't pop up the other one. All right, I'll have to refund one of them, I think. All right, let's see. How did Jedi Gumby end up at the bottom of the lake? I don't know, man. We're gonna have to find that story out at some point. You know what I mean? What do you call it? He probably, you know what I bet? I bet he was on the Titanic. I ain't gonna lie. He was probably on the Titanic and was like, hey, everybody, it's me. But they were too busy screaming because the boat split in half. He was the one that split it in half. He was just sitting on the iceberg and it just split. And he was like, what the heck? All right, let me find some music real quick. I got to find some music for the train whistle boogie and then we are going to start. Crud, how do I find the train whistle boogie? That's my question. The lore goes hard. He does. He's got a lot of lore compared to him because he'll just show up and then he'll leave. He's insane. I don't know how he does it. Jedi Gumby's got a lot of lore. Coco Bolo Monster has a little bit of lore, but not as much as Jedi Gumby. But still, Coco Bolo Monster's got a little bit of lore as well. Just going on the Sir Derpy wiki, dude. I would so be a big fan of that if there was a wiki over that, dude. Because there's an intricate lore system, man. I'm telling you. I'm looking for music at the moment. Hold on. Sorry, homies. All right. I'm pulling up this thing. Video editing files. I'm not reading my stuff out. Sorry. Let's find some goofy music because I forgot what the music was again. And I'm so sorry. You know what? I think I got an idea, homies. Here we go. In honor of a homie who passed away quite recently, this is the Train Whistle Boogie Crazy Train Edition. It's also instrumental version. And don't worry, chess play. I'll refund you in a second, homie. There's no lyrics in this, by the way. I'm scared of copyright. I got an idea. Watch this. No, I don't. Never mind. I thought I did. Baby, I got some cheese in my ears tonight. Because I'm crazy like that. Yeah. There's two of me. All right, there you go, homies. That was the end of that. That was actually kind of wild. I didn't expect that. But thank you for the train whistle boogie. That was in honor of the homie Ozzy. Honestly, that is pretty rad that I had that on there. And honestly, the homie Ozzy died last week, just so y'all didn't know. So just a little bit of honor for him. Just because he made some fire music. And also, if you ever thought, man, Ozzy's a guy that wouldn't be a Christian, well, a couple weeks before he passed away, I saw that a guy was giving him a Bible, and he was really, really passionate about the fact that he got a Bible. Not the guy that gave it to him, but the guy that, but Ozzy himself was really passionate that someone was willing to give him a Bible, and it really helped him, I think. So I'm just saying, God knows when you're going to die. And I'd like to believe that God gave him another chance before he passed away. And I think that I'd like to believe that he'll be in heaven one day, Sure, he might have probably gotten into drugs or something in his past life or whatever. I don't know. But at the end of the day, hey, and you know what's really wild too is last week on my birthday, Hulk Hogan passed away as well. And then I saw a video surfacing of him getting baptized at a church, especially him being an older guy and stuff. So I do think that that's really cool that at the end of the day that like these are two homies that are really big people. They passed away, but seemingly got God before they passed away, which is really cool. So let me refund your points real quick, chess player, and then we're gonna start the tier list. Excuse me, I didn't even eat nothing yet. I haven't even drank the Coke. That I have in front of me. I got a Kylo Ren Coke, by the way, homies. I'm not a big fan of that because I don't like Kylo Ren, but it's in here, so. I ain't gonna lie. And no problem, Lecrae. Thank you for redeeming that. It's based in super cool. Dude, ain't no way. Hold on. I'm just gonna reject one of them, chess player, so that'll work for me right there. So I've rejected one of them. It should refund you, hopefully, homie. I also need to what do you call it? Check this pop-out thing real quick. I gotta take a screenshot of the fish because there's 52 requests right now on fish. Which is really sick. So, all right, let me also post this in here, and we'll get started on the tier list, homies. Because it's honestly a pretty good time to start the tier list. So, let me also put this in here, and then I will do it. There is so much stuff I've got to do. All right. I like this song. This is definitely Animal Crossing for sure. Yeah, I get to fish more, dude, base. That's how I am every day, bro, if I get to fish again. Bro, I bought a 24 pack of Coke Zero Star Wars edition thinking I would get all different. Dude, you got canned, dude. Hey, do you mind sending me the Yoda one? I'll send you my Kylo Ren one if you want. You know what I mean? What do you call it? I mean, you don't have to send it to me in the mail or anything. Like, if you're able to send like a picture of it, I might be able to scan it in and do something with it. But I have a Kylo Ren one. My stepdad bought 4 canisters, by the way, of Coke, like of Coke, what do you call it? Of the Star Wars Coke stuff, and all 4 of them are filled with Kylo Rens. Not even lying. Also, if you're able to send a picture of the Coca-Cola original taste and Star Wars, what do you call it? Like where it shows Yoda below it and it says Coca-Cola logo and Star Wars, I can use that to scan. If possible. But I can also send you the one of Kylo Ren if you want as well. Also, Lecrae, if you're wanting to be a fancy man like myself, I found out that on the Coca-Cola website, they are selling 2 glass bottles for Coca-Cola, and one of them is K2 9SO, and the other one's a BB8. I bought them both, but I'm getting K2SO, because I really want K2SO. I love K2SO. And they're online exclusive. So if you're wanting those characters, they're about $10. It might be a bit more Canadian, but that way, if you're wanting a cool character like K2SO, at least you can get that for like $10 in a glass can. So I'm not gonna collect a lot of Coca-Cola stuff, but I will say I do like K2SO, and that'd be fun to get a character I like. I don't like Kylo Ren. I'm gonna be real with you, but yeah, that's all right. And I also think that the item on top, they'll have a can, and then they will that can will probably be the character like throughout the whole thing. So right now I've got a Kylo Ren one in front of me. So Just letting y'all know, we're going to start the tier list now, and I'm going to show you guys the characters on this tier list. First of all, I'll explain the categories, because more than likely I will add another category. Can you guys read the categories yourself possibly right now, or do you need it a bit bigger? I can make it a bit bigger. Actually, we'll just make it. All right. Hi, homies. Welcome back. That was very random. Very random. So, remember how I said that I would make this bigger? We're not going to make that bigger. We're not going to make this bigger. If you cannot read it, I will zoom in myself instead of controlling where this thing is being seen. Apparently, it did not like that at all. I ain't going to lie. I'm going to read this to y'all for the tier list as well. So I might be able to zoom in. Let's see if I can zoom in real quick. I can zoom in a bit. All right, how about this? Is this better? Yeah, y'all can see this. I think y'all can read this. All right, that way y'all don't have to worry about this. All right, so we have 5 categories, so I don't want to show y'all too much right now. Hold on. We have about 5 categories here. And I just want to let y'all know that I will probably add another, because I think it'll be really cool. Obviously the S tier is someone that could spread the gospel. Also, wait, let me clarify. I got to introduce this too. I got some of y'all might be like, what the crud's going on, Derpy? So right now we're doing a tier list that I did a little like not a voting thing, but like a suggestion thing about a week or so ago. And I got quite a few submissions for it. I did not add every single one of them, primarily because there was a lot, but I did add 61, and I think that's a good number. So the idea is I have asked for homies to make suggestions, and I also added some myself, of characters that you think in like video games / anime / TV shows / movies or comics would be awesome to spread the gospel if they were Christians, or if they are Christians and actually do that in media, which I think is really cool. So obviously S tier is spreads the gospel and is massively fruitful. That means if this homie was a Christian or is a Christian, that homie spreads the gospel in a fire way to the point where people be making a difference and listening. So that's kind of what S tier is. So S tier is the top tier. A tier is someone that would still spread the gospel, but like they're slightly successful, right? So when I say that, like they've successfully spread the gospel in an awesome way where you could definitely see someone changing their life because of them. And there's quite a few that'll probably go into that list right there. So it's kind of like, it's someone that would still spread the gospel with their life, but like it's more, this person was probably made specifically for a said person. Let's see, there's S, A, and B. The B tier is essentially, someone that like really is like someone that would probably do really good, or not really good, but like they want to spread the gospel, and they might help the gospel grow, right? So for example, like it's someone who like, you know, they're quite a character, but like I'm gonna be honest with you, you know, they might help, but you have no idea if they're actually going to be any help whatsoever. So it depends. The essential C tier, which in my opinion, once you get into C tier and D tier, you're like straight up like you're contrary to this. D tier, C tier is someone who slightly leads people astray but doesn't mean to. So like, for example, more than likely that's where a lot of people fall into the world today, is like someone who slightly leads people astray but has no idea. And that's kind of where like I think some characters will definitely fall into this area as well. And then And then I also have at the bottom here, which is this character leads people astray entirely and enjoys leading them astray. There are a couple characters that I will be putting into here. The reason is because I think they're like that, you know, that they fall into that. Also, I Starved Guitars, welcome in, homie. I should have suggested the dude on the Hawaiian Punch bottle. That's a good day. That's still pretty good. I'd take that. If we do another one in the future and have enough time, we'll definitely add some more for the for people for sure. Let's see. Is it too late to add Sunday from HSR? I will say if we somehow get done with this tier list tonight and there's still enough time, I will gladly take suggestions and we'll add some into this. However, if not, we'll probably do a part 2 at some point and have other people. But yeah, Sunday would be an interesting one to talk about as well. Just because it depends on how strong the conversation is. But we'll see though, dude. Let's see. S tier immediately for the Hawaiian Punch bottle. It's a good one. It's a good one. I ain't gonna lie. We're rocking some good ones here. I ain't gonna lie. And just to let you guys know as well, I do have at the bottom husbando / waifu bait. For the most part, I don't think that there is anybody who falls into that category. That also might be a thing where it's like there are a couple characters on this list where I don't know all of the characters, but I know a big chunk of the characters to where there can be an interesting conversation about it. So I don't have any character that is husbando / waifu bait, but just letting you know, I will have that there just in case. Just in case someone makes their own tier list or something like that and needs that. But I have that there in case just because usually with stuff like this is there's a usually, most of the time when I see tier list systems, it depends on what happens in these. But I try not to create a tier list system based on the way somebody looks or how attractive they are, right? So I just want to clarify that this isn't now how somebody looks. If they're really cool looking, can I think help, but in this case, it's like gospel stuff as well. But also at the same time, this is also lighthearted fun, so it's nothing like crazy. I made that bottom part there just in case, like just in case someone or a multitude of people came in and was like, guys, Derpy, please put Lisa from Genshin Impact into this. I think it would be so freaking cool. And like, you know, I would throw Lisa down there in a heartbeat. Now, granted, while I did mention Genshin Impact, we do have one Genshin Impact homie, but this Genshin Impact homie isn't like, to me, isn't like the waifu bait. So that's what I'm saying, is that like, obviously someone like Lisa or like these older women / gotcha bait people, not people, but like characters, I should say, would fall into something like that. So I have that just in case. Like if there's a round 2 and somebody goes, guys, I ain't gonna lie, I think Derpy would love obscure anime character from Zenless Zone Zero that is obviously used as a ploy to get people to be lustful. Like, I'm not gonna put that in the tier list, and if I do, it goes straight down to husbando / waifu bait. So that is the deepest darks of the pits. I will say is husbando / waifu bait. We didn't get anybody like that, but I will throw that in there if I need to. That is an anomalous tier right there, right? So I just want to let you guys know is that, like, if you're wondering why is that there, that's there for stuff like that. Is that like I made sure not to have stuff like, you know, I don't want something like Bayonetta in here. Obviously Bayonetta would be terrible at doing that, right? But I just wanted to give like an example of like characters like Bayonetta, or while Bayonetta may be a fun game, obviously you can kind of get behind of like why Bayonetta is like, you know, the atmosphere that brings from that, right? So there's a lot of characters that I think could still be really cool to add. There's a lot of Smash characters I didn't add. I added like 2. There are like, honestly, a lot of Nintendo characters I didn't even add. So there'll probably be a part 2 to this list as well. So let's see. And that part 2 might just include Sunday from Honkai Star Rail and Hawaiian Punch Bottle Man. So like those are great ones. So thank y'all for recommending those as well. Lisa, come on. Everyone knows that Barbara would be the lead singer for the worship team. Speaking of Barbara, she actually is in this tier list. So that is actually really cool. And by the way, let's be real. I agree. You know, as much as I don't know a whole lot about Genshin, I do know that Barbara was pretty cool. So Barbara is actually in this. So Just letting y'all know, we have one Genshin character, but this is a Genshin character that, in my opinion, if you waifu her, I think it's a little telling of who you are as a person, rather than the fact that it's a waifu bait material in the first place. But I agree though. Barbara definitely will be in this tier list. So we do have that. What do you call it? Dude, that noise made me think the Coco Bolo monster showed up. I'm not lying. Let me see. So we're gonna add. Let's see. The last tier is absolutely Homelander. Yeah, I'm gonna put Homelander in the last tier. Homelander's a great one as well. I don't mind if it's goofy or not. I just want to try to, like, think about the characters that I'll be putting in for part 2 if there is a part 2. So Lisa made me comfortable. Not gonna lie, uncomfortable. Sorry. No, I agree. The moment I knew Lisa was in the game, I was like, I do not like this woman, like, at all. This is obviously bait material. So, like, they're trying to bait people. It's not cool. So that's why I have bait stuff at the bottom where it's like, nah, like, that stuff's not cool. We're out here trying to, we're trying to see how hilariously or awesomely they'd spread the gospel. So it's time to reveal the characters to you, homies. I did try to reorder them in different ways. There's a lot of characters, and I'll try to say who recommended what. I'm not going to be exactly 100% accurate, but we will see. We will see. All right, so just to let you know, I might also add another tier for a specific deranged individual. Just letting y'all know. But I don't know yet. We'll see though. We'll see. All right, so here are the characters. All right. We're going to start off with a couple of them that I've seen. There's 60 in total of these characters. If you're taking a look, you're probably like, what the crud is this tier list? This is not normal, and it's not. This is not a normal tier list. Do not think that this is actually real. There are a lot of characters that I can still put in here. But yeah, so we're going to start off with Sailor Moon. This was recommended by the homie Corky. So the homie Corky recommended Sailor Moon on Twitter, and I feel bad because I've never watched Sailor Moon. However, I've seen a lot of people be awesome about it. Like, they treat it like Cowboy Bebop. Like, it's like the magical girl power of, like, Cowboy Bebop, where it's like, it's a very awesome anime, and it's a very good classic from what I know. So, I want to say that, like, I think that, like, she is an interesting character in the aspect that, like, she not only started a whole trend, but, like, is a big staple in the anime community, in general. So, I would honestly say that, like, I would say personally, this homie goes up to here in the aspect of, like, could spread the gospel but has slight success. The reason I say that is that, like, I don't think that that Sailor Moon would be absolutely, like, straight up booming, you know what I mean? But, like, I think that, like, while my limited knowledge of Sailor Moon, just to clarify, I have limited knowledge of Sailor Moon. I'm putting her in an A tier just because of the fact that, like, she has created she's created an awesome movement in the aspect of, like, this is a classic, and I think a lot of stylistic, like, classic anime is very, like, inspired of like, how, like, you'll see, like, what do you call it? Like, music, for example. I think the style of her anime stuff is pretty interesting. Now, like I said, I have no idea, but based on the little bit that I know, a lot of people like Sailor Moon, and she also fights bad things, so that's pretty based, in my opinion. So, who put pepper jack cheese? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. That might have been I'll be honest, there are some self-inserts in here. I won't say who put that in there, but yes, there's quite a few in here. So, and I just clarified there, like I said, there are a couple characters I don't know very well. So Sailor Moon does fall into that. However, I do think Sailor Moon is a very powerful character in the aspect that even as a guy who has no idea what the crud Sailor Moon's about, I know a lot of people like it to the point to where, like, I think if she was a Christian, she could spread the gospel in a very flashy and very fun way, but also, like, but also in a way where it's like, hey, what's up, It seems like it's very surface, not surface level, but very like approachable from a lot of different angles. So it's really cool. So Sailor Moon will go in the A tier basically, where like I think that she could spread the gospel and have some slight success within that. Also, I'm glad that you all are liking the characters on this list because there's a lot. All right, next is Aerith from Final Fantasy VII. I chose the remake version because I am clueless. Another character I know barely anything about, but I know a slightly bit more than Sailor Moon. I'm gonna say, I think from the little bit I'd seen, I'm gonna be real. My limited knowledge of Aerith from Final Fantasy VII, by the way, I just want to tell you right now, comes from me watching a single Cherry stream where she played Final Fantasy Remake on stream, and I just watched it for a little bit, and I saw that like Aerith was a very lighthearted and very nice person, and she seemed like she would be a very awesome homie to have in general around. So I think she's a very fun person. I think someone like Aerith. Now, I will say Aerith would probably attract all the desperate guys at church. However, I do think that she could spread the gospel to them in a good way. Like, I feel like a lot of homies would like be like, dude, Aerith, she's going to church. I'm gonna go to church with her to like see if she'll be my boyfriend or my girlfriend, right? And then turns out they actually received the word of God because of their desperation for the girl, that they realize they don't need her anymore, they need God instead. And I think that's pretty powerful, you know what I mean? I didn't mean to say boyfriend, bro. I feel like so like weird for that. But yeah, let's see. I will right wrong and triumph over evil. That means you, Serenity. Sailor Moon. Okay, so is her name's like Serenity too? That's cool then. I think it's really sick that like that's the phrase. I think that's really cool. So that's why I think that's also goes up into there as well. Into A tier. Excuse me. So in the best case of Aerith, I will say I will also put her in A tier, just because of her personality, and she seems like one of those girls that like obviously is not like trying to get guys to go after her. But like dudes would be like, dude, she's so nice to me, I gotta see what's up. And then they go to church and realize they don't need a girl to be fulfilled in their life and to be desperate for one, but to find God in their life. So I think that'd be kind of funny. So kind of a funny interacting thing, you know. She's the example where I think that like when a Christian man pulls up to the drive-thru at Chick-fil-A and finds out that the homie at the drive-thru is Christian, and then their heart pounds. You know what I mean? I think of the Batman meme where it's like tonight I feel it in your arms tonight, or something like that. That's the meme I think of. You know. Let's see. Wanting Aerith for a homie. I can see that. Aerith seems like really cool. I don't know anything about Aerith, but all I know is in the original game, there is a big, massive story piece about her. I heard that in the newer Final Fantasy VII remake thing, that like they changed a lot of the story, so I don't know what to go with. So I just chose the Final Fantasy remake Aerith, if that makes sense. So I know a lot of jokes about Aerith. I can't say them because they're massive spoilers to the game, but me and the homie Ubu have joked about the homie Aerith, and there is a funny number that I think is very funny that I won't be saying, but it is a single digit number, and it involves the dirt, and that's all I will say, if you know what I'm saying. Let's see. Let's see. I know absolutely nothing about Aerith, but I agree. Awesome. Aerith is the type of girl to write home about and bring me to parents. Yeah, that's why I think she's cool. She'd be able to bring the gospel to some homies, I think. I think Lecrae already got the idea of what I was talking about. Let's see. Yeah, they changed a little, but they're the same. They're probably going to end it the same. I got you. Yeah, they're probably going to drag it out so they can build her character, I think. Let's see. Also, hi, Mean Bean. How you doing tonight, homie? I hope you're doing right. Man, IDK, who half of these people are. Long list. Don't worry, homie. Don't worry. You'll find out soon enough when you hear the things I have to say about these characters. All right. Now I can finally provide to you something that I have at least some knowledge on. All right. Aerith and Sailor Moon, I have slight knowledge. Link, I have a little bit more knowledge in the aspect. So now we're going to talk about Link from Legend of Zelda. I'm going to be honest with you. I wouldn't have anything to say about Link other than the fact that I played Breath of the Wild. I have not played a single game of Legend of Zelda. I have played Breath of the Wild, and I do own Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time for Master Quest for GameCube. I own those. I haven't played it, but I have played Breath of the Wild, and I also have Tears of the Kingdom. Ubu bought it for me like 3 years ago for my birthday, and I still haven't played it yet. But I will at some point. You know, I think that'd be really cool. Let's see. After I get out of my Expedition 33 hype, I'm likely gonna play through Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Cool. I think that'd be cool. Yeah, because I remember like Final Fantasy gets the exclusive on. Is this Legend of Zelda? Speaking of Zelda, that's so perfectly timed. Is this actually Zelda? It's Ocarina of Time, bro. That is perfect timing. Let's see. I had to check. That's really cool. I'm on mobile right now. We'll try to catch some more later. No problem, Mean Bean. I appreciate you being here, homie. Let's see. But Link can't talk. You're exactly right. And you know what's powerful? Sometimes the biggest, loudest ways of speaking and spreading the gospel sometimes isn't even without speaking a word. So I got some other things to add. Let me see what y'all are saying real quick. Yeah, sometimes actions speak louder than words. Amen, amen. What about Smash Brothers? So that's a great idea, like a Smash Brothers tier list as well, of like who'd spread the gospel. I think that would be very fun as well if I get that together. So at the moment, we only have Richter from Smash Bros in here, and I think that's it. And Link, obviously. But at the moment, yeah, I think Smash Brothers, the Smash Brothers cast would be a great addition to a lot of this as well. All right, so let me see. So a big reason I wanted to share about Link. The homie Cranberry recommended Link on the Twitter post that I had, and I was like, dude, this is really awesome. Oh, you meant for Link. Oh, have you not played anything else with Link? Okay, so no, you're right. So I've played Smash Bros, and I've played Breath of the Wild, and I own Tears of the Kingdom and Ocarina of Time, but I haven't played either or. So I don't know a whole lot, but I do know a little bit when I watched a guy talk about Link. And it was really cool because he talked about how his name is Link because apparently he is a link between certain areas. Like, so he said in Skyward Sword, he is essentially a link between the sky and the ground. In Breath of the Wild, I forgot what he said he was the link to, but apparently in every game, technically, metaphorically, he is a link to something and something else. Which I think is very powerful in regards to the gospel. Because here's the thing, we are people who are a link in a way sometimes to God and the world, right? At the end of the day, I'm not trying to say that we are the only example of that. But I think that we are essentially almost a link to people. Like, we are a reflection of what God is in our lives. And I think that's a very powerful thing, that Link is that symbolism. And I think if he's the gospel, his actions alone, I know he doesn't speak, but his actions alone, I think, would be awesome if you were a Christian to spread the gospel. So I honestly, in the case of he himself is a symbolic nature of being a link between two worlds. And I think that, like, we as Christians, obviously God is the foremost of, like, God obviously steps down in our sin to help us, and to show us a different light. I think we are reflections in a way of like that. Like we may be the only Bible somebody reads, and I think this is the case of Link. I think Link's a great example of, he is a link between two different things that are contrary, right? And he can be used in an awesome way, and I think so. I like Link. I think Link could be really cool. Let me catch up real quick. Said, yeah, Final Fantasy Rebirth came to PC, and I was dying to get it and pre-ordered it. So they did a few dollars off thing for pre-order. Okay, cool, I got you. Have another time to try it, but then I got Expedition. Oh, I understand that completely. Well, that'll clear up some schedule for you. For me, now that I'm done with Expedition 33, I can go and play Persona on Wednesdays again. But we'll see. But yeah, I got you. Let's see. But yeah, that's essentially all I've played of Link. So there's a lot of different stuff. I know there's Twilight Princess. I know that there's like different games. Ocarina of Time, for example, is a pretty popular one. Majora's Mask is popular. I have not played enough of those games to really understand Link to a full extent. However, I played a big chunk of Breath of the Wild, and I like Breath of the Wild, and I think it's cool. Obviously, that doesn't have anything to do with the gospel, but since he is somebody who is a link between two worlds, I think he goes above Sailor Moon and Aerith. I think he's definitely, I'm going to be real with you, I think he might even be at the bottom of S tier. I don't know yet. I'll think about it, but he himself is a symbol, and I think that's really cool. Now, I think we're going to get off the bat with our first S tier. Our next homie here is Nightcrawler. If you don't know who Nightcrawler is, Nightcrawler is a homie who is in X-Men. So if you've ever watched X-Men or X2, X-Men 2 is an older movie. I think I was really little whenever that came out. It was the first time I had seen Nightcrawler, and I thought it was really cool that like he is essentially like really portrayed as like this bad guy at the start, but then turns out to be a really cool guy, and it's really interesting. He is correct me if I'm wrong, if any of y'all know who Nightcrawler is to a better extent than I do. If I'm not mistaken, he is a son of the devil or a guy named Mephisto, if I'm not mistaken. And that's exactly. And I think it's important as well as if you ever watch him in the 90s animated series. The reason I am going to put him at S tier is because of the fact that of the 90s animated series. I did not watch it. However, it's very awesome to see that Nightcrawler, a guy who was basically, and this is obviously in the metaphorical sense, I'm not saying, guys, there's a guy that's a son of the devil, oh my gosh, you know, smite him. But no, he shows the example of, he has that name over him right off the bat, like he is born of that. And you know, oftentimes the world likes to do that. They like to plop a name on you and say, oh, you're this thing, so you must be that, right? In this case, I think it's powerful that he is contrary to the thing he was born from, and I think that's really cool. Marvel's Hellboy, yeah, a great example. I didn't even put Hellboy on here, dude. I don't know a lot about Hellboy, but I know that Hellboy would have been a good person to add on this. Maybe in tier the second list, for sure, Hellboy should go in there for sure. Also, hiya Blue Star. I can't believe I called you Blue Star, bro. Hiya Uber, how you doing, my homie? And yes, we're doing Nightcrawler right now. I randomized the whole list, so we have Nightcrawler off the bat, you know what I mean? What the heck? I know, dude. I'm like, who's this guy? I don't know. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I hope you're doing rad, homie. Yeah, I like to read what I'm like looking at, and I'm like, oh man. But yeah, we're at Nightcrawler. So to let y'all know, a big reason, if you've watched the animated series of Nightcrawler, what do you call it? He in the animated series talks to Wolverine about the gospel, and I think this is really cool because Wolverine is like, you know how Wolverine is. Wolverine is a guy who's lived a long time. His body consistently keeps healing. He's been through a bunch of bull crap in his life, and he's just been like beat down by a lot of stuff. And I think it's really cool that Nightcrawler is someone's like, hey, I'll give you some verses to read, and that's really cool. And at the end of that episode, you see Wolverine accepting God into his heart, and I'm like, that is so freaking cool. So obviously he is S tier for this, and I know some people might be like, you know, like, well, Derpy, what if he's Catholic? What's up with that? And this is my personal opinion, right? I'm not gonna be like, oh, he's Catholic. Oh. I'm not gonna do anything like that. This is the reason why I think he deserves to be up here. One, he didn't spread doctrine, he spread the gospel. I just want to tell you that right off the bat. There's a difference between spreading doctrine and spreading gospel. He spread the gospel. He let Wolverine figure out what he needed to figure out in his life when it came to God. He didn't try to plop his own thing on top of him. He gave him some verses to read and let him go on and read, right? and spread that to him. And that's the right way to go about things. So Nightcrawler is an S tier and would more than likely have massive fruit, because not only canonically he spread the gospel to Wolverine, but at the same time he is a genuine person that actually like is born from a bad spot, born from a terrible environment, you know, being like the son of Mephisto or some crud. And changing that and turning and chasing God and spreading that for other people. That is powerful stuff, and I think that's really cool. And I love how they depicted that, because they didn't shove doctrine. They didn't try to shove doctrine in the show or anything like that. They stuck to the real core deal about value, and that is genuine getting someone to Christ right off the bat, right? And that's what's important, right? That's the main deal. So I wanted to add that, because I know that will be a comment that might be brought up of like, well, like, you know, that's repping my denomination. It's like, well, we need to be repping Jesus more than the denomination, and that's the real deal. And I think at the end of the day, the homie Nightcrawler is definitely S tier for that. I've loved Nightcrawler when I was a kid. I thought he was really cool. Didn't know he's the son of a devil, but I will say that him being contrary to things like the devil and like things like that, I think is very powerful, and I just think it's really cool. So if you get a chance, I would recommend watching like X-Men 2 or the animated series. I hear a lot of people who've watched the animated series absolutely love it, and it's great. I remember when I was a younger kid, I watched the animated series, and Gambit was my favorite. I think Gambit still is like my favorite, like concept wise, but like Nightcrawler is definitely up there in like top favorites for me, just because of where he comes from, you know what I mean? Let me catch up real quick. Nightcrawler is whatever the highest tier is. Amen, I agree. He spreads the gospel, and I think does a great job reflecting that, even being the kind of, you know, whatever crossbreed he is. It's really interesting. Let's see. Let me catch up real quick. That's why I recommend Wolverine. Yep, and we also have Wolverine on this we'll talk about later as well. Yeah, Wolverine I think is a good example as well. Let's see. Sad that we don't get this kind of stuff today because controversy. Yeah, and like here's the thing too, is the way it was done back then. I don't even think it was super controversial when Nightcrawler did that. Like, you know what I mean? And Wolverine like was crying. I want to clarify that too. Wolverine was crying, and like, you know, he was helping Wolverine find the healing that he needed, you know, and the only way you can find that true healing, like, oh, dude, I'm gonna be real. Wolverine could be such a cheesy, awesome pastor. He could say, my body can heal all kinds of wounds except for the one that doesn't have Christ in it. And I was like, oh, dude, that's such a fire line, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Because, like, his body can heal almost anything, right? But, you know, it doesn't heal that missing piece of needing God, you know? Let's see. But I agree. It was one of the better animated series, truly. Yeah, so definitely Nightcrawler's at the top for that. S tier for sure. Now, I'm going to be honest with y'all. I don't think any of you guys know who this person is, and sadly, I don't either. I have nothing to add other than this person was in Final Fantasy XIV. A homie did recommend this on Twitter, and while I do appreciate that there was a lot of Final Fantasy recommendations, I'm not exactly sure who this is. However, I do think she looks really cool. I like the way she looks. I think she definitely looks like a homie who is very fancy in a very cool way. I don't know what she does, so I'm gonna say, and this is just me, right? But this is the good middle ground for me, where it's like I'm gonna put that in attempts to spread the gospel and might help. Like this homie seems like someone that might help. I don't know the whole extent to this character, but I'll do my best and just say, hey, it's from Final Fantasy XIV. It's a pretty good game. I don't know if I have the heart to play it that far, you know, just because I have to pay money to play it far. But yeah, let's see. Excuse me, sorry. Let's see. Yeah, that initial X-Men cartoon wasn't even particularly explicit in its doctrine. Yeah, I think that's what's really cool, but it's still something that would be shied away from. The difference between Netflix Daredevil and Daredevil Born Again. Oh, definitely, yeah. I agree completely. At the end of the Daredevil, the Netflix series, like, even though it wasn't explicit in shoving like the doctrine down, it was still in a great way of getting the base part of what's needed. What do you call it? And Born Again had nothing like that. I agree. Excuse me. Benny Hinn attire? Is that what that is? I'm not sure what Benny Hinn is, sadly. Let's see. You could also make a tier called I Have No Earthly Idea. That is true. I should probably... I'll add that real quick. Well, maybe not earthly idea, but I've never seen them before. Let's see. Add row at the bottom here. Above husbando waifu thing. Sadly, don't know, but seems cool. There you go. There you go. We got that there. That way we can have some other homies be up in that spot too. So the next one was recommended by Viper. I just want to let you guys know, and we'll talk about them in just a second. Let me catch up. It's been too long since I played Final Fantasy. Yeah, I've only played Final Fantasy 16 and a little bit of 14, but I haven't played enough of 14. 14's an MMO, so that would take a really long time to get there. But the homie looks really cool though. The 90s were very different from was shown on TV and cartoons. Yeah, I agree. I liked a lot of the 90s what do you call it? I liked a lot of the 90s cartoons. I didn't grow up with a lot of them, but I was born in the 90s, like late 90s, and so it was really cool to see a lot of those. There was a lot of good stuff in there. So in regards to this homie, some of y'all may not know this character. I didn't even really know this character until Viper had recommended it on my Discord. This is Shepherd Book. I went and looked up Firefly. So if you guys know what Firefly is a very cool TV show apparently that stopped running while it was still going, and it didn't get popular till later afterwards, if that makes sense. And I looked at some like top moments of Shepherd Book just because I thought it was interesting, because Viper talked about Firefly being good, and I looked at a couple of good moments of Shepherd Book, and the way he talks, I was sitting there like, okay, I like you, Shepherd Book, you're pretty good. And I stopped watching it because I didn't want to spoil the rest for me. So I do plan to watch it. It was enough to make me go, all right, I gotta watch Firefly. So let's see. Firefly, watch it, Derpy, please. Definitely will. I definitely will. I want to, because Shepherd Book is funnily enough, his name very much implies his his demeanor from what I've seen. He is a Christian, or at least he's someone that definitely spreads the gospel in an awesome way. The way he talks, he seems like he is a very open Christian, not one of those like hateful Christians, but knows certain things to say when to say them. For an example, in the first episode, from the little moment that I'd seen, there was a girl who was into the whole like, she seemed like she was like implied to be like a witch lady or something like that, for example. And he came in and gave her some food, and she said, are you going to give me a lecture or a speech or anything like that? And he goes, no, I'm just here to give you dinner. But if you, he goes, but if you want me to I can talk about heresies or brimstone or hell or something like that. And he was kind of joking with her. And it was very lighthearted, but it was a very loving way of just saying, hey, I don't see you for your sin. I see you for the person that you are. And if I can spread the gospel to you in a loving way, I gladly will. So I'm going to be honest with you. To me, Shepherd Book is an S tier just from the little bit I'd seen. So I'm putting Shepherd Book up in S tier. I want to watch Firefly just because of Shepherd Book. But also I hear a lot of Firefly is very good. It is interesting that they have a written Christian character. I think that's really cool. So I'll be watching Firefly, but from the little I've seen, I can definitely tell the homie is definitely S tier, and he is definitely around people that probably weren't necessarily Christians. They were probably very contrary to that, but was still able to speak in love to them. So Shepherd Book, definitely S tier, I ain't gonna lie. The next people here, you said it sounds like it was ahead of its time. I think it was, just because a lot of people really liked Firefly after it was canceled. So it does stink to hear that. Maybe they'll bring that back, but I'm not sure. But Nathan Fillion, if you're a fan of Nathan Fillion, I think he's like the main character, if I'm not mistaken, which is cool because Nathan Fillion's an awesome actor. So also awesome voice actor as well. So if you're a fan of that homie, it's really rad. Let's see. So we're gonna go to these next two characters. So I'm more familiar with these than quite a few of these people on this list. So right here is Titus from Final Fantasy X. Now, I'm gonna lop Titus and Luna in together. Here's the reason: one, they be dating in that game. I ain't gonna lie, I'm gonna put them together. Second of all, their arch enemy thing is literally called sin. I'm not gonna lie. Now, does that mean they can spread the gospel? I have no idea. I ain't gonna lie. But like, I'm gonna be real with you. Their main enemy was sin, and they were aware of it. So I ain't gonna lie. But Titus and Yuna, who's the girl next to him, are in the same game. They're both from Final Fantasy X. Sin is the big bad guy, essentially. So I haven't watched the entire thing of it, but I watched a homie play it in the past, and it was a very entertaining story. I liked it a lot. And if you've ever seen the meme that Ubu's talking about, the like that is Titus. He is the laughing meme. It's really funny. Let's see. Ubu also said, you said in quote here, I just think Jesus was a good teacher who wanted us to be nice to each other. Yeah, dude, honestly, I'm gonna be real with you. If Titus laughs in the aspect of like, you know, a lot of like progressive gospel stuff, that would be really funny as well. I feel like Titus would also be a massive, like, not troll, but like he'd definitely be like, I feel like Titus could be definitely a vibe of like Elijah, with the whole like fire going down and stuff kind of the deal, because he's a jokester. Titus is a bit of a I don't want to say he's antagonistic, but he is a very goofball guy, and it's really fun. I do like his character a lot, and him and Yuna are really cool. Yuna, I think, goes a bit lower, just because Yuna's kind of in like a whole like different aspect of things. Like, it's like they, without spoiling a whole lot, they're like trying to make her into this thing. But like, I don't know if it's like a sacrifice thing or not. So I'm just gonna put, I think Titus is a good example of I'm gonna say attempts to spread the gospel and might help. Just because like I think he can help. I think he will help. I think he can help. I don't know if he'd be successful at it, but I think he could definitely help for sure. Let's see. Titus would tell. Oh wait, see, you wanted to play 10 one day? Yeah, I think it looks like a fun game. I like the water stuff as well, and Blitzball. Blitzball looked interesting. Looked hard, but it was interesting. Let's see. Titus would tell JRPG villain Sin that his god is too busy going to the bathroom to help with their turf. Yep, that's exactly how it would be too. So one thing I have a problem with a lot of JRPG stuff is there is the aspect of like they want to kill God and stuff. I don't know who that is for 10. I don't know if it's that Sin thing or not, but in the case of this, I'll say attempts to spread the gospel and might help. That like there's a chance they'll help. Like I think that they can help, but like in the way of like, you know, you'll get a band of homies together and like, you know, they're not Christians, so they're not really helping the cause. They're just there to help you along the way. That's kind of where I would put it at. So yeah, Titus I think is a bit higher than Luna or Yuna just because of that. So that's kind of where my knowledge of that is. So this next one is Batman. When I saw Batman, I think, let me check the list of who recommended Batman real quick, because I have a list of people. I think it was someone named the homie Grace. Yeah, Grace recommended Batman. So yeah. Yuna's like a priestess, but it's like for a different type of priestess thing. You know, it's like, it's not about God, it's like some spirit thing. So that's kind of where I was like, yeah, it's a bit iffy. It's like, if she was a Christian, I don't think she'd be able to be, this is my personal opinion. Her powers come from a lot of these deity things. And so like her being a Christian, I think also would involve her having to get rid of all of that stuff, which I guess affects that storyline as well. So it's like, yeah, she's like a priestess. So it's like, that's why I'm kind of putting her in that middle area where it's like, yeah, she got a whole lot of idolatry in that. But at the same time, I'm like, yeah, it's very iffy. So that's why I have her a bit lower than Titus, which I'll probably put more in front of them. But yeah, I played and gave up at the point I had to do the special blitzball game on the boat. The game let me set me up for failure. I got you. Is that the part where you have to fight the monster stuff coming in and you have blitzball going on there? I think I know what you're talking about. I haven't played a lot. I haven't played it myself, but I've seen people play it, and it did look hard. Excuse me. So we have Batman. Now, Batman's a bit of a harder one here. And I'm gonna also eat an Uncrustable while I say this, so hold on a second, homies. Batman is, what do you call it? I'm gonna be honest with y'all. He is going in the lower tiers. The reason I say this is because I think if Batman was trying to spread the gospel, I think he'd beat the crud out of people. The reason I say that is because he already beats the crud out of people, but he has a good heart. You know what I mean? And so I think Batman would slightly lead people astray, but doesn't mean to. Because he's so used to beating the crud out of people that I don't think he'd be very successful at it. Because he uses fear. That's what Batman is. He uses fear as his tactic. And if you fearmonger people, what happens is they build their relationship in the wrong way because it's based off of fear and not based on what do you call it? Not based on the aspect of, what do you call it? I'm trying to think. It's not based on the aspect of, like a genuine relationship, you know? Let me catch up. Batman would break all your bones till you repent. That's why I'm like, I don't know, man. See, I'm not up to speed on the 100 or so years of Batman content, but from what I know, about the character, he seems like someone who needs to hear the gospel, but does a lot of good, but it's out of misguided attempt to force the world around him to keep anyone else from experiencing the tragedy did. Yeah, definitely. So that's why I feel like it falls into the doesn't mean to area where it's like he would lead people astray in the aspect of that, but like he doesn't mean to in the aspect. Like his mindset is, I don't want this to happen to other people. So while there's a definitely good heroic thing about it, it could lead people astray to feeling like it's okay to beat up some people. Now, I will respect a lot of that too. That Batman doesn't kill people. I think it's really cool he doesn't do that, which I think that means that there's a good moral ground to that. So I think, in my opinion, he'd beat the crud out of people, but he'd be like repent of your sins. You know what I mean? It'd be really funny. But he also, like you said though, from the aspect, he doesn't want people to experience the tragedy he experienced himself. Which is, while it comes from a good heart, it could still take some what do you call it? It could take away, if that makes sense. He's vengeance. Vengeance is mine, says the Lord. And there's a good example. Like, I can imagine him going up, people be like, I ain't gonna lie, I'm Batman. You know, I'm gonna be real. Batman and Bible Man should have a death battle. I think they should. I ain't gonna lie. I think Bible Man might win, but that's just because he's Bible Man. But hold on, I'm in Uncrustable. Now let's see. If Bruce Wayne was a real person, he would be the prime example of someone Jesus would be talking to when he said, come to me all who are weary, laden, and I will give you rest. Amen. Amen. You know, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of like, you know, it's a lot like, I don't want to say Batman's the same as Wolverine, but I think Batman and Wolverine could, like, really relate to that, where it's like they have this heavy burden and need it to be lifted, you know? And it's a hard burden because while he has a good heart with the burden he has, he uses it in a way where it's not healthy, and I think that's a great example. Yeah, so I think that's a great example. Is that like, yeah, if Bruce Wayne was a real person, he'd be a great example of someone that needs that rest, you know. So in the case of Batman, I'm gonna put him in that he would slightly lead people astray. I don't think he obviously wants to. He's not one of those guys that's like, he's like, I'm actively leading away from the gospel. It's more of like he would have to fully be accepting to the gospel as well. Hold on a second, sorry. I'm eating this Uncrustable real quick. I think being on the right path, but he's just not at that point yet. Yeah. So I think he needs a Nightcrawler in his life. So I think where he goes in his life, like, he's got the right steps. He just needs to move forward, you know. Like, he doesn't want to kill anybody. Also, hi, Stormy. Welcome back, homie. Bible and lightsaber win every time, Peak Loda. That is pretty good, I ain't gonna lie. I just imagine, like, Batman going, like, Robin, check my Bat Bible. And then, like, one guy's got, like, a shirt that says, like, that's got, like, a Pokemon on it. And he's, like, Batman looks at, like, the gospel that was spread around about, like, how Pokemon is demons and stuff. And he starts beating up people and starts screaming, like, where did you get that demon? Where did you get this demon? You better repent. You know, he's just, like, freaking out. I think in the aspect of the life that he is living, he definitely, I think, unintentionally would lead people astray. Oh, I'm almost done. I was eating my Uncrustable. Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, that would be Azrael leading people astray. I got you. Wait, who's Azrael? I don't know who that is. I ain't gonna lie. Is that a Batman villain? I don't know if that's a Batman villain. But I got you. Now, I'll be honest. This was another one that the homie Katie Bug recommended. I don't know the homie's name. So I'm gonna put him in sadly don't know but seems cool. But the homie Katie Bug said that this homie does spread the gospel. So that is pretty sick. So but this is another homie. I'm not exactly sure of who it is. But it does seem like it might be from a gotcha. I don't know him very. I don't even know his name. Let's see. That's just a big thing I wanted to say there, is that, like, I think that, like, I think he looks cool. I think that maybe he could spread the gospel in a pretty fire way. I'm not sure, but yeah. Let's see. Bible Man got. Sorry. You said, why is there someone from Gears of War? Someone recommended that on a stream last week. It was very interesting. So I have a homie from there as well, which the little bit I know, I might do him justice or do it really bad. I'm not sure yet. Let's see. If Bible Man got his powers from reading the Bible, then I think it stands a reason that the fight would end in a draw, because with the patented Batman prep time, Batman would learn about how powerful the Bible is and convert to Christianity, leading to a premature stalemate. That is powerful. That is powerful, and I agree 100%. That is the answer, bro. That is the answer. It's like the Kratos thing, you know, the Kratos meme where, like, everybody was like, what would Kratos do if he met Jesus? Would he kill him? It's like, nah, he'd convert. You know, and everybody made the, like, Kratos converting meme. It's very similar, you know what I mean?
Why won't you answer me?
Dude, it's spare ribs.
What is my favorite snack? Ribs! Spare ribs!
Also, welcome in, Blackjack. Welcome in, homie. I hope you're doing rad. Let's see. I'm curious why Nostalgia Critic is in there. Yeah, he's one of the good homies in chat recommended that one. What do you call it? I see where he's getting at. I ain't gonna lie. It was really powerful. I liked it. Oh, based, yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few characters in here that I was like, I like the fact that people have been adding these. These are pretty good. It's good to think about what would happen here. Let's see. The cowl went to his head and he became mad with power. Azrael was a dangerous enemy. Interesting. Is that a Teen Titans thing? I don't think I know who Azrael is. He took over when Bane broke Batman in the comic. Oh, so Azrael is someone who is like a vigilante that took over? Interesting. I'm only familiar with like Red Hood and Nightwing and stuff. Kratos, you are not like the other gods, real. Yeah, and I'm gonna be real, Kratos is a heavy burden guy, you know what I mean? Is everyone having a good day so far? Should have checked earlier. No, you're good, homie. You're good. Everyone's, I think, having an Omega Rad day. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. I figured out why I've been having a lot of problems. I got you, homie. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you figured it out then. I think it's important to, I think it is definitely important to know why you're having the problems and then working on them, because it helps out a lot, homie. Excuse me, let me see. Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. Apologetic. I defend it, so you don't have to. Let's see, check him out. He's like a Templar Knight. Okay, cool. I'll definitely have to look at him. Check him out again. So you said his name was Azrael. Interesting. Alrighty, so our next person is Dom Santiago. Now, I'm gonna be real with y'all in the nicest way possible. I haven't played Gears in such a long time. But I know Dom is a part of all three games, essentially. Dom is a very cool character, and a lot of homies like Dom. I remember Gears 3 primarily for Dom, and if I'm not mistaken, I think, and this, if it might be spoilers, sorry to hear if you're scared of Gears spoilers, but the game's been out for a really long time. If I'm not mistaken, I think he did self-sacrifice. As in, self-sacrifice, he gave his own life up so that the other homies would survive. So, I think if he was a Christian, if he's not, I don't even know if he is, but he was definitely a guy who was a lovable character in Gears. Very strong. And I think he lost his wife at one point. It's a very, very heartbreaking story for that. So I think that's a big thing there, is that, so I'm gonna put him in like attempts to share the gospel and might help, just because of the fact that, like, if I'm not mistaken, he gave his own life so that the other homies could fight against the Lambent, I think it is. So that's something that I think is really cool. Let me catch up real quick. Yeah, I'll add Azrael, by the way, real quick. Let me see. Azrael. Not to the tier list. Sorry, I want to clarify that. To a recommended thing that I check out. And I didn't know he was in Arkham City. That's cool. I want to play Arkham City at some point. Azrael from Batman. Let's see. Turns out lifestyle was causing levels to crash. See, so yeah, don't be like me. Make sure not to mega dose caffeine and get a good sleep schedule, and make sure you have a good workout schedule. Also, don't eat like crud. Understandable. I can completely sympathize with that, because I definitely understand that for sure. That is a big thing that I sometimes struggle with, is like sleeping stuff. Primarily, like, my sleep schedule gets messed up and stuff. Yeah, I recommend not drinking too much caffeine for sure. Seldom, I think's the word, occasion, I'll have some caffeine, but I don't do too much of it. But yeah, I agree. And having a workout schedule is good too, because it helps burn off those endorphins and stuff too, especially stress related stuff. All right, let me open this Coke. That was such a terrible timing. I didn't mean to say that. Like, okay, when I said open this Coke, I didn't mean that as like, all right, let's just ignore what I just said and like with caffeine and stuff. But I needed to get something to drink, so that's why I have this. I am being a terrible example right now. I don't mean that as bad. I rarely have a Coke, by the way, just to let y'all know. I rarely ever have a Coke. Papa Top again. No, I can't even do that now, bro. I ain't gonna lie. See, I don't know who half of these people are, but it's mad fun. No problem. I'll do my best to share the best that I can. All right, so let's continue. All right. So we have the Grinch. Now, I'm going to be real with you. I think the Grinch would be awesome. I honestly think the Grinch should go up in spreads the gospel is anarchy. Yeah, it's anarchy. It's anarchy, bro. I think the Grinch would definitely be able to spread the gospel and is slightly successful in doing so, you know? And I think that, like, the reason I say this is because he was a guy who was very against Christmas. Obviously, it's more of the Santa vibe. I think Grinch is higher than Link because he can, you know, talk. That's just me though. All right, but I had to use the symbolism. I had to use that symbolistic brain and be like, but he's a link between worlds. You know what I mean? You know. But I get it. I get why you think Grinch would go higher, because Grinch actually has like that character change moment, which is powerful. So if you're the literal like 0.1% of people who have not seen anything of the Grinch, especially like I put the Jim Carrey Grinch because he's very funny. But if you haven't seen the original cartoon or the book or read the book, he wants to rob people of Christmas because of the fact that he didn't have like a good life, basically, is the kind of the real deal of it. And there's multiple reasons of that background. Like if you watch the Jim Carrey version, there's a bit more detailed, funny background for that. But at the end of the day, like at the end of this story, he ends up having his heart changed because there was this one girl that helped change his mind. And he is someone that I think could not only receive the gospel pretty well, but also share it in a way of saying, like, almost like a Paul, where he's like, yeah, I've done this wrong in my life, but my heart's starting to grow, or my heart's been growing in a way where I've learned these things that are wrong, that these things aren't the things that I should be doing, and I think it'd be really fun. And also, he's different from other people, you know, and ain't it like God to use the people that are a bit different, you know, or green to share that message, you know. I think it's really cool. But yeah, the Grinch is really awesome in regards to that. So the Grinch is basically Paul confirmed. Yep, Grinch shares his testimony. Yeah, I think it's great, you know. The Grinch is the new convert giving his testimony. Exactly, and I think that's really cool. If it's let's see, if it's the Grinch at the end of the story, I could totally see it. Yeah, so at the end of the story, definitely. So I love that. I think it's cool. I think in all seriousness, as much as the Grinch is very goofy, I do think that he's pretty cool and pretty rad. So I like the book version because there isn't the backstory. He's just a complete oh my gosh. But the heart growing two sizes feels so much more genuine because he isn't. Yeah, I got you. So much more genuine because he isn't still doing Jim Carrey's zany one-liners and stuff. He's so genuine. New convert story, like everyone said. Yeah, definitely. So new convert story, definitely I think would spread the gospel and definitely would be slightly successful. Like there would be people that listen to that and go, hey, you know, I need to change my life. A lot of the times you'll see this as well, I think, is that if I put something in like spreads the gospel and is slightly successful, primarily I think it's because not only they are someone who is able to receive the gospel and seem like they have that heart, but also at the same time, like this is someone who more than likely, like in the case of them being a Christian, they would be used in a way where it's specific for certain types of people. Like the Grinch would obviously be for a lot of these, a lot of people who are in a negative light or who are just completely like you said, bad, but turned into a new convert, which is really cool. So the Grinch is based. I ain't gonna lie. Excuse me. The next one we have is The Rock. The Rock Dwayne Johnson. Now, I ain't gonna lie. I don't know if he is or not. I think it's funny that he's in here, but but basically, yeah, this guy, he's a wrestler, a movie actor, all these different things. I ain't gonna lie. He's got a father. No, I mean, everyone's got a father, I guess, but he's a father. He has a daughter, and what do you call it? He's very charismatic. I'd say he's a very charismatic man, where he's got a, that was me. Yeah, definitely. That was definitely you. I remember that. The homie Chess recommended this as well. What do you call it? I think The Rock, it's weird ranking a real person. That's true, but we're only ranking The Rock persona. How about that? What do you call it? And the reason I say we should rank The Rock, that I think that The Rock could be someone that that attempts to spread the gospel, but might help as well, is because you know how he has the people's elbow? Well, what about he creates a new wrestling move called the people's steeple? That's right, bro. I'm telling you right now, you could literally do the people's steeple and, like, you know, you do a wrestling move that, like, you know, does some crazy sick moves. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, bro, like, he has the capability to be the most fire wrestling Christian you've ever seen in your dang life. And I know he doesn't wrestle as much anymore, but I'm gonna be honest with you, he's still kind of fire, and he's got that charismatic. He's in every freaking movie you ever imagined. He is basically like Jack Black, but different. I don't know why he wants to be Black Adam. I don't know what the crow was up with that, but, like, yeah, I'm gonna be real with you. He's also in the Tooth Fairy, you know what I mean? So, let's see, let's catch up. Let's see. He's Hercules. I didn't even know that. He's Hercules. And he's the Scorpion King. He's a lot of these things. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. Excuse me. Let's see. The Rock, bro. That's just the dude from Jumanji. I forgot he was in Jumanji, the newer one. That's right. You're right. The Rock is a very, very popular guy. He's also in Fortnite. So I think there'd be a lot of chance for the spreading, if that makes sense. Let's see. What The Rock is cooking is unleavened bread so we can have communion. Dude, amen. Can you smell that unleavened bread? Oh, my Lord, dude. That sounds gross. I can't say it like that, though. It's going to be like, dude, if my family heard that, they'd probably think I'm goofy as crud. What is this music? Why does it sound like this? It sounds jazzy and funky. Oh, it's Splatoon music. I need to get Splatoon at some point. I ain't ever played that. So anyway, yeah, I'm gonna put The Rock over in I'll put him into I honestly, I think he's charismatic enough to where he would spread the gospel in a slightly successful. I'm putting him in the lower tier of that, but yeah. Excuse me, dang. Hulk Hogan will not be oh, you're right. Okay, you're right. Hulk Hogan is I literally just, like, we talked about him earlier and I forgot about that. But yeah, Hulk Hogan actually got baptized and stuff too, which is really cool. Which baptism doesn't equate to salvation, but he at the end of the day passed away quite recently, and recently had also given his life to Christ, which I thought was really cool. So Hulk Hogan, I think at the end of the day, is also really fire, because I think Hulk Hogan, The Rock, and John Cena are like these three, like, awesome, like, what do you call it? Not just meme, but like awesome, like they got aura points, if that makes sense. Excuse me. Let me catch up real quick. Sorry. We lost Hulk Hogan this week and Ozzy. That's true. Yeah, like it is kind of wild. I ain't gonna lie. It does stink, but you know what? I would say this. I'd put Hulk Hogan higher than The Rock for sure, though, because Hulk Hogan's got the, like, he's the icon for wrestling, right? Like, obviously, like, I know that The Rock is still an icon, but like, I think Hulk Hogan was like the icon to me. You know, him and Macho Man. You know what I mean? I think him and Macho Man were like the. No, they were a tag team, right? Really cool homies, really cool. Let's see. He was the people's choice, and then he went corporate, and then returned to the people. Yeah, I think that's kind of what happened with I don't know, maybe Black Adam, possibly. I ain't gonna lie. Now, let's see. If you smell what the Lord is cooking, gives the killer sermon at the altar. Amen, dude. Dude, honestly, if like he put on a pastor voice, he'd kill it. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. When someone says they don't think Jesus really existed, The Rock will do his eyebrow and bow. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. Real, dude. Yeah, I agree, bro. I agree. He goes, did I hear that right? You know, and see, here's the thing. Everybody rethinks what they say when a wrestler tells them something. You know what I mean? Never mind. I don't know what I was saying. Everyone rethinks something. Dude, it's the big man. Do big man songs here. I freaking love big man. Big man song. Let's see. They're a legendary. I agree. All right. Now we've got another one. We have Wally West. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I love the Flash. I think the Flash is awesome. I'm not the biggest like Flash head guy where I'm not the biggest like I don't know a whole lot about the Flash in regards to a lot of stuff, but how I do know that there is Barry Allen and Wally West. I specifically chose Wally West Flash just because of the short-sighted scene of Wally West from Justice League Unlimited on how he is towards the villains, which I think is really cool. And honestly, I think I'll pull that video up real quick. Hold on, let me see real quick. I can probably pull it up on screen. I'm gonna pop it up real quick. Just to give you guys an example of like how awesome he is as a character. I think it'd be really cool. Let's see. I think it's this one. We'll see real quick. Okay, I think this is it. This is it, I think. All right. Let me pull this up over here, homies. I think it'll pop up on the screen for y'all. I'm hoping anyway. Really hoping it does, because if not, well, then we're gonna be in an interesting spot, I think. Hold on. All right, let's see if this pops up into here. Do you all see this on the screen? You do see it on the screen. Okay, this is why I think he is awesome. I'm gonna turn this up. I like this a lot.
Talk while you still have a jaw.
Hey! Would you guys please take it down a notch? Let me handle this. James, you're off your meds, aren't you?
I'm better off without him. Take him if I start feeling down.
You know that's not how the medicine works. You're not well.
I'm fine. You want to throw some darts?
No. Listen, James, you're wearing the suit again.
I am? Well, what do you know?
Here's the deal, buddy. Tell me where those guys went, and I promise to come see you in the hospital. We'll play darts. The soft kind.
Okay. They're gonna ambush you at the Flash Museum.
See? That's all we needed. Come on, we better get over there.
What about your enemy?
Oh, right. Dude, as soon as you finish your drink, turn yourself in.
Got me again, Flash.
I also love the thumbs up there. It's so cool. I like that. I like that so much. Y'all like that. That's awesome. You know what I mean? Like when I look at that, I'm like, yeah. Like this dude's awesome. You know what I mean? Like that right there is like not only that, he didn't beat him up. He didn't like, he didn't like straight up like, he didn't like bully him or anything like that. He even defended him. He was like, here, let me handle this. I can just talk to him. And like, I think that's awesome, and he even said, yeah, I'll go play darts with you. And he says, well, the soft kind, so you don't get hurt, like that's what that is to me. Like that is somebody that like, who cares about like the, who cares about the person he's talking to and understands. And I think that's cool, Yeah, he's this quickster guy. He's real fast and he likes to say zany one-liners sometimes probably, but excuse me, he does this in an awesome way where I think that like there are people in need like that. Like there are busted up people in life. They'll either drink too much or something or not have someone that cares about them, so they'll result to something different. Like in his case, he didn't want to take the medicine because he didn't want to, he didn't want to think that he could be better, you know what I mean? And I think that's a big thing is that like he refused to take the medicine because he was denying that he could be better, kind of the deal. So it was just really cool to see that like he was able to talk to him in a way that really helped him a lot in his life, I think, right there. Like that's what I like is when someone's able to talk to somebody like that in a way where it is like a loving, compassionate way, and it's not a like, oh dude, you know what, you're this bad guy wearing the suit, I'm just gonna you know, get an excuse to beat you up and throw you in prison. He sat and talked with him and even offered to say, hey, you know, and he didn't go arrest him or nothing. He was just like, hey, you're wearing the suit, man, you need to take your medicine again and then throw the drink away, okay? And I thought that was really cool. Well, not the drink, but throw the suit off, basically. So it's really cool. Let's see, Ubu, you said the Flash has compassion to travel to parts of the world the average person probably wouldn't have the nerves to go to. Spread the gospel with some quippy one-liners, yeah. And then travel back to America before anyone has a chance to do any beheading. That's true. I agree with that as well. I think the Flash is not only like really fast to where he can just like go to multiple places as well, but he's also got a good heart that is genuinely compassionate. So I honestly think he's an S tier homie. He's probably like up there on S tier stuff. Like, obviously, sure, he didn't canonically do that, but like, I'm gonna be real, if he was, I think that'd be pretty sick. I ain't gonna lie. Like, you know, he's already got a good personality and a way of seeing people in a way where it's not about like what they've done in their life. It's about like how on a good level are you like willing to be compassionate to someone you don't know, you know? Or in this case, he didn't even call him Trickster. He didn't call him the name he tried to call himself. He literally just said James. Like, he straight up was like using his first name, James. You know what I mean? Like, he's talking to him on a personal level. Like, he's seeing him on the personal level, not this whole like facade he tries to put on to act like he's something different. And I think that's really powerful stuff. So, and I do think that he could also like stop a lot of those bad things as well, for sure. So yeah, I could see the Flash being a youth pastor. Bro, I'm gonna be real, if the Flash was a youth pastor, bro, that would be so sick. I could see it too, because he like it fits. It's just really cool. Also, hi Deep Web, how you doing tonight, homie? Let's see. Yeah, I think the only thing holding him back is he doesn't have the canonical oomph of Nightcrawler and the other guy being actual believers. But if he was, he'd be an unstoppable force. I agree. I think if anything, in the aspect of that, I kind of want to put him low S tier. But then again, though, like, he's also not like canonical on that. I'll put him on high. I'm putting him high on the A tier, but I might put him in S tier at the end. I'm not sure. But we'll see. Well, and speaking of that, we have Daredevil in the next one, so that's really interesting. So Daredevil is also another interesting concept because of the fact that Nightcrawler comes from a similar atmosphere as Daredevil. Not exactly, obviously. Nightcrawler, I think, has more oomph to it. Just because he canonically, and also like there's genuine media behind it, actually got someone what they needed, and it was an actual genuine like help in their life with like Wolverine, right? So he actually helped to change Wolverine's life, and I think that's really cool. In the case of Daredevil, he is a bit more he's a bit more like he's a lot more on the human level. He's not like, there's no superpowers, anything like that. He's blind, which is powerful. He's basically Batman is Christian. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. No, I agree completely. So Daredevil, while he masks himself as somebody that's a devil, at the end of the day, he is also somebody who is canonically a believer, and so that's one of those things too. Like, he has a different atmosphere than Nightcrawler, obviously. Date Devil? No, you never know. I don't know who Date Devil is, but that might be the case. I do think Daredevil. I don't know. This one's harder for me because I know that like Nightcrawler's personality outshines Daredevil's in a heartbeat when it comes to like spreading the gospel. But I also feel like you had said too, is Ubu, about how like if he's like basically Christian, is basically he's Batman but Christian. I think that like with his background there, like especially at the end of season 3, I do think that like there is enough to where I think that like I don't think he'd lead people astray. I think he's just one of those people that is like really troubled. And so I think I might just put him on to attempts to spread the gospel and might help within that. because I think that like what do you call it? I think that like at the end of the day, like he has a concept of Christ. Batman doesn't, you know. So I think I'll put Daredevil in the like, because of the just how he does things is different. I do think that he definitely goes higher than all of these three though, for sure. So he's like, I'd say he could even be like a low A, but like I'll give him high B just because of that. Let's see. Bro, could you imagine all these heroes meeting up for someone's late Bible lair. Okay, lair. At someone's lair for Bible study. Can someone tell me how to spell lair? No, it's Lair. Excuse me. The Coca-Cola can's making me like belch like crazy. That would be really fun, I think. Honestly, this is what I think. I think the Trickster would be one that would do that for sure. I think Trickster's a really cool guy that as he's changed a lot from Flash, that like he could do that for sure. I think he'd be like, guys, let's start a Bible study, and then the guy would be like, that's so freaking weird. What are you talking about? and then he'd just be like, man, guys, come on, you're just being mean. And then he'll have this lightheartedness about it, but at some point he'll gather some of like lesser villains up, and like they'll start changing their lives around. I could definitely see that for sure. At least in the Trickster's aspect for sure. It said, must reply to the pinned comment. Jesus' existence is consistently corroborated from multiple Christian and non-Christian sources. He was crucified. However, the historicity of his miracles and their authenticity are questioned and unconclusive at best. You're free to believe what you wish. No, I mean, I think that like, so I agree. I agree with what you're saying as well as about the, while I don't have a whole lot to talk about, the second part, the beginning part, you were 100% on, I am on board 100%. Just because there are non-Christian sources that do prove that he's real. So there's a lot of people out in the world that like to just kind of rehear what they hear online and stuff. And what they'll do is they'll be like, Jesus wasn't even real. And it's like you've got other historical writings that also talk about him too. So it's like, you know, like you got Tacitus and you've got Josephus as well. But yeah, he's a so it's just genuine stuff though. It's real deal though, you know. Excuse me. Let's see. Batman's good ending is to hang up the cowl and move on, helping others in a way that wouldn't put him and his adopted family in danger consistently. Daredevil fights with a sort of calling to mete out justice legally by day and illegally by night. Yeah, it's just like this flippant atmosphere of like, what do you call it? Where it's like he does a lot of good in the beginning, or not the beginning. He does a lot of good during the day and like helping genuine people out with the law. And then he's like, all right, dude, I'm gonna completely do everything different, you know. So that's why I'm like, he could definitely help it. I just think he'd just be deterring from it a lot, you know what I mean? So, excuse me. So, excuse me. Sorry, I'm drinking this Coke. If I start burping during speaking, I apologize. I have fizz in my system. Let's see. He didn't try that on the Mask of Phantasm. Didn't he try that on the Mask of Phantasm? I ain't gonna lie, I don't know a lot about Daredevil in that regard. I know about the Daredevil TV series, and the one movie that they had with the guy from Green Mile being the Kingpin. But that's all I know so far, sadly. But yeah, I sadly don't know who Mask of Phantasm is. Sorry, homie. He said there's no proof in science. There's no proof in science. Also, what are we doing? That Dwayne the Rock Johnson, yes, that is definitely Dwayne the Rock Johnson. He is up there because I think that like if he was a Christian, that he would be there would be a lot of hilarious things about him, and it would be pretty rad and super cool. Let's see. To move on, Batman. No, it's okay. I will be. Oh, is that? Oh, are you saying that that's Batman? Max the Phantasm is Batman? Okay, I didn't know if it was Batman or not. Sorry, I didn't know, homie. Let's see. Can we put Dwayne in the third tier for being an egotistical buffoon? No, I think. See, so the idea is that if he was a Christian, you know, how well they would do, and I think in this case, like if he genuinely was spreading the gospel, I think he'd have to put a lot of that egotism behind and stuff. But that'd be something that's different. But I agree, there's a lot of ego within that as well. Excuse me. So yeah, I to kind of go back to Daredevil, since he already is considered one. It's hard to really say other than like he's obviously like I think Daredevil's a great example of a troubled human being who's still a believer, but like has his own way of living for some reason. So it's like he doesn't exactly express the gospel in a good way. He's more of like this guy that's like he's willing to take things to an extreme result at night and act like nothing happened. So, but throughout the TV series, you'll see that like he has these struggles of faith, which I think is interesting. I do think that there should be some struggles of faith within more media and stuff like this, because while it's very surface level for Daredevil, they kind of just wrote it away. They acted like it didn't exist in Born Again, which is funny, but that's just how the world is. They want to be very surface level, but they don't really want to go deep into it, and oftentimes it's like whether it's controversy or whether it's people don't agree with it or whatever it may be. I do think it is important to write a genuine good Christian character, and I do like that at least Daredevil had some aspect of that, and it wasn't like shoved bit with doctrine or anything like that. It had a genuine like cool thing about it, which is cool. I haven't seen anybody else like Nightcrawler wise in media, which kind of stinks, but that's a-okay. I think Nightcrawler's still sick. I forgot he made that song, by the way, Chess Player. It's about drive, it's about power. We stay hungry, we devour. Yeah, dude. You know what? He could make a parody of that. Make it a gospel version. That'd be really sick. They need the Tyler Perry cut for the feels, dude. I got you. Let's see. All right, so this next one, I don't have a lot to add. I'm not the biggest knowledge guy on. I'm not the biggest knowledge guy with Trevor Belmont, but I do like Trevor Belmont. Trevor Belmont is a very fun character. I haven't watched all the Castlevania anime, but I watched a good chunk of it, and I liked it. I thought it was really cool. Trevor is obviously a really good just character in general. Excuse me. But I would think that like it's really hard to gauge whether he's one of these two. I don't think like it's hard for me to like describe this just because I don't want to be like, guys, he's a holy guy. He's using some holy stuff from his Belmont family. He's a good guy. It's like I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? So I think that like I don't think he would be very. It's really hard to gauge whether he'd be up here or here. I do think if he is down here, it's just really hard because I don't think he really. It's hard. It's hard. I feel like if he were someone that spreads the gospel, it'd be a very like elementary school way where it's like, hey guys, I'm from a family that's Christian, so I'm Christian too. And it's like, I don't know. Granted though, Trevor is a cool guy. It's just, to me, I think that like he's one of those guys that's like, he seems like he'd drink his life away and also sleep with a bunch of women. So it's like, it's really hard to like gauge like whether because like he's sure his job is the one to kill Dracula, but at the end of the day, I don't know. Like I should have had Alucard on here because I think Alucard has a better conversation. But yeah, I'm kind of like engaging in a little bit of like a back and forth here with this. He's not gonna be higher than Batman, but I think it's just because of like the way he is. Like I have to think about like if it would break his character or not, and I think that like I'm gonna go here. I feel like I don't know a whole lot about Trevor Belmont other than the little I've seen. I think he's an enjoyable character, but just like Batman, I feel like it might be a bit different. You know what I mean? Let's see. You know, Trevor from GTA. I will, if I do add Trevor in the next one, he will go straight on that green one. I ain't even gonna lie. Because I know for a fact the little bit of that I've seen from Trevor, that dude is literally insane. But like, and I guarantee you that man enjoys everything he does. So yeah, if I do add him, he'd go on that purple. He'd go on that green one for sure. Let's see. It's about Jesus. It's about holy power. We stay hungry for the Lord. Amen, dude. Amen. The Rock remix. There you go. There you go. It's gonna hit the masses, dude. It's gonna be crazy. I was about to say, isn't his family Christian? Yeah, but like just because your family is Christian doesn't necessarily mean you are. That's a big thing about that, is that like while sure his family can be Christian and obviously they have the, you know, like the Belmonts are holy people, for example, it doesn't necessarily mean that like you're magically a Christian. A lot of people seem to think that. I'm not saying that you think that, but a lot of people might end up thinking that, where it's like, well, this person's got a Christian family. It could be likely that it leads to that, but like just because you have a Christian family doesn't necessarily mean that you'd be a good example of Christ, if that makes sense. So and the thing is that like in his case, I don't know a lot about him, so that's why I'm putting him here. Like, I know a surface level of him, but like from the little surface of level that I know about it, he's definitely not a depiction of somebody who is. It's kind of like Batman. Batman's a bit different, if that makes sense. So, that's kind of where I think that kind of falls into, if that makes sense. Where it's like I think Batman's just better in regards to like how he is as a person, but Trevor Belmont, I think, has a lifestyle that's very hard, like very contrary to the lifestyle that Batman has, for example, you know. I might even need another tier for that. I'm not sure though. Let's see. See, I could see Franklin finding Christ, to be honest. You mean like Franklin from like the turtle Franklin? I'm sorry, I don't know what Franklin that is, sadly. Do you mean like Franklin? I think the turtle Franklin's pretty based. I loved Franklin as a kid. Also, hi, Toon Army Cat, and I hope you're doing rad, homie. Never picked Shepard Book for much of an evangelist. So the little bits I'd seen of Shepard, I saw that like oh, Franklin from GT. I'm so sorry, bro. I'm so sorry. My lord. Yeah, I think maybe. I don't know. I haven't played a lot of I don't know a lot about Franklin. I know more about Trevor. But I don't know if like I remember a little bit of Franklin's story. It's been a while since I played GTA 5. Let's see. But yeah, with Shepard Book, I saw that he was talking about the gospel in an interesting way from the little that I'd seen. But I want to watch Firefly myself, and let's say if Firefly changes my mindset on Shepard Book, I'll put him at a different spot. But from the little bit I had seen of him, I think he'd do a really good job at it. Let's see. I got you. See, I thought the turtle too. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I sadly, I didn't know exactly, but I got you, home. Speaking of GTA and Castlevania, you guys heard of that turtle kid? He might convert. Yeah, dude. I wasn't I was like, you know what? He could be a cool homie, bro. Dude, he's bringing Christ to the youth, bro. You know, in a very approachable way. It's pretty sick. All right, this next one we have here is Spider-Ham. Spider-Ham's cool. Chess Player also recommended Spider-Ham. I think that Spider-Ham is pretty cool. He is definitely a goofball. He also, I think he will give you a nice handshake, but with spit slathered all over it, or snot, or whatever it is. So that's really kind of funny. I feel like he will unapologetically be himself, which is pretty sick and super cool. So I ain't gonna lie. I think Spider Ham will definitely go into the tier list or the tier of. I think he could be a guy that could slightly spread the gospel, but like have slight success with it. You know, where he's like yeah. He could probably be pretty good. Like I feel like Spider Ham could be a very good grandpa character where he's just this goofball McGee, but like has a pretty good heart. It seems like, you know what I mean. So I don't know. I like Spider Ham. Excuse me, but then again, I'm also thinking that he could probably like he might help. You know what I mean. So let's see. You should 100% watch. You should do it in Discord. That's a cool idea. I might do that. I might do a Discord like weekly like watch along thing where it's like we'll watch Firefly. I think it might be cool. Franklin could count by twos and tie his shoes. He also learned how to multiply fish and bread. Amen. Let's see. Spider Ham can do a mean big Jack Horner impression. Not sure how much that helps with spreading the gospel, but I think it's cool. I got you. Does that mean the guy who voiced Spider Ham does the voice for Jack Horner? Is that what you're saying? That's kind of funny if that is. I ain't gonna lie. Yes. Oh, that's so cool. It's so cool. I'll put him in the lower. I'll put him in the lower gospel thing here. I think he's cool. He seems like a very friendly guy. He's just not socially aware. You know what I mean? And I think that's a big thing is that like, or he doesn't care if you're there's either two things. He's either not socially aware or he's like straight up like he doesn't care about like what social norms are. He's just gonna like shake your hand with spit. So yeah. The next one I have here is Dubby. Now, granted, when the homie Viper recommended this, he didn't say Dubby, but I assume he meant Dubby because this is exactly what Viper said. Let me show you all what Viper said. Viper said specifically this thing. I will share what it is. Viper specifically said alternate Derpy from the alternate universe, last year's crazy event where Derpy was acting suspicious. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think the only time I act suspicious is when I have a W in my system and I start going crazy. So I put a can of W on here. And so I don't exactly know if Derpy would be doing that, you know, just the business or just the cup of it. I just think the concept of it in general, we're just going to assume W is like alternate Derpy where it's like, I have like this absolute energy tank in my body and I go crazy. So I'm going to be honest with you. I kind of feel like I would probably attempt to spread the gospel and might help. I don't exactly know how much more prone alternate Derpy would be to spreading the gospel. But I have no idea. I have no idea. So I put Dobby there. The Harry Potter servant, that'd be a good idea, but that's Dobby, I think. But Dobby would be good. I agree. But now it's the energy drink, so it's a thing called Dobby. I have it. Dabster's sister was doing a sponsor thing for like W and stuff, and I got some stuff of it, and I've still been like using the rest of it. I still got a little bit of it left though. So anytime I've drank a W on stream, or at least a little too much, like if I drank slightly a bit higher than a scoop, than a single scoop of W, I will go insane. Like the guys' night a couple weeks ago that we had for Game Grotto, I think it was last week actually. I literally was like hitting my chair. No, it wasn't last week. It was 2 weeks ago. I was like telling them, I was like, guys, I drank too much W, and I started like hitting my chair and started making noises, and Ubu and Don were like, well, dang, bro. I mean, they didn't say, well, dang, bro. They just, it was entertaining, until it crashed me. But yeah, I cannot handle caffeine, like a lot of it. I can handle a little bit, but not a lot of it. Let's see. I could see Viper saying that. Yeah, definitely. So Viper knows the how much W affects my system, and so I think that's why he said alternate Derpy, because I was going insane when I first tried W on stream. I think I was screaming like quotes from Revenge of the Sith, where like Obi-Wan was like yelling, "Anakin, drop the W!" He just drinks it. He goes, "I am too powerful. The W is super strong. This is my empire. Your empire. The W has affected you." It's so funny, dude. I was so like insane on that. And then the other time I was at work last year, and I had a little bit of like I had a whole packet, and I dumped it into my drink. I could not sit still. My coworkers were laughing. They were thinking it was the funniest thing ever. For an entire like hour, I was going crazy. Teach me how to dubby. Oh my gosh, dude. Dude, that's powerful stuff. Absolute Cinema. I don't have an Absolute Cinema emote, but I do have this Master Chief one where it looks like it's Absolute Cinema. That's Absolute Cinema. Yeah, I wouldn't have stayed up that late. I wouldn't have stayed up the night before last Wednesday. It was a couple weeks ago. I got you, homie. I got you. Yeah, that's another Absolute Cinema right there. Is the shock, dude. Also, that's a beanie. I'm wearing a 52 beanie on that, by the way, homies. A little bit of a merch plug here. If you want to get a 52 beanie yourself, you can get it. See, I want to see a meme of Derpy hitting the Absolute Cinema pose. That would be so sick. Dude, I might need to have to commission somebody and also to take a picture of myself with goggles on doing it. I think it'd be really funny. That's what I gotta do. Alrighty, we got ourselves our next character. Our next character is Tanjiro from Demon Slayer. I think the homie Stormy recommended Tanjiro, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the homie Stormy recommended Tanjiro. So, I'm gonna be real with you. I have a bit of gripes with Tanjiro. I think Demon Slayer is a pretty cool anime. I like it. I haven't seen the Stone. There's like some Stone season or something like that. I've only seen the Village season. So I've seen the first thing. I've seen the train arc movie thing. I've seen the Paradise District one, and I think it's called Paradise District or Entertainment Art. And then I've seen the one after that, but I haven't seen the one that was kind of recently out. So I what do you call it? I'm not exactly sure yet. But Entertainment District's the best one, for sure. Let's see, can I draw your PNG tuber doing it in MS Paint and send it to you on Discord? Sure thing, homie. If you'd like to, I'd be more than happy to. I might even put it up on screen for a second just to be like, this is a real deal. Let's see. So Tanjiro is a cool guy. I think he's cool. I do like the idea that they're killing demons. It's pretty base. I have a couple gripes with Tanjiro, and it's not really Tanjiro himself, but it's the concept of how they wrote Tanjiro within the world that he's in. Without going into the biggest of spoilers, I don't like how... I like how at the start they treat demons like they're really bad, and I think that's cool. But then they kind of swerve into the territory about like how demons can be friends and stuff like that. That's where I'm kind of like, that's freaking weird. I don't like that, but I get it. But it's also that slight bit where I'm like, I don't like that. I see the symbolism in it, but it's also like, they're humanizing demon stuff a little too much. But I do like Tanjiro's heart, because in the aspect of this, it's almost like these aren't real. In my opinion, these aren't like really like demons. They're more like zombies that are super powered, if that makes sense. The reason I say this is because there are some times where it's like there are some you can spread the demon stuff, which is weird. So like it's not that's weird, it's just it's not in line with a lot of that, but I like the idea, obviously, because demons be dying and stuff, but it's more about like a virus thing almost. So it's obviously going to be humanizing more of them, but what do you call it? So I think it's interesting. But yeah, if it's not the concept of demons and it's just this whole different thing, it's different. But like, yeah, there's some befriending of some demons that I'm just not the biggest fan of in that. However, I do think that like Demon Slayer is a solid anime. It's not like my favorite, but it's pretty good. I do like Tanjiro's heart. Deku voice actor voices him, so that's also really funny. But yeah, I think he's pretty cool. Very fun character. Very cool guy. I like him more than Deku. But yeah, so I would say that like if he was I think and this is the first episode, so it's not spoilers. I think his sister being a demon really would make this very hard for him to do. So this might be a hot take, but I think it might be slightly leads people astray, but doesn't mean to, is probably where I'm putting him. The reason I say that is just because of the fact that, like, and I'll put him above Trevor because he's a good kid. But like, it's more of the aspect that, like, I think he would slightly lead people astray just because of the fact that he's obviously got a family member, and if we all know something about that, like, if you have a family member doing something wrong, you're more inclined to try to be super understanding through it, but depending on what it is, it might even make you more lenient towards it, or enable somebody who are doing these things, for example. Like I know the feeling of that, and I know a lot of people have known the feeling of that. Like, for example, if you've got a family member that smokes, obviously smoking is bad, and let's just say smoking becomes the reason they die. And you might wrestle with those thoughts of, like, oh, well, I could have said something different, or I could have helped them not die from that, right? And so there's a lot of stuff that goes into that, but I feel like he'd be more inclined to be okay with things that aren't good just because his family is in it. And I'm not saying that, you know, just because you aren't down somebody's throat about how, like, how this thing is bad for somebody, is bad, that you're just automatically enabling your family members. But I think there's a point where it's like, you have to be like, hey, this thing isn't cool. I don't think Tanjiro has that. I think Tanjiro would have the heart about, like, oh, well, this is kind of like your thing. This is your thing. And I don't think that we should do that with people. You know, like, there are some things that are your thing, sure, but then there's some things that we shouldn't enable people with these bad mentalities about. You know, I mean, like, you know, there are a lot of unhealthy mentalities to have, whether it's be your mind is in a terrible spot, and, you know, it's like you don't tell the schizophrenic person that the curtains are talking to him. You got to tell him the curtains aren't talking to him, you know, and because if you enable him thinking that, he's going to go around being crazy the entire time. And so, like, that's one of those things, is that, like, you know, I think that Tanjiro would have that problem. Doesn't mean he's bad. I think he's a great, I think he's a great character, but I think if, like, for example, his sister, like, if his sister was doing something terribly wrong, he'd be more inclined, and this is a human thing, by the way, just clarifying, he'd be more inclined to still let it happen, if that makes sense. Let me catch up real quick. Chess player, you said, Derpy, do you know about the American breathing? I have no idea what the American breathing is, but it sounds interesting. Sounds like something it sounds like something that comes from Demon Slayer. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, some sort of a vampire-esque zombies. Yeah, definitely. That's what it seems like. It seems like it's a vampire-esque thing rather than like a demon thing. But it's also from Japan, so Japan might be like, yo, demons, cool. You know, I mean, not saying that Japan is like a demonic thing. It's just, they might hear some things and think it's cool, you know. Let's see. It's pretty much mutants. His sister was transformed. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Is that, like, it doesn't really reflect a lot of that. However, there is a lot of that in there, but, like, they show a very human side to a lot of this. Let's see. I think that the position presupposes that the, in quote, demons in Demon Slayer are biblical demons. If his sister is turning into a demon, then obviously it's not the same, because people can't just turn into demons. Yeah. So that's also really hard. It's also to, like, say, like, I don't really know what to say here. I think Tanjiro is great, but I also think that, like, while yes, he is killing demons, I think that, like, him, actually, he might even go in the mid tier. I think he can go up here, just because, like, it is a bit lopsided to have your sister doing these things, but it's also at the same time, like, just because, and this is something I think is important too to say, just because your family member does something doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad. So I think I put him lower as more of, like, a harsher thing just because of his sister. But, like, even in the case of Daredevil has a lopsided thing about him, but it's not like he can't help somebody, you know. So I think I'll put him up there just in case, just because he's not really, if he's still spreading the gospel in an awesome way, but it's like his sister's just, you know, that's his lopsided thing, but everything else is good. I think that's one of those things. It's like, yeah, I think he'd do a pretty good job, you know. But, like, it just depends. It's like, I think it might help, yeah. So I think that's a good way of looking at it, because like in my brain I was just kind of thinking it's demon, but like it's also not. So I said, you are a toy. You are not the real Buzz Lightyear. You're an action figure. You're a child's plaything. What are you stating the issue like a good Christian dude? Real dude. Toy Story might be the next on the tier list. Excuse me. Just because Woody's willing to knock people out of their fantasies, right? And that's something that I can't really talk about that a whole lot. But there's a story that I don't want to spoil that kind of goes into that as well, which I think is really good. But yeah, I think what's important is to knock people out of their fantasies that they're believing in. Like here's the thing is that like it is wild to sit there, and it might sound insensitive to people who don't understand that, but it's not healthy to live in this fantasy thing where it's like, well, there is a healthier way to go about things. Like if you don't feel like you belong in the world, then that's not to say that the world is necessarily like the place you can't be in, but I think it's important that you yourself have to know how to still truly be yourself, but also know that you aren't leading yourself astray, which is incredibly hard, especially if you're not a Christian, because it's like, it's all about me other than that, and walking in the light of Christ and walking with Christ, it's not following yourself. And I think a lot of people just don't want to grasp that, if that makes sense. So I think that I think Woody would be a very cool homie he'd be like one of those homies that like, he'd do a good job, but he'd be a little too mean, I think, overboarding it. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, there's a lot of fantasy-esque stuff, like mental fantasies that people live, like to let themselves live in, and I think it's just not okay. Just because you might feel good doing it doesn't make it good, and that's a big thing that the world likes to have, is like, well, it feels good to me, it's fine. It's like, it doesn't matter. There's a difference between something being genuinely good for you and something feeling good for you. They both can coincide, but not all the time are they always equal. And I think a lot of times people just kind of, mix how they feel equated to who they are. A big thing, like, and this is a little bit of a random thing. I know it's like really random, really random to bring up during the tier list, but a streamer I like to watch online is Asmongold, and I know a lot of people think that he's just like this dumb guy or something like that, or he's just a slob, and it's like, I don't see him for that. Like the more that I heard him talk, the more I'm like, yeah, like he's saying some real deal stuff, and he's got a lot of like genuine good wisdom in the world. And I think it's really cool. Like I see the same things he sees, and it's a really interesting thing. But there's this massive difference in lifestyle. And I'm not saying this is the case of where I've got the right idea, but like in the idea of like Christianity, he's someone who believes in himself. And the reality is, if you're someone who believes in yourself, what happens when you start feeling like crud one day? You can't just believe in yourself right then, like just because you believe in yourself, it's not necessarily like it's not a one-to-one where it's like you're going to be fine. Sure, it's better to believe in yourself than to believe in these other people who are imperfect, but we have to realize ourselves, we aren't perfect either. You can't just trust in yourself. One day you're going to make a stupid decision. One day you might be unfaithful to your wife, which is not okay, by the way. One day you might decide to just try to drink your life away or something. One day you might just make a real dumb decision. It's like, why trust in yourself if you're a faulty human being? We're all faulty, and it's not good to trust in ourselves. While it may be better than following some random person that might lead you astray, that's why it's important to not be living in that fantasy world, that fantasy world of like, where it's like, if I feel good, then I'm good, right? And if it's built off of you, or if it's built off of other people, it's not okay. That's why it's a problem with a lot of people in the world with like Christianity, is that like a lot of people in the world who are Christians or call themselves Christians, a lot of the times is the only reason they're Christians because someone else told them to, or somebody else said, hey, you should be a Christian because of this thing. It's like they don't make the choice themselves. If you make the choice consciously yourself, you're more than likely going to have a life that's fruitful. If you're not making the choice yourself and you're building your relationship with Christ based on the fact that you were forced to go, and then like out of nowhere, you're still struggling. At the end of the day, that's more of an example of like what's your basis, what's your foundation built on? Because You know, like I'll tell you from my life, yeah, I was forced to go to church a lot as a kid, but that also was a byproduct for me to make my own decision and to follow Christ truly. You know, I've been in a Christian household, kind of the deal, back and forth a lot in my life since I was 7. I got baptized when I was like 7, and it did nothing for me. And the more that I moved into my life and continued to go down the life that I was going, I started to realize around like 15 is like when I needed Christ. And I gave my life to Christ. And, you know, did it happen automatically that I was slam dunk doing great? No. You know, the way that I am now, it took me years to get to. It's not like I'm just magically okay, but my heart was in a better spot. Not only was my heart in a better spot, but I genuinely was wanting to learn, change my life around to be courteous to other people, to care about other people. I used to not care about other people. So it's important to have those things knocked out of you, is that like, because for me, my life changed drastically. It's not one of those things where I'm like dancing and make believe and it's like, hey everybody, I'm believing what this big old book said. It's like that makes no sense. It's like, no, I put my weight on what I believe in, because not only what I experience, but not only what I've seen other people experience, but the fact that like there's genuine life change, you know? And my life's been so different since. I used to be this dark guy who didn't really want to talk to anybody. I didn't really speak to anybody. I was so secluded in myself. I was just living a lot of darkness. I was like succumbed by a lot of lust in my life. Like that was my life. And I changed my life over to Christ because of the fact that I just felt like I needed him. There was just this constant push on my heart that said, you know, hey man, I'm trying to knock on the door. You know what I mean? It's like metaphorical. I'm not saying that like, oh snap, that like I had some wild spiritual experience. No, like I ain't gonna lie, I didn't have a wild spiritual experience. I just sat there and was like, all right, I'll accept Christ, you know? And that was like the lights turned on for me, and it saved me from this busted heart. I used to be such a politically driven guy. I used to be like, well, if these people thought this dang thing, then they're stupid. And now I look at people in a way where it's just like, yeah, like I get it. You're a human being. You're lost too. I'd act the same way if I were in your shoes, you know. So I don't know why I just went into that. I think someone needed to just hear that, but like that's the reality of it. You know, it's not about how well we are, or how like 100% good we are in our lives. It's the life change that comes with it, you know, being a completely different person. You know, no amount of facts or even like plot holes, I guess you want to say, or what's the word? Missed out of context verses can never change the fact that how awesome God is. Also, hiya Light Twins, welcome in, homies. I hope y'all are doing rad. Also, thank you for the follow as well, homie. How was y'all stream tonight, homie? Hiya Basil and hiya Light Twins. And what was y'all stream tonight? How y'all doing tonight, homie? Corky and Katie, how are y'all doing tonight, homies? Hold on. We were legit, I ain't even lying, we were talking about God. It was pretty base. Baldur's Gate 3, sick. I ain't gonna lie. Dude, I really want to get Baldur's Gate 3. I think it'd be really cool. Cause it looks really cool. So we were literally just talking about God right before. I was on a speed roll. Y'all got me back in place because I almost rambled really hard a lot there. Let me see. Shiny, you said check Discord in a minute. Definitely will. I definitely will. Which brings me to this. Could Ash Ketchum be the very best at spreading the gospel? That would be really sick. He's got to collect all the verses. You know what I mean? I got you. I love God Talk. Amen. God Talk is awesome. That's cool. Did y'all have a fun time on Baldur's Gate, though? It's really sick. I also forgot it was multiplayer. My brother was telling me that one day. He was saying it was multiplayer. Let's see what the homie Shiny sent me as well. Let's see how powerful it is. Alright, dude. I like it. Hold on. I gotta save it. Oh, dude. Thank you for naming it Derpy Cinema as well. You, like, saved me 5 years of my life with that. Alright. Alright, let me do something real quick. Y'all are about to see my my new profile picture. Hold on. Actually, I almost doxed myself. Hold on, I almost used the wrong thing there. Let's see. Let me do this real quick. I'm signing in on Discord. Let's see. I see Sonic. Y'all the Christian all the Christian Sonic memes. Unfortunately, I don't think people would take him seriously. I understand. I get where you're coming from for sure, dude. I understand completely. So far, we've placed quite a few people on the list here. I still have quite a few more people to go through on this list, but so far we have 61 characters we're going through at the moment. Hold on, I'm gonna try to change my profile picture if it ever gets to that point. It is definitely peak artwork. I agree completely. Let's see. But yeah, are y'all on Act 1 for Baldur's Gate? I've never played Baldur's Gate, but I really want to try Baldur's Gate 3. I think I really have to use the bathroom right now. I ain't gonna lie. We are, dude. Sick. I hope it goes Omega Rad. Do you use the dice roll thing? I think that dice roll thing looks really cool. Dude, no way, bro. Ocarina of Time. There's so many games I want to play. Bro, why is it not loading? Load so I can put the profile picture in here, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'm about to eat actual cactus. Excuse me. Why is it not loading? Homies, I need help. It's not loading, homies. Here, homies, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, and then we'll continue our tier list real quick as well. Also, I tell you what, that's true. I will tell you who recommended these as well. Wait, who? Tanjiro was recommended by Stormy. This next one, we're gonna talk about Bobby Hill. That was recommended by the homie Ubu, by the way. Let's see. You still not have cactus. You're right. I haven't had cactus. I'll be right back real quick. I use the bathroom. I really got to use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll talk more about this because there's a lot more on this tier list that we got to talk about. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back, homies. Alright, I feel so much better. I still feel so much better. Also, hi, Jolly Lad. Welcome in, homie. Alright, let's see. That's my purse. Alright, so oh, snap, dude. Dial-up Derpy's here, bro. That's crazy. Dude, it's weird seeing me. I'm being seen. Bro, everybody's here, bro. What is going on? Jedi Gumby, you're not supposed to be here on this tier list yet. What are you doing, bro? I ain't gonna believe this. This is crazy. I have all this different stuff going on my screen, on my brain. Dude, this is insane. I don't know what the heck's going on. Dude, ribs? Spare ribs? Dude, that's so what the crud? Jedi Gumby is back again. That is crazy stuff. I ain't gonna lie, dude. Dude, Bobby Hill is a poppin' character right now. I ain't even gonna lie. What do you call it? I think it's pretty sick and super cool. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. I like the song, bro. What is the song? But thank you for the redeems. I appreciate it. So, in my case, Bobby Hill. I'm not familiar with the character a whole lot, but I know he's from Hank Hill. Not Hank Hill. From King of the Hill. Sorry, I had to think about the name. He's not from Hank Hill. I mean, he is kind of from Hank Hill, but yeah, from King of the Hill, his daddy is Hank Hill, and at the end of the day, he could be, I think, a pretty cool kid. He's in that rural country, heavily memed guy as well. Yep, Hank Hill and Bobby Hill are definitely two pinnacle memes from that as well. I think Boomhauser's also a pinnacle meme. So, in my personal opinion, I think that he is just a normal kid that is very funny. So I would say down here, I would say that, like, he's kind of going in that middle area, that middle ground area, where it's like, I think he'd attempt to share the gospel in his own way, and he actually might help some people. So I think it'd be pretty cool. He seems like one of those kids that you'd actually see at a church if you went to a church in a southern state. I for one have gone to a southern state church. In my opinion, I haven't seen one of those, but I think it's like deep south primarily. But I definitely could see that like I think one of y'all said Texas. Definitely a Texan boy. He's definitely got that vibe. He's got that that vibe to him. So I would say he'd attempt to spread the gospel. He'd attempt it, and he might be successful as well. Let's see. So anyway, I think the next homie we're gonna go to was also recommended by the homie Ubu. This man is the Plastic Man. Wait a minute, I forgot one thing, by the way. Sorry about that, real quick. I forgot to change my profile picture. Is that Batman I see in tier 4? That is definitely no. Yes, that's Batman. Batman and Trevor Belmont are in tier 4. Let's see. Hold on. Let me do this. I gotta add something new. All right. All right, homies. Man, I am blocking the screen. But that's okay. I am A-okay, homies. Hello, everybody. Let me get out of here. I'm too big. I'm too big. I'm too big. I'm too big. All right. There we go. All right, we're doing good. All right, there we go. All right, guys. So, anyway, this is absolute cinema time. I ain't gonna lie. All right. Let's see. The Tanjiro placement seems legit, too. I got you. I originally was going to put him in 4, but then I was like... I was using the fact that his sister was a demon, and I can't really just sit there and use family members and be like, his family member's this bad thing. And it's like, It's like, so I think it's better that, like, he might help some people. It just, there's a slight, like, lopsided thing about him, you know? Let's see. The Deep South, Little Nicky, awkward laughing, dude. Oh, snap. There's, like, a Deep South, you know? Bats is Catholic. He rehabilitates people. This is slander. I will say, the reason I say this, and this is the reason I say this, is very, very important to say here as well. In regards to him, he is somebody who I think slightly will lead people astray, but doesn't mean to, just because of his nature of not only taking things on in his own hands, but like the doesn't mean to part comes from the aspect where he doesn't want people to experience the pain that he's experienced. You know what I mean? I thought you said BRB about to crash out. I was like, that's so funny. But no problem, Shiny. And so I think that, like, and he also at the end of the day he's got a lot of burdens on him. And I think that, like, while yes, he could probably spread the gospel, I think that, like, he'd do it in a way where I think it would slightly lead people astray, where it's like, you know, he calls himself like the Vengeance and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And he's basically, this is a big reason, like that's why I have, like, Daredevil, for example, where Daredevil's another guy who's, like, canonically, like, Catholic, where it's like, yeah, he could probably spread the gospel, but he's also, like, he beats people up at night, so it's like, it's really hard to be like, yeah, you know what I mean? So it's like, that's my heart about it, is that, like, while yes, that is definitely, Daredevil converted Wolverine. Well, yeah, but so did Nightcrawler. But Nightcrawler's, like, in my opinion, the one that, like, did it in a better way. You know what I mean? So, like, that's kind of where I'm at, is that, like, with Daredevil, I'm specifically speaking on, like, the TV show series Daredevil, if anything. But yeah, I mixed those two up. Okay, you're A-okay, homie. You're A-okay. So yeah, that's why you see Nightcrawler in S tier, because Nightcrawler is the one that did that. But yeah, so Nightcrawler is the guy that I think's way cooler in the in spreading that, if that makes sense. So So that's why Daredevil and like Batman are a bit lower. I think Daredevil and Batman are a little similar, but not the same. Like his everyday life, for example, is different. You know, like so been so long since I've delved into comics, comic media. No problem, homie. I barely know it myself. I just know the clips I'd seen from Nightcrawler is all. So yeah, that's a big thing. Is that like if there are people who have successfully already done that, they're definitely going in S tier. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, definitely. Nightcrawler is my favorite so far that we have on this, so it's really cool. But yeah, so the next one is Plastic Man, the Plastic Man homie who the homie Ubu had recommended to be in there. Plastic Man is basically, and he's not exactly, but he's basically Mr. Fantastic, but for DC. I think it might be the other way around, if I'm not mistaken. I think Plastic Man came first. I don't know. I'm not that big with a lot of the comic stuff, but Plastic Man, I think, is also in Justice League Unlimited, just the same as Wally West. So I think Plastic Man is a very funny guy, just because he is a part of the meme of the guy who's eating the salt. And also at the same time, Plastic Man is a goofy guy. Like, he is a very funny guy. He is like the funny version of Reed Richards, and I think that's really sick. Except he's not, I don't know if he's like a smart guy or anything, but yeah. They both work in darkness, one all day. Yeah, yep, you're right, yep. What do you call it? Batman's definitely in that for sure. But yeah, I think personally, Plastic Man, I think would probably be a very fun person to spread the gospel, but for different reasons. So like, I'm gonna put him on the A tier just because I think that like I think him being on A tier makes sense, just because it's like I know more of the personality of Flash. However, I've seen some good stuff from Plastic Man. I think Plastic Man would be a very good, a very good character in regards to being a very funny and goofy guy that would make a lot of homies laugh, which is awesome to have. But I also think that for example, like Flash gets to the heart of things in a very good way. That's why I'm like really tempted to put Flash like at like the other spot. Actually, I probably need to put Plastic Man. I'm gonna put Plastic Man a bit higher. I think Plastic Man would do better than Sailor Moon and Aerith, just because I think that like it looks like Plastic Man is eating Sailor Moon's hair. Oh my gosh, dude, that's so funny. But like, let's see. Let's see. I forget. Did he come out in the Arrowverse? I'm not exactly sure. I think Plastic Man's a comic guy, but I don't know if he was ever in a media that isn't Justice League Unlimited. I could be wrong though. I ain't gonna lie. I could definitely be wrong. But like in my opinion, I think that like I think he could spread the gospel. I think he could be slightly successful at it too, just because of how like how goofy he is. I like goofy people. I think I'm a little biased, but like I like goofy people. I think goofy people have a great time sharing the gospel because they aren't too like caring about how they are or how they look sometimes, and they're just kind of being themselves. And that's like a big thing that I think is also like a thing with the gospel, because here's the thing is that like a lot of times people think that like you have to be the super serious legalistic man, and it's like, no, you can still be hilarious. No, there's nothing stopping you from being funny. So I think that's a good place for him. So Alan Walker from D Gray Man. I have not watched D Gray Man, but since a homie on let me check real quick. A homie on Twitter recommended Alan Walker. Let me see who it was. I'm gonna I think it was, I put their name next to it. Rising Hero, a homie named Rising Hero recommended D Gray Man, or Alan Walker from D Gray Man. I think, if I'm not mistaken, in the show, they kill demons or demon-esque things. And I remember D Gray Man was one of the first anime I had ever watched. So this was back when I was watching a lot of dub as well. So this was like I was watching that around the time I'd seen like Sword Art Online and stuff. So for me, I think that like Alan Walker is really cool. He has this very kind personality as well. There's this very lighthearted like kindness to him that I think is really cool. I don't know his full entire character stuff. I do apologize. The reason I say this is because I haven't watched D Gray Man in literal like over 10 years. So I don't know exactly where I would put him or to do him justice. So I think what I'll probably do is I think he'd be slightly successful just because I feel like he's got a very strong personality. That would be very helpful in that regard. And he also looks really cool. Like, I don't know if it's like a Harry Potter ripoff, but that's just me. That's just like, I think that like Alan Walker could be really good. So I'm going to put Alan Walker kind of like at the bottom. I might change these up in a little bit when I put them there, but I think Alan Walker could be pretty good. I'd have to watch D Gray Man again, so that might change at some point. I don't exactly know, but we'll find out. Lol, the cinema art, dude, thank you. I appreciate it. The homie Shiny made this, and I was like, all right, dude, we're going to do that. We'll wear it. All right, next is a legendary character that I bet most of y'all were like, how did this man get on the list? But it's honestly, when I saw a homie recommend this to me, I was laughing. I was like, this is great. I got to have this homie in here. The homie Mean Bean recommended this character for me in DMs after stream on Monday. And it was very funny to see that the Crocker was in the list. So we have I think his name's Denzel Crocker from Fairly Odd Parents. So if you know who Mr. Crocker is the fairy conspiracist guy that always tries to get the fairies. He is like the evil version of Candace from Phineas and Ferb. He is a very sporadic man. Definitely, I can see him being a conspiracy theorist. I think he also lives with his parents. I'm not exactly sure. But he is a very, very eccentric guy. He is a very loud and he knows about the fairies. And he's always trying to prove to the world that the fairies are true. So it makes it very interesting to think about this because he is a character you can kind of delve deep in, believe it or not. At least from the little that I know, is that like you can kind of see his character from multiple perspectives, which is really fun. I have one perspective that I think is fun to think about is that like, and I like that y'all are saying he could be a believer because this is one of my perspectives of it that's really goofy but really funny. He has seen the actual fairies. He has seen the fairy godparents. And he's trying to prove to the world that he's not crazy. And I think it'd be very funny that he would be someone that finds Christ and everybody thinks he's crazy. and it just sounds hilarious to me. And he's trying his hardest to prove that God is real, but like does it in a terrible way. But like at the same time though, like he's doing it for people's approval. But like that might be one of his lopsided things where it's like I think he could definitely attempt to spread the gospel, but he I don't know. I'm really like conflicted because I also think he would slightly lead people astray because Crocker seems like one of those guys that if he was a Christian, he would believe every single God wants you to see this video, and he would believe every single video on YouTube that says this man is a Satanist or something like that. And I feel like he'd fall for it. And I'm like, it's really hard to like. It's really hard to place him because it depends on what he does, because it's like there are 3 routes this man can take. And that is like, you know, if he proved that if that Christ was real, he might take it down a route where he tries to become king over everybody. Or if he proves that they're real, he might help people see the word. Or another one is that he might just believe all these things that aren't really going on and lead other people astray. So it's like, it's just really wild. So he's a very fun character to think about, though, because he's insane. Also, I'm gonna be real with y'all. Y'all, this is gonna be a denomination joke. Just letting y'all know. No, I'm not thrashing people who fall under this. But I can definitely see Crocker also being an extreme Pentecostal, where he starts spazzing out and going crazy. So there is a good chance that can happen as well. So no, I'm not saying that at the end of the day, I'm not saying that if you are Pentecostal that you're in a bad spot. I'm just saying primarily the main thing of the Pentecostal church cares more about feeling than it does about the actual gospel. However, in this case, it's more of a poking fun at the people who do the theatrics more than actually like following God. So I feel like Crocker could definitely be a theatrics man for sure. I can imagine Crocker saying that I am your new pope. And then he just, he'll say fairy godparents and he'll say, God told me this. It'd just be really crazy. Let's see. Also, hi, Saturn. How you doing tonight, homie? Let me catch up real quick. Let's see. He'll want the world to know that Christ exists. Yeah, that's what's funny is I feel like he'd be a massive conspiracy theorist, but at the same time, like he'd still like at least want to know that like he'd still want to spread the gospel, but in his own prideful, convoluted way. So he's interesting. It's interesting, and I also feel like Crocker would also be the guy who would be a Bible scholar for sure. Like Crocker definitely would be a Bible scholar. He just doesn't know how to share it right. You know what I mean? Like he's got all the information. Like that's how he does with the fairies, right? Where he's got all the information. It's really funny. Excuse me. Imagine he turns his attention from fairies to Jesus. He would be legit unstoppable. Yeah, he'd go in every debate. No, Crocker is an absolute debater for sure. This dude would debate, and even if he's wrong, he'd scream. So it's like, it's really funny. I'm Mr. Crocker. I will show the. I don't know how to talk like him, but I'll show the world. I'll show the world they are works based. This sounds like the work of heresy. Yeah, these are words that he would say. You know, Crocker's the definition of if he was a Christian, he'd be a Redditor. Mixed with like a conspiracy theorist, mixed with like someone who believes every little thing that like is said on YouTube about God told me to tell you this, and like all that, but also at the same time still might do something. Let's see. Hyper intellectualizing and faith don't mix well. I agree completely. They never mix well. That's why there's a lot of like the people who debate who debate God don't usually do God justice, if that makes sense, which isn't to be mean, but a lot of the times when people try to debate, and that's also both sides of the coin, like I don't think debating helps anybody, you know what I mean? So I think he'd be a crazy debater where like people would watch him just because of how crazy he is, you know what I mean? I see. Also, Saturn, you said what are we ranking? We're ranking how likely these characters are to spread the gospel. Excuse me, or how well do we think they would do if they were to spread the gospel? And right now we're on Denzel Crocker, Mr. Crocker from the Fairly Odd Parents. Yeah, he might be Mormon or Jehovah's Witness. Well, if he's that, then he's definitely not spreading the gospel. If he is a Mormon or Jehovah's Witness, he's definitely not going to be spreading the gospel for sure. He's going to be spreading his own gospel. But I'm going to be real with you though. Crocker does fit the mentality of something like that though. Like Crocker seems like the guy who would fall in that kind of false gospel stuff, you know? So it does seem like that's one of those things where it's like, he does seem like he would fall into that. I feel like Mormonism would probably be more his cup of tea, just because of the fact that he gets to, you know, the idea of being his own god after he dies sounds like an absolute trip for him probably. This is hard to place him. I think that like, I don't know, it's hard to say. I kind of want to put him leads people astray entirely and enjoys it, but like I can see him believing it. I think maybe I kind of feel like maybe it's a slightly leads people astray, but like doesn't mean to. But like I don't know, like Crocker seems like the kind of guy that would like, even if he was a Christian, he would be like the kind of guy that would like use the gospel for his gain, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like, I don't know. I'm gonna put him at the lowest tier of slightly leads people astray. But doesn't mean to, but he's pushing the bottom tier. But it's very funny to think about though, because like there are so many routes he could take. I don't think he would ever be S or A tier, but like there's a chance he could be B or C or D. So that's what's really wild about it. So We might come back to Crocker in a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. The homie Sonic. Now, this was also recommended by the homie Cranberry, who also recommended Link. Sonic, I think, is awesome. I'm a big Sonic fan. Out of all the hedgehogs in that dang fandom, Sonic is my favorite. And I've also purposely put Sonic Adventure Sonic in there, because I love Sonic Adventure. Sonic Adventure is my favorite Sonic game, and it still is. And the music is awesome. I see Krunker so happy. There's a lot of homies. Yep. There's quite a few homies that have been put in, which is really fun. So in the case of Sonic, I think is a little bit similar to the Flash, where it's like Sonic and Flash are a bit similar. They both have one-liners. They're both like these very awesome guys that are quicksters and stuff like that. I think Sonic goes a bit lower than Flash just because of the fact that, like, Sonic has youth paternity too. Yeah, so, like, that's why I'm like, they're similar, but, like, I think he goes lower than Flash. I think Sonic would be awesome spreading the gospel just because he's not like the edgy guy. He's not like the guy who's like, I use telekinesis powers. He's like, he's just fast, and that's it. And he's also like the main character, which I'm a little biased on, obviously. They're mission partners. Exactly, bro. You know, like, dude, Flash and Sonic are like the two homies that say, hey, you want to go on a world mission trip? And he goes, you betcha. You betcha, Flash, or you betcha, Wally. I'm gonna let's race to see who can spread up, go faster to Zimbabwe faster than me or you, and then just run. That'd be so funny, dude. Sonic and Flash are just like John and Peter. That's all it is, dude. I'm kidding. But they're like literally, like, in my opinion, I've always had a good heart for quicksters. I'm always a big fan of like how fast people are, like being quick, like as in like being like speed fast. And Sonic and Flash are like one of my they're probably like my top two like favorite kinds of characters, just because I really like how like they're like really cool, but like also just like they're like fun loving cool, where it's like they're obviously they go by the beat of their own drum, but they're just good people, you know what I mean? So it's really cool. Let's see, is that Shrek? It might be, I don't know, we'll have to see. Let's see, my pillow guy, buy my pillows. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh, that'd be so wild. Let's see, I'm not sure, but I'm basing off Boom. He's a little self-centered. Sonic original cartoon, he's a freedom fighter. Yeah, I gotcha. I think primarily we're gonna kind of look at like at least the Sonic I'm thinking of is Sonic Adventure / like Sonic X, like the anime thing or the animation they made. Like that's kind of primarily where I'm looking at, but I can also see that like in Boom there's a bit of a different thing going on there. Like I know Boom Amy is a bit different than regular Amy. I know that Knuckles is entirely different. I know Tails is pretty cool in that. Like, so I'd have to watch Boom, but if Pepperjack is an S tier, we are fighting for real, dude. You better put them boxing gloves on, bro, because you're about to witness the ferocious power of what I've got right here, dude. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. Well, you'll find out where that tier goes. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. But yeah. So Sonic, I think Sonic goes right next to the Flash. Just because, you know, this is me, by the way, my personal opinion. I have always liked Sonic and Flash, and I've always thought that the whole Quickster thing is sick, especially just in the aspect of how really cool they are. Obviously, I'm more of a fan of Wally West Flash just because of the fact that he is a great example of somebody who would do a great job. Like, oh, thank you for the follow, Rio. I appreciate it. So that's where I would think he'd be. I think he'd be a good character. I'm not gonna lie. Wally West Flash is still up there for me. He might even go up into the tier higher, in my opinion, just because of how cool it would be. So the next one is honestly a very fan favorite of mine. The homie Ubu recommended this, and I'm glad he did because I literally forgot about this homie. And I've always loved this homie in regards to Christmas. Every time there's Christmas, this guy right here, he's awesome and super cool. And this is Linus from Charlie Brown. And if you've ever watched the Christmas special, Linus is an awesome guy for sure. Yeah, dude, Linus S tier for sure. Yeah, I think Linus is an S tier in my heart and just where it is. Linus is awesome. If you haven't watched the Charlie Brown Christmas special, Linus is the only character to really tell you about the true meaning of Christmas. And he also recited the story in Luke, which I think is really sick and it's really cool. And it just deserves an S tier. Anytime I bring up a movie night and it's Charlie Brown Christmas special, Linus is my favorite, and I'm a big fan of Linus. So I think I was gonna do I need to put I'm gonna put Linus higher than Shepard there, but yeah. So I just wanted to share that, like, Linus is cool. I like Linus, and also symbolically, when you see Linus put down his blanket, he never goes anywhere without his blanket. But the moment he talks about Christ, he puts the blanket away, and he doesn't rely on that blanket when he's talking about Christ. And it's really interesting, but it's almost like a slight symbolism of how, like, when we're with Christ, the things we kind of latch to kind of fall away, like the world kind of falls away, and we realize the reality of that, you know what I mean? So and it's just really kind of cool. It's really cool to see that, you know what I mean? Let me catch up. Let's see. He do be quoting scriptures in the comics as well. Dude, sick. Awesome. Sorry to interrupt like this, but there's a friend of mine that's questioning a lot of stuff. Just pray that he finds God. Yeah, no problem. I don't mind doing that right now because we pretty much got done with the with Linus here, so that's pretty rad. And also 10 push-ups. I'll do my best to survive if I can. I'll see if I can do the 10 push-ups, but no guarantees. Actually, I can probably. I just hope it don't make me sick. But let's pray for your friend real quick, Shiny, and then we'll do the 10 push-ups. You'll just have to trust me when I do them because I don't got my camera on, homies. So I'm just saying, you know, you'll never know. You'll never know. All right, here we go. Lord, we just ask that you be with Shiny's friend, Lord, that you just help him be able to receive the gospel, Lord, and that at the end of the day that he can find salvation in you, Lord. Lord, we just ask that you just clear up his heart, Lord, be able to help him find the answers that he needs to find. Lord, we just also ask that you just give some wisdom to Shiny as well, if he's meant to say anything or just to be a help, be a slight push, whatever it may be, Lord. We just ask that you just help him with his heart and just that he's able to be gentle and loving. And Lord, we just ask that you also be with that friend, Lord, that he's open to receive this thing and also to be able to have his heart changed, Lord. So we love you, God, and we thank you, Lord, for all that you do and ask that you just continue to heal him, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Love you, Lord. Thank you, God. Amen. Also, another thing added to it, Lord. Lord, we just ask that you also soften his heart and that you break down these walls in his heart, Lord, that are building up. And that at the end of the day, Lord, that the ways of the world just perish in the way of your light, Lord. So we love you and we thank you, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you, God. Love you, Lord. Amen. All righty. So let's do these 10 push-ups and then we'll get back to our tier list. I ain't gonna lie. Well, also, I appreciate you asking about it, homie, for prayer for that, because it's good when a homie friend is wanting to receive the word. So that's awesome, man. All right, I'm gonna try to do push-ups, but there is no actual guarantee I'm gonna be able to do it. But we can do our best and try out. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing wrong with attempting to do it. You know what I mean? Thank you all. No problem, homie. Definitely. Keep praying for him also, by the way, when you get the chance. Keep praying for him. Because sometimes it's about just the slight little knock on the door. You know, there's a scripture about how there was a woman who was like knocking and consistently locked until the door opened for her, kind of the deal. I don't know the exact parable part of that, but Jesus mentions that at some point, and is that like at the end of the day, that kind of Faithfulness is really cool. I don't know if it was Jesus. It might have been Jesus or it was in Judges. I don't know which one it was, but it was one of the two. But yeah, just keep knocking. Keep knocking in a loving way. Be persistent. Yep. All right, here we go. We're going to try to do my push-ups. If I can. I definitely can. I'm hoping I can. Here we go. It's an excuse to work out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. All right, 10 push-ups. That wasn't even that bad. That was kind of based. Why'd the fish not show up? It was supposed to show up. What the crud? What are you doing? Oh, I forgot. Hold on. I bet it didn't show up because of... Oh, hold on. It probably didn't show up because of OBS crashing earlier. Sorry. Because OBS, like, legit crashed. Alright. Let me do a test thing real quick. Let me be the one that does this. I almost chose cheese by an accident. Where's the fish at? What happened to the fish emote? Or not the fish emote, the... Oh, there it is. What? Why are you doing this? Hold on a second, hold on. Alright, let me just do this. Let's see if that fixes it. Maybe I just had to test catch it again or something. If I have to, I'll turn it off and turn it back on. Watch it be junk, that'd be funny. Oh, it's common, whatever. Alright, let's see if it does it for the Homie Omega. If it doesn't do it for Omega, then we'll, I'll turn it off and back on. Nope, it's not doing it. Alright. Let's close it. Let's open this back up. I wonder why I did that. It might have been because OBS crashed, I think.
I don't even know what that means, but I love it.
I don't even know what I mean, but I love it. Alright. Let me be the one that does it this time, too, just to make sure. Alright, let's see. Alright, it's working now. Let me refund both Omega and Biscuit here. Swole Derpy. I'm getting pretty swole. Dude, when I was, what do you call it? When I was, I didn't even see what got caught right there. When I was, what do you call it? When I was working at the school the other day, I was picking up a bunch of stuff. My body felt like so sore, but I was doing so good. I was like based. Let's see. All right, we're gonna continue now, I think. What did I get? I didn't even know what I caught. All right, I think I refunded both of y'all for the fishing thing. I don't know why it did that. It must have been because OBS blew up. It probably was that earlier whenever I like stretched that out. So anyway, our next person on this tier list is the homie Shrek. So I'm not gonna lie, Shrek's an interesting one here because he's a very tough looking guy. Like he's a very tough guy. Like he's like one of them tough guy people that like you more than likely wouldn't see spreading the gospel, but he'd probably go to church because his wife made him. So I think that like in the case for him, I think Shrek either would be slightly leads people astray and doesn't mean to, or he'd be up into the attempts to spread the gospel and might help somebody. Just because of, yeah, there's so much to his character, yeah, because that's where I'm like, I think he might attempt to spread the gospel, but, and might help somebody. I don't think he would lead people astray, because I think he's got a good family to help him not do that, you know? But yeah, it's kind of like a mix on that. Oh, nice. Are you dieting with more protein to gain muscle? Not in the slightest. But I have been working and my muscle a little bit. Also another junk. That is hilarious, dude. Y'all just keep collecting the junk. It's crazy. Let's see. So I would say I think Shrek can definitely go up here. I think Shrek goes at the bottom of that tier just because he's... Whoa, a finished fish. What the crud, bro? Dude, that's a Halloween one. Bro, dude, that's crazy. Dude, congratulations. That's your first time catching that fish, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I like this music. This music in the background fits this. I feel like a circus carnival. A scraper mouth Mabuna, whatever that is. That's pretty sick. That's the first time anyone's caught that shiny suds based. Dude, there's so much fish. Dude, if there's more junk that comes from this, it's gonna be hilarious. Dude, you got a marlin as well. Sick. Dude, them marlins look fancy, dude. All right, let me see. Let's catch up real quick over here. So yeah, I put Shrek in the middle tier just because I think Shrek fits, but I think Shrek is someone who could probably spread the gospel, but like more than likely isn't a big spokesperson in it. You know what I mean? Streaked spine foot, dude. No way. In the second movie, we see him learning lots of things like how much he'd do for love. Yeah. And I think that's a pretty strong thing as well. Derpy's gonna look like Arnold. Yeah, dude, I'm gonna look like Arnold in a week, real, bro. I'm gonna be so built. Yeah, I'm gonna be built like, yeah. I'm built like a tank. Put that cookie down. Let's see. Let me get some of that water. On his Rock Lee arc. Yeah, dude, Rock Lee's so base, bro. Yeah, I am a buff man. We snaw. I don't know why I said we snaw into that, bro. I ain't gonna lie, man. All right, let's see. All right. Let's see. The next character is Barbara from Genshin Impact. Now, I know what I said earlier about, like, Genshin stuff and all that. About how, like, you know, there's some characters from Genshin that I think are... husbando waifu bait, and it's a very, very rocky road. But I will tell you this, Barbara's not one of them, because of the fact that she is kind of based, and her design is really cool. And as long as you aren't, you know, treating her like she's a waifu, I think it's pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. So I think personally, she's a part of a church. Now, granted, I will be honest with you. The church she's a part of is obviously idolatry, but in that world, they didn't have that. So I get why that would be sins. But in my personal opinion, that homie is devout. So that homie's going to go up to, I think, a higher than Shrek for sure. I think, I think she goes higher than alternate Derpy. I'll say that. I think she'll go higher. No, I don't know about higher than alternate Derpy. No, I don't need to be prideful. I was about to be like, I don't know. Maybe I should put her lower than me. And I was like, nah, I shouldn't do that. Wait, who's that character? Do you mean the girl I put up there? Her name is Barbara from Genshin Impact. She is at the church of that one place. I think it's Mondstadt. I think it's called Mondstadt. And what do you call it? Now, granted, the church they have there is idolatrous, but if she was a Christian, I think she could do a lot of good because she's devout. And she could probably like tell everybody, hey, Mondstadt's actually worshiping this weird freaking deity. But yes, I think that she'd be pretty cool. And the design is peak because it's pretty sick. And it's got some crosses, so it's cool. Excuse me. Is this Sonic? What is this? Bwim, bwim, brr. It's Pokemon. Alright, let's see. Oh, the Wolverine, the pictures from the animated series. And that is exactly what we're going to talk about. It's crazy. I would think next to Aerith because so many go to see her sing too. Does Barbara sing? I didn't know if Barbara sung or not. I ain't going to lie. I didn't know that. Dude, wait, hold on. We gotta judge the songs that Barbara sings. If Barbara sings, we gotta judge her music. Hold on. Not in a mean way, but yeah. He's 100% a Christian. Yeah, Wolverine from the animated series, we will definitely talk about in just a second. But yes, he is a big counterpart to to Nightcrawler. So it's really cool. Barbara from Genshin singing. All right, let's see what this says. We're gonna see what this sounds like. What is her vocal cords sound like? That's the important part here. What does she sing like? Let's see. That is not singing. I'm kidding. I shouldn't say that. It's in her character story as you level her up. Oh, so she's not a singer. She's like a no way, bro. What is this? All right, let's just hear what the song is. Bro, what is this language? Okay, well, that's what she sings like, homies. What is this? This is a very goofy meme, bro. What is this? Bro, she got a gun? They gave her a gun in the... Wait, when did Genshin have guns? I am so lost, bro. What is this? Did Genshin have guns? What did they do to Genshin, bro? Oh, you saw the toothless me? Yeah, that's what was going on. The big dragon from Mondstadt started doing that. Just an idle voice. Oh, okay, I got you. What is this? So she's a singer? Okay. I didn't know she was a singer, bro. Dude, she be spreading the gospel? Fontaine brought guns? You mean Fontaine from Bioshock? What the crud? No wonder. I'm kidding. I have no idea. Let's see. It's just odd to me that guns are in Genshin, but it's not that bad. But then again, I shouldn't be surprised. There was a lady with a motorcycle in Genshin the last time I played it, so... I think she could, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to choose this. It's really hard to choose this. I don't know. I think it's fine her being there. I think where I've got her is probably where I'm gonna keep her. I don't know. The singing can help. Singing makes the spread bigger. How about this? She won't be right next to Aerith, but she'll be like right here. Cause I think I like Aerith more than Barbara. Let's see. I didn't know Fontaine brought guns. That's crazy. I kind of stopped playing around a certain area. I think at one point. Yeah, Genshin's world is actually a pocket world in a Honkai universe. It's not as fantasy as people think. Oh, so it breaks things. I got you. Yeah, mainly muskets or gunpowder. Wait, motorcycle? Last I saw was a rock type little Eggman. Let's see. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I don't know where that girl with the motorcycle comes from, but there's a lady with a literal motorcycle. I ain't lying. And she like, it's kind of based, I ain't gonna lie, but it's like, what the crud? It's like, what is going on? She literally works for the church. Yeah, but like that, my main problem with Barbara is I think it's because the church she works at is kind of like a whack one. So it's like, it's kind of hard to gauge that. I don't know. But personally, that's why I think her being up there, she still spreads the gospel. It's just not like, it's not like high tier, but it's like a little bit there, you know. That's my heart in it. But you're right though. She do be working at a church, but it's a church that worships a stupid dragon. I tell you what, dragon cringe. I'm kidding. Well, it's not cringe, but like worshiping a dragon is cringe. Let's see. I was very high tech in the past too, but I think the gods of the world took it away or something. Dude, I can't believe Zhongli did this, bro. That's all his fault, bro. He's the only one I know. I'm kidding. It's all Zhongli's fault. I see bald Zhongli in my freaking dreams. Let's see. Yeah, Tavat is sort of an illusion. Okay. That's interesting. What is Honkai Star Rail then? Is Honkai Star Rail an illusion? Let's see. Let's see. If these are things revealed in the new Genshin content, please be careful about spoilers. I got you. I haven't played Genshin in a little while. I kind of just got on to look around and then I got off of it. I'm more of a Honkai guy, but I might get back into it at some point. I wanted the gamer guy, bro. I like that they're adding characters that traverse pretty well, though. That's pretty fun. Let's see. Let's see. You're just mad because the church arrested you for stealing their lyre, and you know what? That's what they get, bro. You know who else used a lyre? David. And guess what happened to him? Saul tried to kill him, bro. It's the same thing. I'm kidding. Imagine the thought process behind that. Well, Saul tried to kill David for the lyre, so you know what? I think that's exactly what's going on. Let's see. Oh, that's fair. It's been a hot minute since I played the new players. I got you. I beat Fontaine and stopped there. I stopped at the desert place. I haven't played since the desert place. When they introduced the desert place, I was like, all right, I'm going to somewhere else, and I went to Honkai, Starville, which I need to get on there at some point again. We're gonna make a second tier list of these, by the way, homies, because there's so many other characters we can add to these tier lists, and we've barely scratched the surface. I think we're like halfway through. So it's really funny. Let's see. I'm about to watch the VOD to see Crocker. Crocker was a very fun one. I think Crocker's honestly like my favorite one that we've put on there so far. Crocker's so hard to choose for me and Bean because he's like, there are like 3 different, like Crocker himself is like a multiple choice ending right there, which is really funny because like he could have ended up on any of the 3 that are like he could have ended below him or above him anywhere on that, on those 3 rows, like above him, below him, or where he's at right now. He could have been on any of those 3. So it's really hard. It's really hard to like gauge that one, but it was really fun though. It's a really fun concept. He fits the bill of like an actual, like if he became a Christian, he'd actually be like a real Christian that's like that exists to this day. What do you call it? Let's see. Might catch up real quick. That's some Crocker thinking right there. Yeah, it's true. It's true. If you think about it, Saul threw his spear into the wall. I'm David. He'd be like, I'm David from the Bible. Let's see. That's fair. Yeah, I never finished the desert part of Sumeru. Yeah, that's where I was at. That's as far as I got was the desert part. Fontaine was his favorite story-wise. Lately, been lazy with the gacha. Not playing as much. Yeah, definitely. Honkai, I've been playing a little bit of. I finally caught up and beat Penacony, so that was fun, but I still got more to do. Curious about the Prince as well. Oh, I forgot they have the freaking... If we get done with this tonight, I'll hop on over on Honkai. Just because I forgot about, like... what do you call it? The Fate Zero stuff, and I'm out here, like, forgot I was trying to get roll for her. The Arthur. Curious about the Prince as well. Interesting. Do I have a Prince on here? Oh, the Grinch. Oh, okay. I was like, dude, honest, that's a good idea though. Katamari Prince will be the next one we add on the next tier list. Yeah, he's a nut, but if he's but if he put his tenacity for uncovering a 10-year-old fairy godparents to good use, he can make a machine. He could be a machine. Exactly. So that's why I say like he's got like 3 different endings. Like if you roll like he's got 33% chance on everything right there. If you roll on him like the if you roll like if he has a good roll, then he'll do great. So I kind of put him in that slightly leads astray because I'm like, yeah, maybe just depends. Let's see. I'm in love with with Fontaine to this day. Interesting, cool. Yeah, I've never got. I went to the area of it, but I've never played or gotten that far. I've never went to the story wise of it. Let's see, I'm burnt out from Gotcha. I don't blame you. That's why I'm only sticking to like one mainly. There's a couple of them I'll like kind of jump into, but like Honkai Star Rail is like the one that I can like sit by and like I don't have to like grind my soul out just to play it, you know. So that's what I like about it. Almost 2 years Genshin sober. Interesting. I don't think I was ever super addicted to Genshin. I remember one time in the past, a few years ago, I'd play it for a good bit, but then I stopped. So I hate that I saw Richter and thought it was Jonathan Joestar. I didn't even put a single JoJo's character in here. You are so freaking right. Next tier list will have some JoJo characters for sure. I don't even know why I didn't think of that. Jonathan will be on the next tier list for sure. I can already tell you that for a fact. Jonathan Joestar for sure. He'll be on the tier list. Yeah, there's so many other characters. You know, like I have 61 right here, but there's so many other characters you can have in here. Yeah, I don't like Gacha, but I like Genshin regardless of the mechanic. Yeah, I gotcha. The story I played of Genshin was pretty fun too. Would most likely be an upstanding Christian. I agree completely. Jonathan Joestar is the only good Joestar. Like, I love the other Joestars, don't get me wrong. But like to me, that is like a exceptional man. Like a good, he's like a giant guy. Like he's a giant, gentle, loving man. It's really cool. But yeah, and I think that like that's a very cool thing for someone in the gospel or to spread the gospel for. So I think what we're gonna do here is we're gonna look at Wolverine. I think Wolverine is a great example of somebody who I would put all the way up in front of Link. I'm putting Wolverine, and this is specifically the Wolverine from the 90s animation, by the way. And the reason I say this is because of the fact that not only did the homie Dabster recommend this one, but like he is also a big reason why Nightcrawler is in S tier right now. It's because he was receptive to the gospel, which I think is so cool. We're looking at someone like Wolverine who, at the end of the day, he gave his life to Christ because Nightcrawler was kind enough to give him some verses to think about. And you'll see that at the end of that episode, he's in a church crying and accepting Christ. And I'm just like, that is so sick for a guy like Wolverine who has very many wounds in the heart and just with his life. And obviously he can heal and he can be alive for a really long time. I think he's like, what, 200 years old or something like that in that time frame of the X-Men. It may not be 200, but it's older than like a normal human being because his aging doesn't really affect him. And it's rough stuff. It's hard stuff, but seeing that actually be a real deal thing in actual media is awesome. So I do think that he would be an awesome homie at spreading the gospel, but just having slight success. The reason I say slight success in that is because of the fact that like Wolverine is a great example of God, like a great example of God can give somebody a hand in life that is dealt very, very hard and can take that burden away. And I think that like if Wolverine was a Christian, which he canonically is through that animation, I think Wolverine would do a great job for the people in his shoes. And I think that'd be awesome. So I think Wolverine is definitely in the A tier for that, just because he actually gave his life to Christ. And I'm kind of, since he's actually like genuinely a Christian, like giving his life to Christ, I'll bump him up here. Just because like, I don't think he'd be super open to talking about a whole lot of it, but he'll talk to the people that are like him, you know what I mean? And like I feel like there are some kinds of Christians out there, and this is just me, obviously I'm not this kind of Christian, but there are some Christians out there that I think are very like exclusive to the people that are like them, and I think Wolverine would be like that. Not like mutant wise, but like he would be the kind of help to people who help people who have the same struggles as him, but not like, I don't think he'd be like able to help somebody like who is high energy or anything like that. Wolverine seems like that secluded gruff guy where he's like he won't make it, like he won't do that, you know. Nightcrawler, him being S tier is because of the fact that like someone like Wolverine he talked to regardless of his life. that he was living, which I think is very, very cool. So that's kind of why I have them, even though they are in the same story. I think that Wolverine being canonically giving himself to Christ is really awesome. And I think while he may be exclusive to people who are like him, I think that at the end of the day, he'd do an awesome job. And it's just really cool to see that, you know. Let's see. Mean Bean, you said, I thought I was going a bit off the rails by bringing up the sentient cheese wheel from Cheez-Its commercial, but someone seriously pulled out the Bush's baked beans, dog, and what appears to be a plastic cup. Oh my lord, dude. Wait, I like how you barely see the Bush's thing, and then you see that. That's really funny, homie. I'm not gonna lie. So yes, Ubu, by the way, Ubu is the one that recommended that. We'll get to that in a little bit, but yes, he's the one that recommended that. Do not feel bad about like how crazy these are. I'm not gonna lie. It's very funny. Let's see. Giorno is my favorite Joestar, but in terms of morality, an upstanding one is Jonathan. Yeah, and I like Giorno as well. I think Giorno is a great example. There's a lot you could say about Giorno with his dad and stuff being like Dio and stuff. It's really cool stuff. I'll have to make a part 2 to this at some point. I think it'd be really fun. Maybe next week. I'll do that. I think that'd be cool. I won't be able to stay up as late though, like I am tonight. So it really depends. But yeah, next week I might add some Joestars. I might add some people from different media and stuff as well that I think it'd be pretty cool. Let's see. It's just like fun to have like this, like, hey, what could they do, you know? Let's see. He does seem like a living billboard of Christ, though. Like if a man like himself needs a savior and can be saved, his salvation would be demonstrative to others. Yeah, definitely. So that's the thing too, is that like, while I think Slight Success falls into that, I do feel like it's a very high A tier to the point to where it's like I could probably even put him in S tier. But he you know what? I like the way you word that. It's his life that lives that example, rather than like how he speaks to them. So I think that like, yeah, I think that'll score an S tier. The reason I say that is just because I didn't think about that, but like, you know, even though Paul was very like explosive, for example, with where he just went everywhere and wanted to share, I think there were already rumors before Paul even was someone writing, you know? There were already rumors about Paul like turning to Christ, you know what I mean? And that was already enough to... I wasn't doing a disagree. No, you're fine. I was mentally changing that myself. No, you're good. You saying that made me change my mind. So it's not that you were disagreeing. It's just the thought process behind that is when Paul changed his life over, everybody was talking about it. And I think it might be the same for Wolverine, where it's like, obviously, I don't think he'll be like Paul, where he's like, yo, you know what I mean? Like he's gonna go crazy and go talk to everybody. But like, I think he'd be a great example of someone who everybody would be like, wow, this guy changed to Christ. This is crazy, you know, like, or like scared almost, you know what I mean? Like, so that's kind of where it's at. No, you're good though, homie. You're good. That's kind of where I was thinking about. I was like, you know, yeah, that's so I'm like, it's very low on the S tier, but like, I still think that like there might even be another area that I might add. I'm not sure. But yeah. So now we have Gordon Freeman. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. All I know about Gordon Freeman is this. I've played Half-Life 2. I barely understood the story because I was a kid when I was playing Half-Life 2. And I didn't even play Episode 1 or Episode 2. I played Episode 1, got glitched, and I broke the game, and I couldn't play it anymore when I was playing the game. Yeah, Gordon is also a mute character. You're right. So Gordon's also mute. However, Gordon is also a beef cannon tank. Broke out of a facility, being swarmed by aliens and monsters and experiments and head crabs, and used a crowbar to beat his way out of everything. So I think Gordon's going to be a bit hard for me to gauge on that, like if it's a slightly leads people astray or if it's an attempt to help the gospel and share it, you know. Pros, he's really dedicated and driven. He's strong, he's smart, and he's got connection with intermediate dimensional beings. Con, bro does not speak. That's true, but that's all right. Hey, look, Link is also in the A tier, and he doesn't speak. But he's also symbolism, though, too. Because, like, Link is also, like, symbolism. So that's what wins Link over for that area, you know? So, I would say in this case, in the case of Gordon, I think Gordon can go in this mid-tier area. Where it's like, I don't think that, like, he would, like... I don't think he'd be explicit to the gospel, but, like, I think he'd do it in a way where it might help people, you know? I think he might do it better than Shrek, because, like, you know, I feel like a guy like Gordon, a man of science, being in the gospel, could definitely do better than Shrek. Actually, I'd argue he does better than Bobby as well, and Tanjiro for sure. I put him right there. I don't think he can be Daredevil in that, but like I think that like Gordon's a guy that like he is, like you said, dedicated and driven, and he's strong and smart. But like I think in the case of Gordon being where he is, he has a lot of pluses to him. Like, you know, like him being smart, him also being like someone who has connections with aliens and interdimensional beings is really interesting. That means he's got a bigger target audience, you know, and also at the same time, like, if he was a guy of, like, science, I think that would help a lot of people as well, because there's a lot of people who'd be like, I believe in science, and then you see a guy like Gordon Freeman, like, giving his life to Christ, you're gonna be like, what the crud? What the heck? A man of science is giving the gospel. That's crazy. So it's crazy. Well, you're right. He can spread the gospel to other dimensions, GG. You're right. Now, granted, I know God made humans, but, you know, I'm not saying he can't make aliens or anything like that. There might be something. I don't know. At the end of the day, I have no idea. You know, we're probably not going to find out if he made aliens or not. But I tell you what, he's got a big reach. Gordon's got a big reach, so it's pretty good. Let's see. The G-Man hears the gospel. Dude, I think G-Man would be very interesting. Maybe the next one will have G-Man in it. Let's see, where do you think the G came from? Oh my gosh, the gospel, bro. That's so sick. He's the gospel man. In his suitcase, he has a Bible. Dude, all right, G-Man's going on the next list for sure. All right, let's see. Actually, I need to write this down on a note, by the way. Hold on, I need to write these down on notes for the next one. Tier list 2. G-Man. Jonathan Joestar. And multiple JoJos. I'm gonna add those just so that we'll remember those. All right, so our next one is a very interesting character. This also was recommended from Grave Legend. Grave Legend also recommended Dom Santiago. In this case, I also like Isaac Clarke a lot. So, excuse me. So I also kind of threw this in here just because, like, while it was obviously like a kind of a goofy submission, I was fully on board with it. So. Isaac Clarke is a very interesting man, by the way, because there's a lot of stuff you can push and pull from him. Isaac Clarke, obviously, I don't think realistically would be receptive to the gospel. Just gonna be honest with you. The reason is there's a lot of stuff that would be very hard to get through. Just because he's not receptive doesn't mean that he wouldn't receive it, but like, I don't think he'd be very receptive and open to accepting it. As in, like, he's the kind of guy who it was just an engineer, just kind of working, and then all heck broke loose on what he was doing. So he went through a lot. He lost his wife. He barely survived multiple encounters with necromorphs, and what do you call it? And he also fought the Church of. It's not Scientology. I forgot what they called it, but I always called this the Church of Scientology. He is familiar with destroying cults and Unitology. There you go. After the Unitology stuff, it'll be hard. I agree. And I think the Unitology stuff really makes it hard for him because if you didn't know, the reason the Necromorph stuff happened was because there were psychotic people called the Church of Unitology who essentially were bringing this this like religious relic, in their mind it was a religious relic, on board. But the reality is it would slowly cause people to go insane, and if you were dead, you would turn into a necromorph, essentially turning your body into this disgusting creature. If you haven't seen a necromorph, they are ugly. They are a depiction of the devil in hell. They are crazy insane. Kind of like Cole from Infamous. Interesting. I've not played Infamous, but I have always wanted to try Infamous out. But if he has a similar case, then yes. So Isaac Clarke is an engineer, and he had to beat and destroy his way through a lot of basically, like, you could say, like, demonic cultist type beat stuff. And the Church of Unitology is a big thing that was going on with all of this. The Church of Unitology was a massive problem in all 3 Dead Space games. Like, it was massively a problem. While yes, he is like the definition of a cult destroyer. Like he obliterated the cult. Like, there's a lot of stuff that goes into that. He has got like the telekinesis thing, which isn't really like him having telekinesis, but he has a kinesis module which is hooked up to him so he can move things with his hands. He also uses engineering equipment to like kill stuff. He is the example of somebody who has been through a lot of crud, and even in Dead Space 3, like, you think that he'd be able to live a good life or something like that, but still somehow this stuff comes and finds him back. It's kind of like John Wick. I think Isaac Clarke can be like John Wick in a way. Not exactly like John Wick, but you know how, like, in John Wick, like, John Wick left his life only for that life to come back and find him. It's kind of like the same thing for Isaac, where Isaac was just tired of dealing with these unitologists and all these, like, you know, these people who were all about this this relic that they thought was right, but it actually just caused people to go insane. He thought he would be done with it, and he gets pulled back into it quite often. It's pretty rough stuff. And I also think that him not being receptive to the gospel because of stuff like that hurts, because that's a good example of like cult hurt and church hurt and stuff. So while I think if Isaac was a Christian, he'd have a lot to share about, like, you know, like war veteran type beat stuff where it's like, I've been through this absolute crud in my life. I don't think that he'd have the best. I don't think he'd be the best at sharing the gospel, just because of just how much it's destroyed him as a person. Not the gospel, but, like, you know, the life he's lived has destroyed him as a person. I never believe in anybody being too far gone. I just want to say this. But what do you call it? But I just want to say that, like, I don't think he would enjoy leading people astray. It's really hard to gauge where he'd go, just because, like, I think that, like, he might lead people astray, but in a way of, like, because of his own church hurt. So I think it's like, doesn't mean to. I should say doesn't mean to, which falls into that, you know what I mean? Let's see. Loved that game when I was younger. Okay, cool. Saying didn't like his ex, though, so when it was between the scientist or her falling off the building, I went, oh, you have a choice in that? Dang, that's crazy. Let's see. Wow, that didn't pan out for you, I guess. Trying to avoid a 15-year-old game spoiler, but you know what I mean. I got you, homie. Wait, that's kind of funny. Like, if you said it didn't pan out for you, you could be like, didn't Peter pan out? Because if she could fly like Peter Pan, she'd be okay, you know. Or maybe, you know, it's like an equivalent of the clock tower in Amazing Spider-Man 2, you know. Let's see. I saved her 2 other times, but she was just bitter. So when you love someone, you have to know when to let them go, my lord, dude. I remember seeing memes about the Spider-Man part where it's like he'd let her fall. Like, that's crazy. But yeah, so I'd have to check out Infamous. Infamous is one of those games I want to try out because a lot of people say it's good. Isaac Clarke, I think, goes even deeper than Crocker. I honestly think Trevor goes deeper than Crocker now that I think about it, but it's really hard. Like, look at all 4 of these guys. All 4 of these people on Slightly Leads the People Astray and Doesn't Mean to are, like, the most I need to make another tier. I think I need to make another tier because of this, because like these four make no sense. These four are so freaking polarizingly different, they make no sense. Like Batman is this heroic guy, which I think Batman fits that tier like crazy good. Trevor doesn't feel weird in that, but like I don't know. I feel like there needs to be some added like little tier at the bottom of it, you know what I mean? Yeah, from what you said about Clark, it sounds like he'd be between yellow and green. Yeah, like his trauma and everything, I think really would like bust this thing down. Like I think he would lead a lot of people astray just because of the dark stuff that's happened to him. He'd probably just do something completely different. I don't know. I don't think he'd be a good idea, because he's a real like. It's hard. I think I'd probably say, because I don't think he'd enjoy leading people astray. I need to like, because enjoy leading people astray is like a it's like vile, you know, it's like vile stuff. But leads people astray. I'll just say leads people astray. That's probably just where it would be. I'm gonna give this a color. And then we'll change this to there you go. I don't like making it a light blue though. It sounds like this is, I don't know. I might need to make that green. I'm gonna make that. There you go. That works perfectly fine right there. That works great. And then this one will just be blue. There we go. That's cool. Yeah, he wouldn't enjoy it, but he probably wouldn't succeed. Yeah, I don't think he'd succeed at all. Like, I love Isaac Clarke. He's definitely, like, one of my favorite video game characters in all time. I love his suit. It's really sick. But, like, I don't think he would actually, like, help people just because of all the stuff he'd been through. It just doesn't seem like he'd be that kind of guy, you know? Let's see. It said, and it's because of all of Isaac Clarke's been through. Yeah, I think that's the main thing. If the Church of Unitology wasn't a thing that like did this stuff, he'd probably be okay with it. But yeah, he's been through a lot of crud, and he also deals with psychosis, which doesn't mean that he's immune to that or anything. But yeah. All right, now we got the talking cheese from the Cheez-It commercial. That's the homie Mean Bean. He recommended that, and I thought that was legendary. I didn't think about that, so I found a picture of him with headphones and glasses because I think he's so cool. I'm gonna be real with you. If the talking cheese was a Christian, I think he did pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. I think, you know what? He's got a big audience. You know what I mean? I'm gonna put him in front of Link. I'm gonna put him in front of Link. All right. Now this is just a little bias for me. All right, I ain't gonna lie. It's a little bias, but like I'm gonna be real. I love Cheez-Its. That's a big audience. You know what I mean? And not only that, like even if Cheez-Its were like to go Christian and you know in their corpo atmosphere, you know what I mean? Like I think a lot of people be like, you know what? I need to get my Cheez-Its with the Bible verses on them or the crosses on them. And Cheez-Its, I just want to tell you off the bat, Cheez-Its had made custom Cheez-Its before. I remember when I was a kid, I had Darth Vader Cheez-Its. I'm not even gonna lie. So they had Star Wars Cheez-Its. Like they had like collab Cheez-Its. So they could definitely like collab with the Bible. I'm just saying, you know? Now will they put scripture on there? Probably not, but they could put a cross on their Cheez-Its. Excuse me, let's see. I don't know, man. He's honestly pretty annoying in the commercials, but I understand your bias. I agree. All right, let's see how he is. Let's watch one of his commercials real quick. We're gonna watch one of his commercials real quick. Let's pull this up. All right. Let's see. Talking Cheez-It commercial. We're just gonna watch one though, okay? We're gonna watch one. When it said "Rip Cheez-Its Kid," I was like, "Do not tell me." Oh, dude, we gotta look at the barber. Let's see what the barber does. Hold up.
Lesson number 11. This is where the real post-game analysis happens.
What? I didn't see a foul. Did you see a foul?
Now you're getting it. Look at you. Say cheese.
Oh, yeah, that's sharp.
You know back in the day that wouldn't have been no problem. Lesson number...
All right. Well, there you go. You got an example of what the talking cheese did. He likes his sharp haircut that he has, so that's pretty cool. Let's see this. Now I gotta see this. Hold up.
At Cheez-It, we expect a lot from our cheese.
Dude, thank you for the raid, Chronicle. Hold on. I don't know why my mouse messed up. Dude, thank you for the raids, everybody. I appreciate it. Hiya, Armor. Hiya, Chronicle. How you guys doing tonight, homies? I hope y'all are doing rad. Dude, we're doing a Bible tier list. Dude, we're getting everybody and their mother out here. I ain't even gonna lie. Hi, everybody. How y'all doing tonight? Hiya, Game Grotto, homies. Hiya, everybody here. Let me shout out the homie Chronicle as well. Hiya, Chronicle. It's nice to meet you, by the way, homie. I saw that that you had debuted quite recently, but I never got to check you out, homie. I hope you're doing rad. It's nice to meet you, homie. Dude, no way. I thought that said Wreck the Halls, but it says Wrecked Dallas or something. Welcome and Wrecked. I hope you're doing rad, homie. I'm sorry. Wait, it does say Wreck the Halls. You're freaking right. I'm me. Why am I saying you're right? I'm the one that was right. I don't know. Hiya, homies. Welcome in. I hope y'all are doing rad. Thank you guys for the triple raid. I'll shout all you out if I can in a second. How was y'all's raid tonight, homies? Not raid, stream. Were y'all playing Final Fantasy tonight? We're doing a tier list, by the way. For all of you who just came in today and wondering what's going on, we're doing a tier list on who would most likely spread the gospel in a good light. So far, this is our tier list on gospel spreaders right now. We're gonna have to make a second tier list, by the way, because we already have 61 on here. And we're gonna have to make a second one at some point. So if y'all are interested, I'll do another loop around at some point. It'll be pretty cool. Let's see. Hiya, Armor. Hiya, Grotto homies. Hiya, I almost called you Canberry. I don't know why. Cranberry. Hiya, Jack. Hiya, Daxter. Hiya, Grave Legend. Let me go through real quick to see if I got everybody. I did. How you guys doing tonight, homie? It was fun. Did a great dungeon run. Dude, sick. I ain't gonna lie. I don't think it's been a while since I played 14, but I really, I did enjoy those games. The raids and the, thank you for the choo-choo. Also, hi, Zero MV. The raids and the dungeons were pretty fun. Let's see. I got to raid and run. I gotta have a good stream, my dude. Thank you, homie. Bro, Jedi Gumby's here as well, bro. Wait for your turn, Jedi Gumby. You're gonna be on this tier list in a second, you freak. Leave me alone. Go away, bro. Stop trying to steal a spotlight, bro. We gotta talk about everybody that we can, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Also, hi, Cowboy. How you doing tonight, homie? I hope you're doing rad. Sorry, I missed quite a few homies by an accident. Like, I'm sorry I missed you, Zero MV and Cowboy. I just now noticed that y'all typed the raid messages, and I'm like, oh, snap. But we're now talking about the talking cheese from the Cheez-It commercial. We're trying to see how well we think this homie would share the gospel with people. So we're trying to give him a proper look. So
Interrupting cheese.
Interrupting
Cheese!
Should have seen that one coming.
You should have, because I even told you I was going to be interrupting you.
He's such a troll,
Morning,
bro.
sir. Beautiful day, isn't it?
We take the time for our cheese to mature before we bake it into every delicious cracker. Because at Cheez-It, real cheese matters.
Okay, let me be real. All right, I'm gonna be honest. They wait for the cheese to mature. All right, he got better. He got better. That's some gospel tier list stuff right there. So you know what? I think where he's at right now, I think he'll be all right. But then, you know what? That honestly was pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. So the talking cheese is up here. Also, we have the tiers. Here are the tiers, by the way. So we have the top tier, which is the S tier. That is spreads the gospel and is massively fruitful. Also, let me shout out Armor as well, real quick. But I'm glad y'all had an awesome stream, homies. That's base. But the top of the tier list here is what do you call it? Is spreads the gospel and is massively fruitful. Wolverine is kind of in the teeter-totter area between that, but as you can see up there, we have Wolverine, Linus, Shepherd Book, and Wolverine. I haven't watched all of Firefly, so I might change Shepherd Book's place, but Shepherd Book do be talking about the gospel, which is cool. The second part of it is spreads the gospel and is slightly successful, as in like they could spread the gospel, but more than likely it will be like a slight, it's just a slight thing, like they'll spread the gospel, but like more than likely we don't have an actual representation of that, so it's like really hard to gauge if it would be there or not. But so I put it in there as being slightly successful, as in like, yeah, a lot of people would be changing their lives, for example. Also, hiya Sword, welcome in, homie. Kurt is definitely a top tier pick, dude. Based, I don't know who Kurt is, sadly. Unless that's who Shepard is, I'm not sure. Sadly, but yeah. Let's see. That's Nightcrawler. Oh, his name is okay, cool. Yes, definitely. Yeah, he's definitely a top tier pick for sure. He is the only one in this entire list that has actually gotten somebody saved because of his actions, and I think that's really cool. And I think that's really sick. So that's why he might stay in the S tier for like ever. I think. He's a certified priest. Yeah, he's certified priest. He spread the gospel in a loving way that wasn't like shoving jargon down someone's throat. It was just consistent, like, hey, I see that you might be struggling in your life. Here's some verses that you can read. And he gave his life to Christ. And guess what? Well, the reason Wolverine's over there as well is because Wolverine gave his life to Christ. And I think that's really sick. So that's why definitely top tier for sure. But yeah, I'm a big fan of that for sure. So let's see. Lol, Shrek. Yeah, Shrek is up here as well. I do have Shrek up here. So our next one as well, speaking of the tier list here that we have, Linus. Yep, Linus from Charlie Brown. If you haven't seen the also, I'm shouting out the homies of Game Grotto as well. Definitely go check out them as well. If you haven't seen the Christmas special for Charlie Brown, definitely go watch it. In the Christmas special, he basically shares the story of Christ. It's really cool. Obviously, it's on a kid level, but like he shares the story of Christ, and it's really sick. It's really cool stuff. But yeah, the benevolent philosopher. Oh, I like that. That's good. That's good. Let's see. So our next one is Spider-Man. So I was recommended Spider-Man by I think Icy Pants on. Yeah, I was recommended Spider-Man from Icy Pants on Twitter. So, from the Twitter list of things. So, we're gonna put Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man a lot. I'm gonna be real with you. I have always been a big fan of Spider-Man. Primarily, obviously, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. That's why I put him there. But I also really like the Amazing Spider-Man. I really love the Amazing Spider-Man. And I think honestly, like if we look at the Amazing Spider-Man, I think that like that would be really cool to spread the gospel. Because if you've seen Amazing Spider-Man, he cares enough about a kid's like science like project to be loving to him and just encourage him to build these things that are really cool and repair his science kit. And then like was really cool and talked on his level and talked about how cool the science behind the things that he was doing. It's just really fun stuff. Spider-Man's also a very like he's not necessarily street level, but like he's like he does street level things. Like, you know, I think that's really cool. Like he's kind of like he's also like he beats up these people, these obviously like problematic, very big villains, but like he also at the same time is street level and helps out street level wise. So he's like a mix of I care about the little man, but I also help the big guy as well, you know, and I think that's really cool stuff. So I think Spider-Man kind of falls into a similar category, not entirely, but a similar category of like Sonic and the Flash, where it's like, yeah, I think that he would be awesome if he was like a Christian for sure. So I'd say he beats the cheese. I ain't gonna lie. I'd say he beats the cheese in that regard. Spider-Man is one that like also a lot of people love Spider-Man. Like a bunch of kids I know love Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man is an absolute big hit. I think like when it comes to Marvel stuff, Spider-Man and Iron Man I think are like the big homies. I didn't even put Captain America on this list. Well, he'll be on the next one for sure. But Spider-Man definitely has a big reach in that regard. And him being a friendly homie, I think's pretty based. I ain't gonna lie. So we're gonna put Spider-Man there. And Grave, you also hi Grave, how you doing tonight, homie? Grave, you'd mentioned is that Bobobo, and it definitely is, and that's our next character. So from the homie Ubu, Bobobo is, I think, probably his favorite anime, and I probably need to watch it myself at some point. I watched a teensy bit as a kid. Bobobo is a very funny and goofy anime. From the little that I'd seen, I really loved the dub. I really want to watch the dub because in the dub, they didn't know what a guy said, and there was this bald guy that was like had words on the screen on his face, and all he says in the dub is "Get those words off of my face." It's such a goofy anime. So I think Bobobo definitely would be a good youth pastor for sure, without a doubt. Like he'd be a fire youth pastor. So I think he's definitely up in these top 3 for sure. Definitely better than Shrek. And Tanjiro. I'm gonna be flat out real with you. Let's put him in. I'm gonna put him in front of Barbara. Here's the thing, right? I think Bobobo is hilarious. I don't even know a lot about his character, but like I can tell you what though, I can definitely see a lot of younger people being like Bobobo is so funny, dude. I gotta give my life to Christ. You know what I mean? He'd definitely be a good youth pastor for sure. He's chaos incarnate. That's a good bit there. Yeah. Sorry. Good night. Love you too. My mom's going to bed, homies. So yeah, he's definitely chaos incarnate, which is great for the youth. They love chaos. You know what I mean? Also, my chat says good night. She already went to bed, but thank y'all for saying good night. But like chaotic good, yeah. So it's like I think kids would love it. And younger homies as well as just like homies that are, you know, adults, I think would love it. But I think a lot of kids would be like, yeah, dude, this guy's so funny and awesome. You know, so I think Bobobo would do a great job. I think he'd spread the gospel and is slightly successful. I don't think he'd be massively successful. The reason is because of how like chaotic he is. That like I can guarantee you there'd be some people be like, what the crud? Like they'll be like, what is this man? Why is he doing this? You know, so it's like I think he's only. I think a lot of the older church folk people would probably be having an absolute flip out just because of who he is. They'd probably have a heart attack. He'd probably give them a heart attack. So I don't want to put him too high, but like I think he's an awesome person for sure. Another recommendation from the homie Ubu was he said Han Solo, which I think's funny. Let's see. Lol, a literal priestess for a church got displaced by him. The church of Favonius is in shambles right now. Exactly. They needed to be the Church of Christ, and I think that maybe Barbara, if she knew that, she'd do the best, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. She needs to go to a church that has Christ in it, not Favonius, bro. I don't give a crud about Favonius. But you're right, though. You're right. I think that is kind of funny that Bobobo got put in front of her. It's like the real man stepping through. Let's see. Next to Isaac, oh my gosh, dude, that would be very funny to have him. I do think that Han Solo is someone that I don't think would be receptive to the Bible. The gospel. I think that like he is definitely on board. Like he is definitely that guy who will jump on the side and be like, he'd help the guy. Han Solo is the guy that'll help you at church and go to church with you. But like, I don't know though. I think that there's questionable methods for real. Like he'd get you a free guitar and they'd be like, thanks for the guitar, man. Thanks for donating it. How much did this cost you? And he goes, it's a trade secret. And turns out he stole the guitar, you know, like that's a great example. He'd have some questionable methods, right? Let's see. Isn't it weird how they still have crosses on their attire even when Jesus isn't involved there? Exactly. That means Christ is still in there, even though, you know. Christ is still there even if they don't want him to be, you know what I mean? Who's that on Bobobo's left? That is Alan Walker from D. Gray Man. I haven't watched D. Gray Man in a long time, but that is Alan Walker from D. Gray Man. And I know on that show that they kind of go after, like, evil spirit stuff or, like, demon stuff. I'm not sure on the exact wording of it, but that's kind of where that is for where it's at. So that's who that is. He's kind of cool. I think you can definitely see some inspiration of like some Harry Potter type beat, because he's got that like some little Harry Potter stuff about him as well. Yeah, dude, there's so much I haven't seen in forever. Another one to add to my list. Yeah, definitely. I'd have to rewatch D Gray Man, because when I was a kid, I watched the dub, and I don't remember anything from D Gray Man, other than like, you know, there was one woman in D Gray Man that changed her heart and her like life, and they took her on board, and I think I need to watch it again for her, because I might put her in a tier list too. Sonic and Spider-Man have similar energy now that I think about it. Makes sense, they're side by side. Yeah, that's kind of where I was going for. It's like, I think Spider-Man, Sonic, and like Flash have like this similar energy about them. That's like, yeah, that's kind of where they're ending up, you know. Is John Constantine on the list? No, but I think he'll be in the next one for sure. I need to add that to the list as well. Let's see. I forgot you mentioned that in the on the other streams, but I'll definitely add John Constantine for sure, because I definitely got a little bit of a word for him for sure. So Han Solo, I'm gonna say leads people astray, but not in the way that Isaac Clarke would. Just because like Han Solo's leading people astray isn't like, he's still a good guy, but like his methods would lead someone astray for sure. Bottom of the list then, man. No, I agree. He Constantine would definitely be bottom of the list for sure, because they enjoy it. Like he is busted up. He's insane. So the next character we have is Ryuji, which was also recommended by the homie Cranberry. Now, Ryuji's I have a bit of a soft spot for Ryuji, because he is in this weird ley line. I don't think he would lead people astray and enjoy it. There's a chance that I would even say he would slightly lead people astray, but doesn't mean to. That might fit in his category more. Either that or slightly spreads the gospel and might help it. The reason is because Ryuji is a great guy. When you get to like know him as Joker and you spend time with him, he is a cool guy. Like he's a guy. Is he dim-witted? Yeah, he is. But like, you know, I think a lot of homies can be sometimes. And so I think that Ryuji is a very vulgar guy. I don't think he'll be very receptive to a lot of people, but I think that, like, I'm going to say slightly. I think he is definitely a guy who would slightly lead people astray, but I think I would say that, like, he goes below Batman, for sure. Actually, I'm going to put Trevor below Crocker. But I think, I don't even know. I think I'm kind of tempted to put Trevor down and leads people astray, but like, we'll think about it. But like, yeah, that's where I'm like, I think he'd lead people astray, but like, he doesn't mean to. Let's see. So yeah. Let's see. He gets ticked off easily. Any questioning would tilt him. Yeah, like imagine like he could be a Christian, and that's great. But like all it would take is one guy saying Jesus isn't real, and he'd probably flip his lid. and it's like man, it's like you don't gotta flip your lid just because someone says Jesus isn't real. Obviously yes, you could argue that those people lack intelligence for saying that, but like at the same time, it's like when you flip your lid, you jump into the same boat, you know, and you're like, you know, like so it's integral not to be so like, you know, so upfront about it. But I think Ryuji's a great example of somebody who is a rough around the edges guy. I like the way that Ryuji once you're someone who's understanding of him, he is easier to talk to and stuff. So I think Ryuji is an awesome character. I still love the way he's written. I think it's awesome. I think that like he would I think he would be receptive to Christ, but he'd always be the guy that thinks he has to defend somebody, kind of like Peter, for example, which that doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing. But I feel like Ryuji is kind of like a destructive attitude where it's like if you said one thing wrong or something like that, he'd flip his lid or something like that. So yeah, Ryuji definitely I think goes in the slightly leads people astray, but he doesn't mean to. He has a temper problem, and so that's kind of where that is. Him and Batman, I think, are pretty much similar in that regard. I mean, Batman's not a ticked off thing. Like, there's a different reason for both of them, but like, just Ryuji's really aggressive is all. Crocker making moves, nice. Yeah, Crocker's moving up in the world, bro. He beat Trevor there. And next we have Naruto, and I specifically put the Coco Bolo meme for Naruto on here because I thought it would be funny. And I think that's kind of based. So Naruto is awesome. Naruto was recommended by Chess. I ultimately, I really love Naruto. I think Naruto is great, and at the end of the day, I think Naruto, to be real with you, goes up here and he beats the cheese. The reason I say that is, Naruto as a kid, I would watch Naruto, and I understood kind of like, you know, Naruto was one of those things that helped me like understand life. And I know it's kind of funny to say that, but like, obviously God truly opened that door for me whenever I started following God. But before I knew God, Naruto was one that really helped me a lot, because if you watch Naruto, like especially the beginning, he is mistreated really badly. And it's mainly because he is, you know, he's what you would call a Jinchuriki, which means that, like, you know, he has this thing inside him, and everybody like hated him. Now, granted, I didn't have like a demon inside me or any crud like that, but in his case, he had that perspective of everybody hated him and didn't like him. I had a lot of that when I was a kid, and seeing how Naruto progressed in the future, especially as he grew, as time goes on, you see that Naruto, while a lot of people were scared of him and hated him at the start, he still tried to treat them with kindness and love. And it all started with, like, I think the one sensei guy who was still being kind to him. Iruka is his name, and he was just being kind to him, and it meant so much to him that it set him on a better life, you know. And obviously Naruto would do a lot of stuff like pranking people and doing things that aren't really cool. But in the case of this, is that, like, at the end of the day, he was seen as a detriment or like a demon in his entire, like, you know, village. But as time went on and he had his heart changed, actually, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Naruto as a Christian is up here with the Wally West Flash. The reason I put that there is because if Naruto was a Christian, I think that he would be amazing at it, just because he's if you've watched Naruto, this might be slight spoilers, but like, this is like literally, like, this anime is older than dirt. Let's see, his most powerful skill is Talk no Jutsu. Real, bro. I agree, bro. I agree. And that's literally what it is. He talks to the bad people. Like, in the anime, especially if you watch Shippuden, he literally talks to people and stops them from being bad. And it fits really well. Like, there was this one guy, I'm not even lying, straight up nukes the entire village. And he goes and finds where he is and talks to him, you know? And he's like, you know what? I agree with you, Naruto. I'm sorry. And I'm just like, but it's true, though. That is how good he is. I would even put him in S tier. I'm going to be real with you, because I didn't think about that until you'd mentioned that. I'm going to put him in S tier. I'm going to put him above Wolverine. Just because Naruto is someone that talks to people. He talks to them. And it's like, man, if he was a Christian, he'd slam dunk it, bro. Like, I'm telling you, like crazy. Yeah, Wally West could too, but like Naruto on a bigger scale. And I think that, like, Naruto is just such an awesome homie. Like, even with Gaara, Gaara is another guy from a different village who was also a Jinchuriki, who grew up in a similar lifestyle as him, just in a different village. And they got into this big fight, you know what I mean? Yep, Sasuke and Gaara are great examples. And literally, not even lying, when he was relating with Gaara, like, he cried for Gaara, you know? And like that's the kind of heart I think people should have as a Christian, is like you have a heart that cries for other people that are hurting, especially in the aspect of things that you've struggled with, and because you know what that's like. And Gaara and Naruto as kids, like he was like, I know what you've been through, and he cried for him, and it was so much effective to Gaara that like when there was a giant war going on, Gaara literally did this giant speech. It's an awesome thing. I love Naruto Shippuden because it was really cool. But Gaara gives this massive speech about, and I would even put Gaara on the tier list as well, like the next one. Gaara straight up says like, talking about how like, because everybody like this war happens, and it's a big war. It's like a big ninja war versus something bad. And all of these alliances are trying to be together, and all these villages are getting into fights because they're from different places. And Gaara straight up yells like really loud to the point to where like they all listen to him. And he's a leader at this point. And he tells everybody. He said he was like saying that like right now one of my best friends is out there fighting for all of us right now, and he was from a different village and he cried for me. And I'm like, it's powerful because like that speech not only aligned everybody who was from a different village to also work together towards this bigger threat happening to them. It left such an impact on his life that like he was literally like, you know, he's young, but like he's being real deal. And he even told the people, he said, I'm way too young and inexperienced to do a lot of this, but please help me be able to fight this war. And I was just like, dude, so awesome stuff, man. So I love the real deal of like Gaara. Sasuke's cool as well, but I think Gaara is the one that's really got me in my heart with that. So Naruto doesn't let anybody's lifestyle, the way that they live, stop him from talking to them about things. Now, I don't know what happens after when Naruto's an adult and stuff. I don't know what happens at all that. I know Boruto is a big thing. I haven't watched Boruto, but Naruto will probably be like one of my all-time favorite characters. I think Naruto will always be solidified as my favorite like main Shonen Jump anime that I've seen, because Naruto is a genuine awesome thing. Now, granted, yes, he does some stuff that's like childish, but like it's the core of what he does that's the matter of that, and I think it's really cool. So as a Christian, yeah, he'd be booming, bro. He basically like becomes the president and stuff. So, dude, the homie Kronk, bro. We got the homie Kronk now. I ain't gonna lie. He's kind of foreigners for the Israelites were foreigners in Egypt, just like God instructed, bro. Real, exactly. He's kind of anybody, bro. It doesn't matter where they're coming from or where they're at. It's pretty based. And yeah, so it's pretty cool. He lives that example of like, you know, hey, if you're experiencing the same thing I am, we can talk about it and stuff, and it's really cool. Man, I wish anime was like that again. You know what I mean? I'm not saying there isn't, but like stuff like Naruto, man, hits. You know, like we need another anime like Naruto that hits like the way it does, you know? I think I'm memeing. Oh, I didn't know what you were memeing about. I thought that like, you know, I thought that was like a big thing. I didn't even know. I'm sorry, dude. Oh, are you talking about like they were like when they were slaves in Egypt? Is that what you're saying? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I just read over that and thought something completely different. What do you call it? My bad, homies. Or my bad, homie. I mean, sorry. Excuse me. I haven't seen Naruto. You just said it was nice to someone from another tribe, and God instructed Israelites to be nice to foreigners as well, since they were once foreigners. Okay, I got you. Yeah, I got you. I got you. I thought, I'm gonna be real, I don't know why, I just like, my brain was just like, alright, I know what you're talking about. I had no idea. I'm sorry. But now I get what you mean though. But you're right though, you're right. We're called to be not nice to the people who are foreigners, because they were also foreigners in Egypt, and it's a constant reminder for sure. Dude, that's the tired brain. It's kicking in. We still got some more. Though. I gotta survive. I gotta breathe. All right. I ain't gonna lie. All right. Kronk. We have the homie Kronk. I'm not gonna lie, homies. I think Kronk is pretty fire. I don't know. I think Kronk kind of goes up there with Bobobo. I'm gonna be real with you. Just because Kronk, in my opinion, has a bit of similar energy, where he's got like this, like, I think he could share the gospel. Kronk has a similar energy. Actually, let's move Kronk up. This might be a bit of a hot take. I ain't gonna lie, but I don't. Excuse me. I don't know. Kronk's going right there between Aerith and what do you call it? I'm gonna go feed my cat and read a Bible, preferably the Holy One. That's a good idea. Go feed the cat. I agree. Have a fun list. No problem, homie. No. Thank you, homie. I appreciate it. I don't know why I'm saying no problem. But I appreciate it, homie. I hope you have a rad time feeding the cat and reading the Bible, the Holy One. In the regards of Kronk, Kronk would spread the gospel to squirrels too. Exactly. And also this too, the same thing with Aerith. My mentality with Aerith was, I think a lot of dudes would be desperate to go after Aerith, and it would lead them to God, because they want to go to church and hang out with her, and then they find out that they need God. I think it's the vice versa for Kronk, where it's like, I think a lot of girls would be like, dude, Kronk is such a hunk. I'm gonna go to church so I can get this ripped guy to be my boyfriend. And then they go to church and they're like, oh my gosh, dude, God is so awesome. I don't need to be chasing men. I need to be chasing the Lord. And I was like, dude. So that's why I put Kronk next to Aerith, is that, like, I feel like they have a similar vibe in that regard. So I'm gonna do that. Honestly, I don't know why I have the rock up here. I'm gonna put the rock actually like right here. I'm gonna put the rock right here. Actually, there you go. I think that's better. Just because of what do you call it? I think that's a better placement there. But yeah, so that's kind of where I'm at with this, is that, like, I think Kronk would be pretty good right there. I'm not gonna lie. So our next one here is the Nostalgia Critic. Now, the homie Ubu recommended the Nostalgia Critic, and I'm gonna be real with you. He is an anomaly. He is even more of an anomaly than Crocker. The reason is because, like, he could, like, it's really hard, like, because I've seen The Wall. I've seen his The Wall parody, and it makes me question life, and not a good way. And so, like, I'm like, could he, like, I feel like if he was a Christian, I don't know if he'd lead people astray. He's in this weird middle area where it's like, I can't tell if he'd meme. Like, he's a good sport about people criticizing him and stuff. And he's like, I remember the Oni and G people, like, he was very nice about, like, how they talked, how, like, the Oni and G homies talked about him and stuff. So, like, I'm thinking that, like, Nostalgia Critic could, like, I think he's in that middle area where he could probably help. He might help the gospel. You know, he can attempt to spread it, but I don't know. I don't know if it would help. Like, that's where, like, obviously, yes. I think it would, obviously anybody turning Christian would help the gospel in this case. But in this hypothetical, like, if he makes the Wall parody and turns it Christian, I feel like I don't know how I would feel about that. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, yes, I'm glad that he's Christian if he turns Christian. That's awesome. Hallelujah, amen. But then, like, if he makes, like, the Wall parody, but it's like, you know, it's like a Christian parody thing, I don't know if I can stomach seeing that creation he put into that. I'm not sure. So I think he'd be very entertaining to watch. And he also has a big reach because he's got a big fan base. So in the case of how he is hilarity wise, I think that, like, I think in the case of him being him and his fan base the way that he is, I think he'd have slight success. I think he'd have slight success because he's not, like, booming like he used to be. Obviously, like, him and the Angry Video Game Nerd, I don't think are as, like, prominent big YouTube people. I mean, they are big, but they're not, like, I don't know if they're as prominent as they used to be. So I don't know. I feel like it's I feel like Barbara's such a weird, like, not like an addition, but like it's a weird line. Like if I put something behind Barbara, like what does that imply? Like that's where I'm like, and I'm not saying Barbara's bad. I just think that, like, I don't know. I think he could slightly lead people astray, but these people are not like. I'm gonna put the nostalgia critic. It is really funny to put the nostalgia critic next to Gordon Freeman, but I think nostalgia critic, being where attempts, where he'd attempt to spread the gospel and might help. I think that would be pretty cool. I think that's kind of where I'll keep it at. I might change this because nostalgia critic's hilarious, so. This might change. I don't know. Esquier. I think Esquier beats the cheese for sure. I love Esquier. If you don't know who Esquier is, Dabster also recommended Esquier. I think Esquier is an awesome homie, and the more you play Expedition 33, you kind of see the idea of Esquier. But also at the same time, I also like won't spoil that thing, just because it is a major thing. And if you're attempting to play Expedition 33, if you haven't gotten to like the end of Act 2, it'd be kind of hard to. It's not like a major spoiler. It's just like it's a slight one. His depiction is very fitting for what he is based on. So that's all I will say. But he's a very awesome, loving homie, very aloof, for sure. And you know, as a homie who's aloof myself and not aware of things sometimes, I'm a big fan of Esquier. Obviously, I don't want to put him higher than the other homies, but Esquier can fly, and he's also a really rad homie. So. And he knows he'd spread the gospel in a very awesome and loving way. So that's pretty base to me. I ain't gonna lie. Dude, pepper jack cheese. I ain't gonna lie. All right, we're done with this tier list. I have now finished the reason why pepper jack cheese is at the bottom, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. What the crud is this, dude? You know what? I'm kidding. I don't know what you're talking about. It literally creates a lake of fire in people's mouths. You know what I mean? Like, how could you follow something like that? You know what I mean? Hey, yo, that's S tier. Come on, lol, dude. I don't know what, dude. Y'all. Listen, just because it's not even a hot take. It's just the truth. All right. So I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry y'all don't like it. You know what they say in the Bible. Sometimes the world's gonna hate you because it hates Jesus. You know, I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm not gonna say that. But like, I did. But it was more of a meme. I promise. What do you call it? But yes, pepper jack cheese. I think it leads people astray, and I think it'd smile at you too, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. It'd smile and be like, yeah, I'm eating it, bro. And then when it breathes, dude, you smell the spicy breath, and like your nose hairs will catch on fire, bro. That's what's gonna happen, bro. Pepper jack cheese and pineapple pizza are both on S tier. I didn't know today was opposite day. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about at all. All right, Minoko. I like Minoko. I don't think he'll be as effective as I don't think he'll be as effective. Personal opinion. I think Minoko goes a little bit after. Minoko goes in front of Nostalgia Critic. I love Minoko. He's obviously, I like him more than Esquier, but like I think that like he would be better. I don't know if he'd be a guy that spreads the gospel. Like he would, but like I don't think it'd depend if he'd help it or not. So, so I think that like he'd attempt to, but like it's not like he's still a cool guy. I just don't think that like he would do as good as Esquier would. I think because Esquier seems like the energy that everybody would like. Minoko seems like the energy that like a lot of people would like, but like it's not to the same level that Esquier would, you know. I don't know. Minoko feels like no. I'm gonna go up here. Hold on. I think I'm gonna put Minoko next to him. I no, this is hard. I'm putting Minoko next to him. The reason I'm putting Minoko next to him is that if you think about the Gestrels always live to fight, and Minoko is a guy who goes against his very nature, which is really cool. So for me, I think that like if there's a character that's willing to go against their own nature that they're brought up to, I think that they have there's a good possibility of it happening. Of them spreading the gospel in an awesome way. He also lives kind of like that goofy hermit guy, where it's like he's distanced himself from his culture, and he's found a better way of life, kind of the deal. So it's like Minoko definitely can go there for sure. Let's see real quick. It's been real derpy. I gotta unfollow now. Dang, bro. I can't believe this dude. Does that mean pepper jack cheese has led you astray, my friend? Is that what's happening? I can't believe this, bro. Can't believe this. You gotta come back. It's only my opinion. I'm kidding. You're good. Let's see. Now Minoko is Verso if he was a Gestrel. I agree. That's why like they sounded similar too. Let's see. I never thought I'd see the day where Nostalgia Critic, Pepper Jack Cheese, and Shrek were in the same tier list. It is a very interesting day that we live in, isn't it, man? You know, but today is a strong day. Today is a strong and a majestic day, I'd say. All right, let's see. We have Star-Lord now. I like Star-Lord, and I don't think he'd be the best at sharing the gospel, but he definitely, I think he goes up to, I think he goes a bit below Aerith right there. I like Star-Lord. Star-Lord honestly fits the same energy as Spider-Man and Sonic and the Flash. However, a big thing about Star-Lord is also that, like, we can use Chris Pratt as an example. I think Star-Lord is probably like my favorite MCU character, just because he not only likes music that's really good, and it's more my type of music, even though I didn't grow up around that kind of music. It's like he likes a lot of that awesome fire rock music, and it's like really sick. And I really like that Chris Pratt also plays him, because you also have that joke in Infinity War where he where Tony Stark literally asks him like who's your leader, and he goes, what do you want me to do, what do you want me to say, Jesus? And I was like, that's so funny. I was like, based. I was like, yeah, because he's from Earth, and it's really cool stuff. So while obviously you can be like, well, his dad is a freaking planet, and it's like, well, yeah, but like it's still like what do you call it? He's still a fun guy. He's still a very fun guy. I like the energy he has. It's a very fun character. I'd even put him up there with like Spider-Man and stuff, but it's just like I'll put him up there. Yeah, I think I'm doing him a disservice to not put him up there with the homies like that. So I put him a bit below Spider-Man just because I think if he was a Christian, I think he'd do a great job at spreading the gospel. He also has a good reach as well, but not as much as a he's more of he's more of a scoundrel, but like a good guy scoundrel. It's kind of odd to say that, you know what I mean? But well, I guess that's his gimmick though. He's a scoundrel. So like I don't know. I might put him down to. He's still a good guy though. That's my problem. That's why I was putting him down. I don't know. Maybe I'd say attempts to spread the gospel and might help, because I don't know, like it's the scoundrel lifestyle that kind of makes me like iffy about it, you know what I mean? So that's where it's at, you know what I mean? Star-Lord is one of my favorites too. He's awesome. I agree. He's a great character. There's a lot of music, bro, that I have not heard in my life. All right. But yeah, I think Star-Lord is a great. So, also, Katie Bug recommended Star-Lord as well. To clarify, I don't. If I miss anybody's names, by the way, I apologize. I didn't miss this one, but like there's probably some that I've missed, and I apologize. There's a lot of people. Toriel is also on here. I don't remember who recommended Toriel. I think it was Justin. I think Justin recommended Toriel. Wherever Toriel is. Yeah, Justin recommended Toriel from Undertale. I think she is really cool. I think that she would attempt, I don't know, maybe. I think she'd have a good job at it. I also think she's a slight bit overprotective though as well. So like that's also another thing too, is the little bit I've played of I've played through Undertale, but the little bit I remember of it. I think Toriel is definitely on the same level as Barbara for sure. Like both of those two I think are like the kind of similar, except like, you know, one's more of a singer lady who also is devout, but also like the motherly vibe that Toriel has towards like not wanting the kid to leave in Undertale is also understandable because she doesn't want the kid to get hurt. So it's like excuse me, I think that she'd do a good job. She just had a slight, you know, she has a slight misjudgment, if that makes sense. So like she's kind of like in that little lower area there. Let's see, we've got Porky Pig. Porky Pig is a very fun character, by the way. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Porky Pig is this one's kind of hard, but I think we'll probably put this, he's on the same level as Bobby Hill. I think he's on the same level as Bobby Hill. Like I can see him spreading the gospel to somebody, but he is definitely not getting a big reach. Like it's like he at least in this aspect of how he is, Porky Pig is specific to people who would be listening to Porky Pig. I think Porky Pig at most would get a couple people to help realize things, but it really depends on the lifestyle, obviously. But all you would hear is yep, like that, and it's like, you know, in the beginning, God, you know, I mean, I think he will do his best. Yeah, he'll try his darndest, but preaching to an empty room, exactly. And him doing that, I think he's got a good heart about it. I don't think he would be someone who would be called to be a preacher, for example. Like, he would not be called to be a preacher just because of how he is, but he could still do a great job being a loving family member. So that's where it's like, I think he could definitely help spread the gospel, but it's one of those like attempts to, and he might help for sure. So Porky's definitely one of those homies that'll like try his best to share it, but he takes a long time to get the sentences out. You know, it's like if the Bible takes you at least a few years to read through yourself at your own pace, Porky will take 6 years to read the whole thing to you. So it is definitely a strong one. Now we have a very strong one here. This one is, if you're wondering who this guy is, he is Joshua Graham. He is a very, very prominent character in the video game world of things. So a lot of characters we've talked about today here are like from primarily like other areas like anime or TV shows and stuff like that, like have an actual genuine proof of in media regards of Christianity. But this is the first one in video game that is actual like genuine, like straight up like video game, like this guy is literally like supposed to be the like a Christian in the video game universe. So Joshua Graham is from Fallout New Vegas. I am not someone who has played Fallout New Vegas. However, I have heard a lot about Joshua Graham. Joshua Graham is, in my opinion, the video game icon for Christianity. Now, granted, does he kill people? You freaking betcha he does. You see that? He's got a freaking Glock in his dang hand. He's killing people. A lot that he shares is a very Christian perspective in this apocalyptic world. It is very interesting how they wrote him. From the little things that I have heard him say, I enjoyed some things that he had said. Do I agree with his methods? Heck no, I don't agree with his methods. But from what he talks about, it is genuinely like a man who not only has a good heart, but in this very destructive apocalyptic world that is Fallout, he says some pretty strong stuff. Honestly, like we're gonna explore some things he said real quick, because I think what he says is pretty strong. Even to the point to where like people made AIs of him being like this like genuine like fatherly figure to people, of like laying a beat down. I remember one about talking about like you can't go chasing women, and he says if you collect Funko Pops, burn that crap right now. And it's funny, but like he's kind of right though. There's a lot of wisdom that can get shared from that, you know. Oh, Joshua Graham. Let's see. A Porky podcast would be lit. It would be very entertaining to listen to in the background, for sure. So I agree. He's gotten IRL people saved, I hear. Yeah, and that's an interesting thing too. Joshua Graham, even in high school, when I was in high school, I had a friend that liked Fallout. One of my best friends from high school. He had mentioned to me Joshua Graham, and it was trying to talk to me about Fallout and like how cool Joshua Graham was. My friend from high school is also not a Christian, so even people who aren't Christian talk about Joshua Graham. Like it's like wow, like this is a very impactful Christian character. It's not like a cliche character. It is a Christian character that's well written. So this is also a homie online recommended this. Let me see. It was someone from from Twitter. It was someone named Corey recommended this, and I just want to say a big thank you to Corey if you're out there, if you're either listening or come somehow see the VOD. Thank you for recommending Joshua Graham, because I literally forgot about him, and seeing that Joshua Graham was there, I was like, no way. I was like, how did I forget Joshua Graham, bro? Let's see. I don't know if he's Christian or Mormon, but regardless, he only talks about God in the Bible. Yeah, definitely. It's hard to tell. It's hard to gauge what he is, but at least in the core of it is what's important there. So, just to give you an example of Joshua Graham, there's also a speech, so I think that's a very interesting thing. This is also something I would watch consistently. I actually really liked this. This is something I'm going to share because this is cool.
There is much to be skeptical of in this world.
It's really good
stuff. It no longer
stuff.
surprises me to learn how many people don't really believe in anything. What's the point? For many of us, the road is a difficult one, but the path is always there for us to follow, no matter how many times we may fall. The good news is that we can help you find your way back, naturally. Some days are harder than others, but I must try. We all have doubts. The light of the mind alone cannot burn away all darkness. Think on it and look in your heart. It will be for the best. When the walls come tumbling down, when you lose everything you have, you always have family. The fire that had kept me alive was love. Their love. God's love. Right. You're not so certain. Fair enough. We all go through periods of darkness. Of course. In a world filled with misery and uncertainty, it is a great comfort to know that, in the end, there is light in the darkness. In such times, we can turn to the Lord, but it's good to have friends. And the good Lord knows there's much to be done here. You're a good neighbor to us. Thank you. Until then, God be with you.
It's so good. It's so good. And like obviously that's edited, just to let you know. It's edited, but like it's a this is a video game character. It is really cool. Parts of that obviously were edited out. Like you could definitely tell there were parts of what he had said edited in different spots, but like for the most part, that is what he was. He would say stuff like this, and so I think this is a great character, and and they do a great job, by the way, writing him because he is in an apocalyptic wasteland, and yet still there is a Christian perspective on him. However, now in this apocalyptic wasteland, it is very like sociably acceptable to kill people. So he does kill people, just to clarify. Now, granted, in his mind, he is righteously killing people because these are people that are problematic. However, they do a great job not taking away from the aspect of the heart of a genuine Christian person, but they do it in such a way where it's written in the wasteland type beat, which is very strong stuff. And I think that's really cool. So I don't know exactly. And by the way, I don't think Bethesda made this game, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was. I forgot the name of it. Insomniac. No, it wasn't Insomniac. It was the guys who made Obsidian. Yeah, Obsidian. And so Obsidian made Fallout New Vegas, which is just really cool. So the guys who made what do you call it? What's it called? Outer Worlds, not Wilds, but Outer Worlds. And the second one's coming out at some point as well. The guys who made that made Fallout New Vegas. So this is like I don't know who was cooking with him, but like they were cooking really good. I always love this video, by the way. It's a very good video. I remember in the past I would always just come back and listen to this just because I think this is good for people, especially on a surface level, to hear that, because it's like, man, that's some real deal stuff, and like he's impactful to the point to where people made like voice AIs of him just saying some pretty strong wisdom things. And I was just like, dude, so it's pretty cool. They used the modified engine because Bethesda, they used the modified engine that Bethesda used for Fallout 3. Okay, cool. That's interesting. That's cool. But all the content is Obsidian. That's sick. I like that. So yeah, as you can tell, Joshua Graham is a very strong character. Obviously, like if you get on his bad side, he'll probably kill you. I don't know the full story of Joshua Graham, but he's also got a 19-minute speech. I'm not going to make you sit through 19 minutes of a speech. Sorry, but if you want to hear more, you can go listen to it as well. This might be pretty good. There's a baptism quote thing here too, but I'll look at this one. We'll watch this one and then we'll be done with this stuff.
For the safety of all good people who come to Zion, even Gentiles. But we can't expect God to do all the work.
See, like, I also, by the way, I just want to clarify, he said even Gentiles, which I think is powerful, because, like, well, obviously, like, what the mindset of we can't expect God to do all the work, I think is, depending on how you mean that, it can be bad and it can be good, depending on what it is. Like, obviously, he's not saying I can't expect God to place everything in front of me, then that's different. But in the aspect of he's like, I got to kill people because God isn't going to just, kill someone, then it's bad. But I like that he even said in his mind, he said he even cares about Gentiles. So if you're curious of what that means in the Bible, Gentiles were seen as people who weren't deserving of Christ, or not Christ, sorry, of God, because they weren't of the race of being Jewish. So in the idea of this is that like the whole New Testament is a lot about like Jesus talking to people like the Pharisees and stuff like that. Or even the apostles spreading the good news to people who are like the Gentiles. That's why Paul is a very strong person that's written a lot of the Bible, is because, or a lot of the New Testament is because he was someone who was very contrary to anything that was against like the Bible, or not the Bible, sorry, anything that was contrary to his lifestyle, the way that like the Pharisees were living at that time. And so Paul is a great example of someone who is giving the word to the Gentiles. Essentially, we are the Gentiles. If you aren't Jewish, you're pretty much like a Gentile, right? Even then, though, like being Jewish doesn't even mean that you are on board with God. So in this case, when he says even Gentiles, it means a lot from a character like him because he's basically saying, yes, I am from this place. I want to be here. Like these are people who aren't. These are people who are like me. But even if you're not like me, I still care about you. You know, which is really cool. Let's see where the red fern grows. That is also, I heard, a really good and sad movie as well. Which is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the red fern, where the red fern grows, I think that one guy had to put down an animal, if I'm not mistaken, or it's the dogs that were talking to each other. It's been a while. I do know the movie though. I do know the movie. Let's see. I think he got burned by Caesar's legion for coming to his faith, and leaving them since they were evil. That is interesting. Something along the lines of that. Yeah. So essentially, he was like not martyred, but like he was injured for being martyred. You know, one dog died at the end of the other. Oh, I remember that. Oh, it's such a sad movie, man. That's such a sad movie. But yeah, it's real deal, man. It's real deal. That's a good movie though. It's sad. It's like a Marley and Me is also a pretty sad movie if you ever watch Marley and Me. But Red Fern Grows, I think, is a stronger one. I had to read the book for that in school. Yeah, I haven't read the book, but that's a book I'd pick up for sure because I'm sure that's a good lesson and things. I'm gonna continue on this as well.
There are many reasons why that would be a bad idea. I will illuminate 3. First, do not believe that because Daniel is a missionary, he is incapable of or unwilling to defend himself.
Dude, real.
Second,
kindness isn't weakness.
If you harm Daniel or any of the sorrows or dead horses, I will find you.
That's so cold, by the way. Dude, would you hear a guy who talks about God saying something like that, bro? Like, I'd be quaking in my dang boots. I'm like, dude, he's like, I will Grim Reaper you if you even so much as think. Like, obviously, yes. In this case, it's the Wasteland type beat right there. So that's the Wasteland type beat. So obviously he's been marred and stuff like that. So he's not like the biggest, he's not the biggest example of someone in quote of gentle love. However, he is a great example of genuine wisdom in the aspect of seeing that the world isn't the way it is. Like he's lopsided, but like he's lopsided in a way where it's impactful, you know, where it's like, yeah, like if you're someone who is worldly and you see him saying these things, it could change your mindset for sure. Let's see. The reason I referenced is when Billy is trying to get the dogs. He says he kept praying for dogs. Then the uncle said, "Well, you got to meet God halfway. You can't expect him to do all the work." Yeah, and I think that might be the case here, where it's like, you know, when some people say you can't do all, you can't expect him to do all the work. I think depending on how you do it, it makes sense. Or it's like, you know, like for example, like, you know, the story of the guy who, like if you ever watched, I think it's Pulp Fiction. Is it Pulp Fiction or no? The Pursuit of Happiness. Will Smith's kid in the movie is at one point talking to him about like, hey, I heard a story about a guy who was on top of his house during a flood, and he said the boat, a guy in a boat came over and said, "Hey, do you need any help?" And he goes, "No, thanks, God will help me out." And then the boat went away. And then another boat came up and said, "Hey, do you need any help?" And he goes, "No, thanks, God will help me out." And then he died and went to heaven. And then he said, "God, why didn't you help me?" And he says, "I sent you 2 big boats, you big dummy." and it's a really funny story, but like it's also like, yeah, like there's some points where like God's not gonna wisp you off your feet and, you know, like, you know, do everything for you all the time. Like he knows what you're capable of. So like, you know, in the case of that, like that, where it's like, you know, God gives you the opportunity and you take it. I definitely agree. Like that is a very understandable way of looking at it. I think in the way that Joshua Graham looks at that is that like, I think he thinks about that in the aspect of killing people. But then again, I'm not super familiar with the character. So, but yeah, I'll play a little bit more and then we'll get back. But he's a cool character.
You will not leave this valley. Caesar would never admit this.
Also, I think it's interesting too. You can see kind of like right here, it says, pray, God, what are you talking about? I do like that too, by the way, that there's a question, like it's an optional thing right there. It's pretty cool.
Caesar would never admit this openly, but he knows that I'm alive. I've killed enough of his frumentari and assassins that have come looking. I don't enjoy killing, but when done righteously, it's just a chore.
See, and like that's another quote right there too. It's like, obviously he's not someone who enjoys killing, but at the same time, it's like, you know, wild, you know what I mean? Dialogue is pretty expansive in New Vegas. Yeah, I want to try New Vegas at some point. I don't know when I'll play it, but I do want to play it at some point, though.
Like any other. Practiced hands make for short work. And the good Lord knows there's much to be done here.
See, like, you can see, like, there's much to be done here. Like, the editing of the audio is a bit different, but yeah.
When our Lord entered the temple and found it polluted by money changers and beasts.
Oh, and this what makes him such a strong character, is that I don't agree with Joshua Graham here, but I get why he simply, like, why he thinks the way he thinks, because he's read the Bible, like, he's understands scripture, and this is actually scripture.
Did he ask them?
But, like, you know, but his way of doing it is just very, like, yeah, he's like Christian Vigilante out here, where it's like he's obviously not like someone who's willing to like he's not someone who wants to enjoy that fleshly desire of killing somebody or something like that in that world, but like he's also somebody who's like yeah, I think I can kill somebody if they do something wrong, instead of like like trying to help them change. So this is where I disagree with him, but I think that like he's pretty cool.
Did he cry?
At least on the surface level.
Did he simply walk away? No. He drove them out. It is one thing to forgive a slap across my cheek, but an insult to the Lord requires... No. It demands correction. I survived because the fire inside burned brighter than the fire around me. He's not the kind to let his subordinates do all the killing.
They're obviously cutting audio
he likes
here.
To have
but...
a hand in it, with that spear of his. He's fashioned himself an abomination before the eyes of the Lord. I'm happy to serve as an instrument of divine justice. Our objective is to find the White Leg's leader, Salt Upon Wounds, and prevent him from fleeing.
His name is Salt Upon Wounds.
Come across. Make no mistake about why we are here. This is an extermination. God be with you. It's the only way I know.
That's cool that he's a companion.
Prepare to meet your maker. Die where you stand.
Okay, I didn't know he was gonna just straight up start blasting people.
Followed us to Zion. And now you stand on holy ground, a temple to God's glory on earth. The only use for an animal in our temple is sacrifice. Kale wachene conserva o.
I don't know what he says there, but yeah, as you can see, I definitely disagree with this.
Don't you?
I definitely disagree with like him going and killing people, but the way they write him, the way they write him in this Wasteland thing is really good. But yeah, like you said, the vigilante type beat. So it's like, you know, he is very cool, and obviously the person who wrote him definitely has a decent amount of knowledge on things, even though obviously they've personified the vigilante version of what a Christian is. But there obviously is more dialogue, and I'm not gonna sit there and look at a 19-minute speech for y'all for this, but yeah, let's see. But it is still pretty awesome. He's still an awesome character, a very impactful one, very good one to lead people into the Christ, you know what I mean? Bible man if he was dark. Yeah, Bible man if you get on his bad side. So, personal opinion. I think he goes in, I don't think he's S tier. Obviously, you could argue, well, Derpy, he says some really strong stuff that's really powerful. I don't think he's an S tier just because of the fact that he kills people. But he's already confirmed a Christian for whatever he is. He's definitely got a strong basis heart on Christianity and the grasp of it. So, even though he's obviously taking the extreme of the killing route of things, what do you call it? In his mindset, he's killing animals. So that doesn't make it right, but I will say that, like, Joshua Graham definitely, I think, can spread the gospel and is slightly successful in it. Even though it's really hard to say, like, because I feel like he could also lead people astray in the aspect of, well, if Jesus drove things out, then I can shoot people. And it's like, no, it's like there's a different reason. Obviously, yes, I agree. There's a holy way of doing things. Except in his case, he is like, I'm going to freaking kill people. And I'm like, I don't know how I feel about that, you know? So I think that's that's kind of where I'll be with that. I might move Joshua Graham, but I think, hey, him being an A tier is very good. And so I might have to check out Fallout New Vegas though, just to see what he says fully, but obviously without context and everything being like edited, more than likely, like, it's probably written really well. But the fact that real world people obviously enjoy what he said and it leads people to think differently about God, I do think that is awesome. However, I just don't really want to put him up in F tier just because he's like he'd actually kill people for something reason. Dude, I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Jedi Gumby is on this tier list. I ain't even lying. I forgot if I was recommended to put that on there or if I was just like goofing around, and there he is, bro. Now it's his time to shine, bro. It's crazy. So there he is, the legend himself, Jedi Gumby. He's out here just stealing the show and crud, bro. He stole the show like 5 times during the stream, but that's all right. But yeah, so welcome in, Jedi Gumby. So my personal opinion, I think Jedi Gumby is definitely someone that would lead people astray and entirely enjoy doing so. The reason is that, like, listen, I'm gonna be real with you. He is a random force to be reckoned with. I have no idea what the crud this guy is. I couldn't even tell you, man. I ain't gonna lie. He was created from the deepest depths of an AI machine. But I think he likes to appear because, listen, we have no idea what his stance on life is. He shows up when it's needed. He shows up when it's not needed. So I have no idea where he's at, but I think he actually enjoys just freaking people out when he shows up. I'm gonna be real with you. Because, like, you know, he makes my brain go haywire every time he shows up. So I ain't gonna lie. I'm putting him higher than Pepper Jack Cheese for sure. If he's anything like classic Gumby, yeah, probably. I got you. Maybe. I think he's nothing like regular Gumby, but he is probably a menace to society. He stole some Coco Bolo shorts. Like, I would even say that, like, he is a big reason that, like, the Coco Bolo monster exists, in all honesty. So, like, and because these Coco Bolo shorts really make him like a menace, because he willingly stole those shorts knowing that it could be a problem from the Coco Bolo monster, and also decided to cut his arm off and make a lightsaber hand. It was crazy. Menace to society, enjoys showing stuff up. Sandy is from Texas, so we got Sandy Cheeks, who's also recommended by Ubu. Wait, was it recommended by Ubu? I think so, yeah. Ubu recommended Sandy Cheeks. I think her being in Texas is a good role already. I ain't gonna lie. I think she could spread the gospel in an awesome way. I don't know if she would be slightly successful, but I think she might help. I think she'd help way more than Dom Santiago for sure. So that's kind of where I'm at. Is that, like, she's definitely a fire and brimstone type. Definitely. She's like, I was raised the way that I was raised. Yeehaw. I also, for some reason, I thought you said adorable, and I'm like, that's interesting. But then I saw that you didn't say adorable, and I was like, you said fire and brimstone. I don't know why I read that as adorable. What'd you say about Texas? That's true. She's very prideful about her state as well. So, what do you call it? So I'd say slight. I think she can. I think she could. She'd attempt to spread the gospel and actually might help it. So, even if it's a little bit of fire and brimstone for sure. Definitely the kind of homie to still spread the gospel. She even spreads it to the sea creatures. You know what I mean? Crazy stuff. No way, homies. We have the legend himself, Sans from Undertale. Now, I'm not gonna lie, homies. I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna put Sans and leads people astray. He is a guy who will willingly like not do what he's supposed to. He's still a good guy, but like Sans definitely falls into leads people astray for sure. Even if he was to spread the gospel, he'd still lead people astray, I think. He's lazy, yes, very lazy. As a Christian, I think that he would enable a lot of Christians to be lazy and not do what they're supposed to. Even though it's not really a supposed to thing, but he would encourage Christians to do the opposite, I think, which isn't like always intentional, but he definitely leads people astray for sure. Maybe not as Han Solo, but like definitely Sans for sure. Papyrus, I think he is higher than Sans just because I like the energy of Papyrus. And I think that like Papyrus would be slightly leads people astray but doesn't mean to, just because of how he is. So Papyrus is going there. He's going next to Batman. So Papyrus I think would be a character. I just want to say I added Sans and Papyrus just because I saw that Toriel was added and I was like, I gotta add these two. So Sans and Papyrus are definitely in different spots for sure. How dare you put Pepperjack down there? I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I mean, hey, it chose to be down there. It's not my fault. You know what I mean? You know, Jedi Gumby's out there. Like, Jedi Gumby probably dances around it, bro. I ain't gonna lie. He probably makes his own pepperjack cheese. He probably uses a lightsaber to, like, you know, use the absolute heat from that kyber crystal to heat that thing up, you know? I don't know what you're talking about. He's like Porky in my opinion. Do you mean Papyrus? Or do you mean like Sans? I can understand like where you come from for from them for that, but I don't know. I think just where it's at right there, I think it works. Oh, Papyrus? Yeah, I think so. I think it just really depends. I think that like Papyrus is a very cool character. I'm a little biased. I like Papyrus the most from Undertale. But I think there are some parts of him where it's like he'd slightly lead some people astray. But like he wouldn't mean to. Actually, I think he could probably be higher than Batman. Hold on. I was thinking about it. He'd be into it, but not really understand it. Yeah. And I think that that's a big thing for me is that, like, with something like that, like, I think he's very eccentric, but, like, it's a way where it's, like, he's doing it in a way where he wants it about him sometimes. And I think that's where it's, like, I think he'd lead some people astray. But he'd also, like, you know, and slightly leads people astray doesn't always necessarily mean that, like, they're entirely bad. It's just, like, they're like, yeah, you could probably be leading some people astray. I ain't gonna lie. Helldiver, I think, goes all the way up to, I'd say Helldiver beats everybody in this tier here. He'd end up making a cult for flying. He would. And he'd do it by accident, but like he wouldn't mean to. He's just that's crazy. That's how crazy he is, you know. I think Helldiver does really good in the regards of like, yes, he's a Helldiver. Yes, he fights for his country and stuff. I think the biggest problem for me is if the Helldivers became Christian, I think that they would do a good job obviously like spreading the gospel. However, I think they would accidentally kill many people by an accident trying to spread the gospel. And also, I do like the passionate hearts that they have. It is really cool. However, I don't think that they go up to A tier where they would actually be successful in regards to a lot of it. Also, someone added Helldiver. Who was the one that added Helldiver? Someone recommended Helldivers. Haran Club Dog. He was the one that recommended Helldivers. I think Helldiver is a honest, like, really cool game. I love the game. I think it's great. I think that they could definitely help. They might help the gospel for sure. But the aspect of them like possibly accidentally killing people, I think is a little bit of an alarm rate in my opinion. So it's really hard to me to go like, yeah, these guys could be awesome. Just because I feel like they are treated like cannon fodder as the main thing. So they'd be pretty fire martyrs for Christ, but like, you know, yeah, there's just a lot of stuff within that too. So that's where Helldiver's gonna go. Bush's Baked Beans Dog. This was also recommended by Ubu. I'm gonna be flat out real with y'all. I have no idea where the Bush's Baked Bean Dog goes. I have no idea. I don't even know anything about the dog other than it's a what do you call it? Other than it's a golden retriever. I might just put it next to Talking Cheese. Talking Cheese and Bush's Baked Beans are like they have similar energy, so I'm gonna put them next to each other for sure. I'm gonna put them right there. Slightly astray. Why do you mind me asking why you feel that way? I don't mind if how you feel on that, but I was just curious. Cause I've never seen anything. All he talks about is the bean recipe. Oh, so that's all he cares about. Understandable. He might lead people into being a slightly into like idolizing beans. That's pretty wild stuff. I didn't think about that, dude. I didn't think about that at all. That's a good idea, bro. Beandolatry. You just that quote alone got me down here. All right. We'll do slightly leads people astray, but doesn't mean to. He just loves beans. Let's see. It's a slippery slope. Yep, it's a slippery slope because how many beans are in that? Beandolatry. Eileen. I don't know jack crud about Eileen other than the fact that she's Rigby's girlfriend, but I was also told that like she apparently has a lot of facts that that at the end of the day might be pulled up. So I think somebody who has a lot of facts about the Bible could definitely be really cool. Definitely could spread the gospel to Rigby for sure. I kind of feel like Gordon Freeman and her are kind of like on that same level. Then if she has a lot of interesting facts, then I'll put Eileen next to him just because he's like the smart guy. So I'll say that's cool. Superman, I think, goes up into this. I think Superman definitely could be a. I think Superman can be S tier. Here's the reason why. I know this is kind of funny to say this, but the reason I think Superman is S tier is, yeah, definitely. I agree with you completely. Superman's the closest superhero to a pure Christian heart. Yeah, a lot of people when Superman came out, I haven't watched the new Superman that came out, but when it came out, a lot of people were like spreading this whole thing about like, man, I want to be like this cool Superman guy. I want to be a punk rocker. You know, like I am a punk rocker. Yes, I am. And so like a lot of people were like really like, I want to go help people and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, like if he's inspiring people just to help people in general, just with the media thing, like I think that like this is a great opportunity. Like if he was a Christian, for example, and it was just real, I think that would be an awesome thing to do because not only that, like if people were to go to him and be like, hey, we want to worship you, Superman, you're so awesome, he'd lead people to Christ. You know, I think it'd be cool. You know, I don't want to say he's like an angel, but like Superman gives me the vibe that he would be like an angel from the Bible, where like people would try to worship him, but he'd be like, no, don't do that, don't worship me, God is way better than I am. So I think he'd be an S tier. I think he's definitely up higher than it's hard for me to gauge this because he's also not like a, well, neither is Naruto, and I put him in S tier. So I'd say Superman can be up here, like right next to Nightcrawler. I think just because I think that like I think Nightcrawler is probably going to stay the S tier for me more than likely. But like Superman is just an awesome homie. And like he is like literally like an extremely powerful being, but like doesn't use that power to hurt people, which is really strong and awesome. So I think there's a lot of humility into that as well. Yeah, Nightcrawler I think's at the top, and he's probably going to stay at the top primarily just because you see genuine proof of him actually not only being a Christian but spreading it to Wolverine, you know. Let's see. The gospel be all dude, Bush's baked beans would be causing people to let out gas steel flats in church. That's not cool. It's not cool. This is one of those sadly don't know but seems cool area. This was recommended by somebody on Twitter as well. They said A2 from Nier. I don't know if this is Nier Automata or just Nier in general, but I don't know. I don't know who this android thing is, but their name is A2 or her name is A2. So I think that it might be cool. I've slightly played Nier Automata, and I thought it was an enjoyable game. Definitely hard as crud, but it was enjoyable for me. So it might be this homie might be a really cool character. I'm not familiar with the story of Nier other than robots and apocalyptic world and stuff. So, excuse me, that's where I'm at. Yeah, it's Nier Automata, and I think Replicant. Okay, cool. So that's awesome then. Richter is somebody I did some research on. Also, thank you for the follow, Layla. I appreciate the follow. Welcome in, homie. And it's also 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bro, and 6. Crazy. But I hope we're doing well today, homie. So our next one is Richter. So I added Richter because Blackjack mentioned the Belmonts, and I thought that it would be cool to add Richter. Just because I've only known a little bit of Richter and Trevor, and so Richter I actually played in Smash Bros. So in the case of Richter, I did some research because I was looking up a picture for Richter, and I saw that Richter looks really weird in some pictures, and I found out that in one of the games, Richter starts off as being good, but then slowly starts being tempted by darkness and turns evil. So apparently people are saying that Richter is a tragic character in regards to like when you apparently beat Castlevania. I'm guessing he ends up sitting on the throne and becomes a darkness thing, or either that or he revives the Lord of Darkness, equating to like I'm guessing Dracula? I'm guessing, I don't know the whole thing, but apparently like he started off good and then slowly faded to bad. So I'm going to say that he probably goes down to leads people astray in a bad way. Just because it seems he turns evil slowly over time, which does stink because it's like, I like Richter's look and the way he is, but I'm guessing in the aspect of like later in the game, as you go further, he changes over. I don't know if it's Symphony of the Night. I'm not sure exactly what entirely it is. But yeah, so I'm going to put him lower than Isaac because, he would lead people towards the end of, I guess, Richter's life. He was already being really bad. So, From the girl from My Hero Academia, with my slight knowledge of her, I think that she could be pretty good in regards to sharing the gospel. She's probably up here with like Sandy Cheeks area, where it's like I can see her probably spreading the gospel in some way, just not like, you know, it just really depends. She definitely already has the prayer vibe going on for sure. So that's pretty rad and super cool, not gonna lie. What do you call it? Freddy Fazbear, which is pretty based. Also, I forgot to clarify, Shiny recommended the Vine Girl here. Freddy Fazbear is another homie that was recommended, and that was by the homie Chess. It is really funny that Freddy Fazbear is in here. I think personally, this is my personal opinion, I think Freddy Fazbear is deeper down in the aspect of leads people astray and enjoys it. The reason I say this is because at the end of the day, while obviously you could probably say, well, it slightly leads people astray, Freddy Fazbear freaking kills people. Not only does he kill people, he does it out of revenge. I don't think at the end of the day, if Freddy Fazbear became a Christian, I don't even think it would exist. That's just that's my big thing. Like I think if Freddy Fazbear became a Christian, the soul would no longer be locked to the armor or the thing. So, personal opinion, I think that he would lead people astray and enjoy killing people because that's how his thing is set up in his life. He just thinks that killing people, I guess, is okay. So there's a big whole lore thing behind Freddy Fazbear. From the slight thing that I know is apparently there is a soul inside that thing, and more than likely that soul is the reason these things are happening. So Freddy Fazbear goes a little bit lower than Jedi Gumby for sure. Now, one of my favorite boys, I gotta say, he's S tier automatically. Parappa is S tier, and I'm going to put Parappa a bit above Shepherd Book here. Just because Parappa is, at the end of the day, really cool. And I've got a fun video for y'all to watch, which I think's cool. It's a rapping video where, and this might be slight spoilers for Parappa, but it's honestly, the story isn't that complex, so it's not really spoiler. FNAF lore is interesting, but confuses me too. Yeah, I watched the Wendigoon's video on FNAF lore, and it was pretty good. But like, yeah, it's still a bit confusing, especially with the whole like soul and thing. And it's a little confusing, but like it's still an entertaining thing at the end of the day. In regards to Parappa, Parappa is awesome, and I love Parappa because Parappa is a guy who is just his literal catchphrase is "I gotta believe." Like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. And he seems like the guy who would always grab a crowd. He's the guy who would always be like, "I gotta believe," and then starts singing songs, and you know, he could do concerts and stuff too. At the end of Parappa 2, you find out there's a guy obsessed with noodles, and he wants the whole world to experience noodles instead of people enjoying their own things. And Parappa talks him out of being that life, being in that. He helped like a guy stop being so like picky about noodles and to try new things, and he was really cool about it. So I'm gonna look up. We're gonna look at Parappa 2. What do you call it? Parappa, the Rapper 2 Noodles. I think it's Noodles Can't Be Beat. I think that's the one. It definitely is. There it is. All right. So I'll play this because it's really cool and I really like it. So this is the guy who is very adamant with noodles. He wants everyone to be noodles. Like, he wants everyone to be eating noodles, and so he's turning everything into noodles.
Yeah, we're gonna bring it down like this, y'all. I'm gonna let my man Parappa know that noodles rule the world. Yeah, that little slippery thing tastes so good.
It's so goofy, but like it's.
Yeah, that's right. It goes a little something like this. Stay with me now. Here we go. Like this. In parentheses, let me stress the fact clearly.
And it's so fire, bro.
I crave for this dearly. The so-called noodles that you find in spaghetti are sweeter than idols, do damage like machetes.
Oh snap, bro.
Coming at July, bring the place alive every single day I die. With the thought comes my direct actions. Ask my followers, they'll say it's an addiction.
Oh snap, bro.
I know you all like it. Slurp it, suck it. I know we all like it. Smell it, taste it.
See, he's like trying to show him different things.
Mexican, Egyptian, English, Korean. Anything goes. Even Hawaiian. Anything goes. Even Alaskan.
Like, it's so fun.
Occasionally Louis. The best things in life taste good. We'll chop suey. 8 minutes to boil and 2 minutes to eat. Admit it, kid. You know noodles can't be beat.
This is so fun too. I like being able to watch it instead of playing it, so I can actually listen to lyrics too. Pizza, burrito, they all taste good, yeah. Dude, it's so fire, bro. Dude, look at this. This is cool. And there you go. You see, it's so cool.
You're right. I'm up for some noodle sushi.
And there you go, dude. That's he could spread the gospel, bro. I'm telling you, man. Like he helped a guy understand through song, bro. Like through rap. He was helping this random dude who was obsessed with noodles to like be able to like accept, like open his options and not just be set to his own lifestyle. It was really cool. So that's why Parappa's on there, and also his key catchphrase is "You gotta believe." So, and you know what? Here, I gotta throw up his iconic catchphrase as well. Parappa, I gotta believe. Dude, this song also slaps, but you know, look, I'll play this too. Oh crud. This song also slaps. This is so like fire, bro. He's got to redeem, homies. He's got to relieve, dude. He's got to receive the gospel, homies. This is such a fire song, bro. He's got to believe. I might need to do the other one because it's harder to hear him. Well, let's do this too. This is his catchphrase. Dude, Parappa is so cool. He's gotta believe, man. Also, hi, Jim Bim. How you doing tonight, homie? I hope you're doing rad. Yeah, I was trying to see if there was like a... Oh, here's the remaster one. There you go. We're doing a most likely characters who would most likely spread the gospel tier list so far, and we just got to Parappa, and I think Parappa would be awesome, and that's, so I'm showing this this song here from Parappa, and then we're gonna finish the other ones we have on there as well. Yeah, Parappa does say you gotta believe. I agree. That's what makes him so cool. Parappa is awesome. I love Parappa. It's definitely like my favorite PlayStation like game. Even though I wasn't alive when the game came out. Or I was born the year it came out. I don't know. You gotta redeem, homies. You gotta receive the gospel, homies. You gotta receive and gotta believe, homies. This homie would be so fire, bro. What exactly does he gotta believe? That's a good question. Let's just say it's Christ, though. That's the way I see it. I gotta believe. I gotta believe in the homie God, bro. That's a good question, though. That's like, I think philosophers are still asking what Parappa is. What did Parappa mean when he said, I gotta believe? I wonder if they actually used paper for these. That would be really fun if they did. I don't know how they did this. Because this is like the only game I've seen do something like this. Look, he's out there pointing at everybody, bro. It's for the gospel, homies. Definitely first of its kind, I kind of imagine. Yeah, definitely. Because it's like, in my opinion, this style is an icon of its own, you know? It has to be. Oh, not kinda have it. Oh, okay, you're good, you're good. First of its kind, I got you. I didn't even know PJ was the DJ at this. That's cool. Dude, what a homies. I like this homie. Say scream. No, he didn't even say scream. That's funny, though. It's also funny, too. If you mess up, it sounds real goofy. You gotta believe, everybody. There you go, homies. It's really cool. Man, I tell you what. See, it's awesome. So just letting y'all know, Parappa is definitely on the... Parappa's definitely on the up and up. So he's definitely on the S tier. He is on the S tier of this. So the next one, we have 3 more homies, and then we are done for the night, homies. So we got recommended by Starve Guitars on Twitter, the homie Master Chief. Now, in my personal opinion, Master Chief is a very fire guy. I think Master Chief could honestly do a very cool thing. Like, he could fall from a freaking planet and hit the planet, and he'd be fine, because he's got a Spartan armor lock. I think personally, Master Chief kind of goes up to the aspect of the armor stuff. So I think what I'm gonna do is actually take this down. I think Helldiver and Master Chief are kind of like in a similar boat, except I think Master Chief has more personality to him, so I'll put Master Chief up here. So that'll be pretty rad and super cool, I think. I ain't gonna lie. Let's see. The first Parappa might have been the first rhythm game I ever played, by the way. I think so. Cool. I think mine might have been... Oh, it's so hard for me to think of like what one I played. I think mine was Ring Fit. I don't know if I know. I'd have to see a different like rhythm game, but like I know the first one I played that I really liked was Hi-Fi Rush, and then when I was playing Astrobot, that's what got me to play Parappa, and I love Parappa. Like Parappa is like, even though like I was either born when it came out or like not even born when it came out, like I love Parappa. It's great. So Master Chief would talk about the armor of God. He says the armor of God is, believe it, the armor of God is really awesome. Cortana, tell these people right now, bro. All my church group played Halo, dude, sick. Halo is really fun. I like Halo. I really wish they still worked with Halo, but like I know Halo's been kind of having a lot of speed bumps lately. But I think I put Halo 3 Halo. I know Halo 3 and Reach were like the ones that I was like, yes. Played a bit of Halo 2 in the past, and I loved it. So I would say Master Chief would be one of those homies who I think if he ended up being a Christian, he would do a great job at it, I think. I don't know if he would be one of those homies that would like spread the gospel in a way where it's like, everybody, you got to come, you know, see the gospel. But he'd also be the guy that'd be like, Cortana, pull up 2 Corinthians verse 6. I don't know, that doesn't make sense. He'll be like something like Cortana, pull up Proverbs 4 verse 23. And then she says, guard your heart above all things, because what you do flows from it. And he goes, that's right, Cortana, good job. Let's see. So I think in his case, he could definitely attempt to spread the gospel. He's a very tough guy though. So like, I don't want to say he's a tough guy in comparison to like Shrek, where he's like a tough, gruff guy, or like Wolverine. But he's kind of like this tougher guy where it's like, I don't see him being very peppy about it, but I can see him at least like attempting to. Let's see. Hi-Fi Rush did look really cool from the footage I'd seen. Yeah, it's very fun. I liked it. And it stinks that the company that had made Hi-Fi Rush went down. So it's like, dang. Let's see. Probably a guy who would share the gospel through his action. Yeah, definitely. He's definitely an action more than words guy. There are a couple times I think that Master Chief would probably speak up, but he would be a guy that doesn't speak a whole lot. Like, he would speak, but like he wouldn't speak a whole lot about it. Like, if there was an emotion flared in him, he'd probably say something, but for the most part, I think Chief would be more of an action guy. Nostalgia Critic being in front of Chief is pretty funny to me, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, Chief I think would do a great job. I don't think he'd slightly lead people astray. I think he'd do it. I think he's got a good soldier heart. I think that's kind of where my heart is that his heart is definitely in a good soldier heart area. Let's see, Cortana's everywhere. Cortana's everywhere are everywhere responding. Dude, that's true. That's right. I didn't even think of that. I forgot that like some computers have Cortana set up on their computer. Man, I wish they'd bring that back. Cortana is such a very good thing, and Xbox owns like Halo, so like them having Cortana on the computer is so cool. Like, I think Cortana was like the first like AI thing that people were like, yes, this would be so cool to have. One of the first anyway, gaming wise. Let's see, riding into battle. Cortana, read from Revelations. And then she started reading about conquest and war and death. Oh my lord, dude. She reads about the 4 horsemen thing, even though I don't know if it specifically says 4 horsemen, but the aspects of it. So yeah, That is, this is, we got 2 more. So let's kind of get this over with, I think, because I'm getting a little tired. But obviously, Coco Bolo Monster right there next to Freddy Fazbear. All right, I ain't gonna lie, bro. That homie would lead people astray and enjoy it, bro. Bad spreading gospel. They definitely wouldn't spread the gospel in a successful light. I ain't gonna lie. If you even so much as steal a man's Coco Bolo, like literally he'll come and try to kill you, bro. It's crazy. That's why this is why there's such a good duo, bro. Jedi Gumby is like the antithesis to Coco Bolo Monster, because Jedi Gumby is rocking them Coco Bolo shorts and he just set that man free, bro. He's just like, you know, he's insane. So it's wild stuff. Surprised Doom Guy wasn't on the list. I am too. I ain't gonna lie. But don't worry, we'll make a second one, because there's a lot of other characters, obviously, that I have to go through. And Doom Guy will definitely have to be added, because Doom Guy is one that's renowned for a lot of people in regards to the demon killing and stuff. So we'll definitely have to include that for another list as well. In regards to our last homie, because I don't have a lot to add to Coco Bolo Monster. You guys know how much of a menace he is in this channel. The last guy is probably one of my favorite homies to talk about, and I think is a strong homie to end on. I'm going to place him higher than Chief, and that's the Arbiter. When I saw that the homie Star Guitars wanted Chief, it made me think, you know what? I got to throw in the homie Arbiter as well. I think the Arbiter would definitely be able to spread the gospel and be massively fruitful, and I'm going to put that right under Parappa. The reason I think the Arbiter would be very good, and I know it's like kind of wild to say that comparison to Chief, because Chief is like the main character of Halo and the Arbiter's not. If you think about the Arbiter's lifestyle and where things are, I think the Arbiter's lifestyle is a great example of what do you call it? He would be an awesome guy spreading the gospel. Because if you think about it, if you haven't played Halo 2, I don't know the whole story of it, but for the most part, in Halo 2, the Arbiter is a guy who no longer wants to essentially be a part of the Covenant. The Covenant is like all the aliens, the bad guys, the big bad guys from Halo 1. They are bad people. There's a big alien army that is just bad. And the Arbiter is someone who you get to play as in Halo 2. And from the little that I remember is he's trying to get away from the Covenant. He has a group of elites that agree with him, and they want to leave. And I think at the end of Halo 2, there is a really strong part between the Sergeant guy and the Arbiter saying, I can't forgive your kind, but I can reconcile, or something like that, with your actions, or something like that, which I think is really strong and it's really cool. But not only that, you find out in Halo 4, no, not Halo 4, Halo 5, there's probably, he might be in the other Halo games, like he might be in 3, I don't know. But in Halo 4, or no, not 4, 5, in Halo 5, you find out that he has now made this thing called the Swords of Sanghelios, and they're on a planet, and there's a lot. And when I say a lot, I mean there is a lot of elites now that are agreeing with him that they don't want to be a part of the Covenant anymore, and they don't want to live the lifestyle that the elites are, essentially like the elites in the Covenant are living. And it's really cool stuff to see that. Like, so I think he would be an S tier if he was able to share the gospel, because he has that ability to help people who are from his side see a different side of light, and also be able to run a whole city in that regard too. And it's really cool stuff. So it's really cool. I like the Arbiter being up there. I think with all that going on, and not only that, him and Chief are like homies, which I think is really cool. And I like that as well, that like he's a homie with Chief. I don't know the whole story within those two. I would have to play through Halo again, and it makes me want to play through Halo again. So that so far I think is the tier list though, and why that's the case as well. You must be silenced. Oh man, dude. Yeah, I know it's crazy. It's crazy, but I do think that like the Arbiter has a big capability of sharing the gospel and be massively fruitful with it as well. Just because it's a really awesome leader in that regard. So that is essentially our tier list. We don't have any husbando waifu bait at the moment, but this is going to be part 1. So we will make a different tier list as well at some point, like a part 2, which will have different people. It'll be harder to find more S tier characters that would fall into sharing the gospel, just because of that. Like I know that there can be some characters that will be awesome and reflective, but it'll be a lot harder for me to find more S tier like characters in the gospel. Or not in the gospel, sorry. There's a lot of S tiers in the gospel. But it'll be a lot harder to find some more, but there'll be plenty of characters that I can find at some point. But so far, this is where it's at for me. Let me see if I can just save this. Yeah, this is the tier list so far. Is what do you call it? The title of this tier list is characters that would spread. Okay, I gotta put this up here. That would spread the gospel. A tier list of characters from gaming / comics / very groovy, anime / TV shows. Actually, I just put movies / TV shows, and how likely and good they would spread the gospel. There you go. I'm gonna download the image. Y'all, I forgot to put Christian Kerbo in there. Dude, Dabster, I gotta put Christian Kerbo in here. Hold up. Let me copy this, though. Never mind, I guess it wanted to take it off for me. Alright. Hold on, homies. That was the one thing I forgot. Let me add Christian Kerbo. I put Christian Kerbo in the wrong tier list thing here. All right, we're at it. It's because he was a JPEG. I didn't even think of that. All right, hold up. Can't believe that, homies. I knew there was one I was missing. All right, Christian Kerbo, by the way, is S tier. Just letting y'all know. All right, Christian Kerbo's S tier. I forgot to share about that, but he is right there next to Parappa. The reason he is S tier is because he literally pulled out the Bible and blasted the Marx guy into oblivion, and I also have a plush of him. So just to let you know, I'm gonna post this on YouTube here, or show this on YouTube, and then that'll be it. So Christian Kerbo. Here you go. This is it right here.
The internet is tired of your chromosomes. Your crusade ends here.
Deliver me from mine enemies, O my God. Defend me from them that rise up against me. Deliver me from the workers of iniquity, and save me from bloody men. The mighty are gathered against me. Awake to help me, and behold.
There you go.
This is impossible!
With man, this is impossible. But with God, all things are possible.
There you go. I think they were using, I think he was trying to use the description from Revelation, if I'm not mistaken, for Jesus there. But I'm not entirely sure, but yes. I remember you showing this once. Yes, it was very powerful. Christian Kerbo is awesome because I like that he every like Christmas or so he'll like post a video and it'll be about like Christmas. It's really cool. I'll show you guys one more and then I think that'll be the end of the tier list here. What do you call it? Ignore any recommended thumbnails. I apologize. If you see anything crazy. All right, these aren't actually as bad as I thought. All right, so let's see. Christian Kerbo. I think there's like a Christmas one. Oh, this is it. This is it here. This is terminal montage, but only when Christmas, Christmas Kerbo. It's also loud. Hold on. Sorry. I'm not going to do every single thing on here. But the Christmas one I really like. Also, I'm going to link the video in chat here for you homies as well if y'all want to see it yourself. Because I don't want to feel like I'm ripping off this homie for views or anything. But I wanted to show the Christmas one for y'all. It's also surprise Christmas in July.
Drop the Legos!
Thank you for the follow, Fanta Lotus. I appreciate you, homie. Welcome in, homie. I hope you're doing rad. Well, Christian Kerbo is so cool. So he's definitely S tier because of that. Yosh. I like his Yosh.
Food? Blankets? Toys? Wow! This is everything we need. Thanks, Kerbo. Fire!
What a homie, bro. And he works in the soup kitchen, homies. I'm good, thanks. Awesome. I'm glad you're good, homie. See, he's so cool. He's such an awesome homie, bro. Okay, so that just goes into the next thing there. All right, so anyway, yeah, that's Christian Kerbo. So that's why he is also on S tier, because he is a really rad homie and does a really good job sharing the gospel. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Superman's kind of a given because he's like OP, but that's where it's at. So this is where the list is, homies. This is where the list is. Let's save and download. Let's see. I hope it saved. It did not save. Never mind. All right. Characters. Who would spread the gospel? From gaming / comics / anime / movies / TV shows. Who would spread who tier list of I'm so hungry, homies. I would likely spread the gospel. Is / are the person / people who made these Christian? If you mean the Christian Kerbo, I think so. Or at least there's a good knowledge of it. If you mean like half of these characters on this list, probably not. What do you call it? But yeah, I think I'd like to believe at least at the end of the day, if they aren't Christian, they are at least looking at the story of Christ in a way where it's receptible and they're still reciprocating it. Oh, Christian Kerbo, yeah, I'd like to think that they are, because a lot of the stuff that is on Terminal Montage's channel is family friendly as well. It is a lot of loud equals funny though, but a lot of it's like family friendly. It's very goofy meme stuff. I don't know fully for sure. I can't really give you my back and bone on that, but I can say that like for sure that like I think that that at the end of the day that there at least is some genuine knowledge of it, at least from them. So they're definitely, at least during Christmas, they definitely are trying to keep like Christ being a main thing in it, which is cool. Let's see, that would likely spread the gospel in good or bad ways and creates a fun laugh. Okay, I'm gonna download it. All right. And then I'm gonna save it, homies. All right, I'm gonna post this on Twitter as well. But if y'all have any recommendations, by the way, for other characters, please let me know. I think we might do another one in a week or so. So that's gonna be pretty rad and super cool, I think. Dude, I can just post this. That's kind of cool. That's cool. But yeah, I think excuse me. He was working in a soup kitchen, and that's a Christ-like thing to do. Yeah, I agree. I think personally, I think that it's very surface level stuff, but I think that like I think that it's a small thing that's added to the channel for him though, because every time Kerbo, or in the case Kirby, but he calls him Kerbo, is on there, is usually either depicted as Christian or is kind of like that goofy vibe to it. But I think he's known for being Christian Kerbo. Good tier list. Thank you. A big thank you to everybody as well who had recommendations for characters. Honestly, this was a very fun tier list to do. But also at the same time, I obviously have left out some characters that can probably be made for a second tier list. I don't know if the second one will be as good as this one, but hey, it still could create a small, good, fun conversation. However, I am a little tired, and it's 12:30 in the morning, and I also need to get something to eat real quick before I go to bed, because I have to go to work on Friday, because the kids are coming back to school on Friday, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna be mad tired, so I gotta get some good old sleep. So we're gonna see if we can go raid somebody before we leave as well. Also, since there is quite a few people here, I do want to ask if and this is completely up to y'all, if y'all would like to do a salvation prayer with me. Just because I know there might be a few of you here who may not come back, or you may be just busy with life, and this might be the only time to catch me live. I'd like to do a salvation prayer for anybody who might be feeling like, hey, I think that this would, you think that your life needs a change, and there needs to be a what do you call it? You're feeling like there's something missing, and you don't have God in your life, and I think that might be a big thing. So, if you don't mind, we definitely we're gonna do a salvation prayer thing real quick, and then we'll go and see if we can raid somebody. Let's see. You said it's funny how sometimes he sounds all cute, and other times he sounds deep and scratchy voice. Oh, I got you. Yeah. Okay, I'll change the top. No, you're good. I think what he did, so if you're talking about like with his deep voice, so that's not necessarily his voice. I think they used a like, if you know the Bible app, it has voices that you can like listen to for the word and stuff. I think he used one of the voices, which is, I think it might be the NIV voice, from that, and he was using that as he was quoting. I think it was one of the Psalms within that. So, oh, you mean character wise? Okay, I get that. Yeah, I gotcha. That's definitely understandable. Then, yeah, I got you. But yeah, I get that for sure. Um, but yeah, I think he tries to make it like cutesy, but also like at the same time kind of like a goofball thing at the same time too. God bless you too, Dapster. I appreciate it, homie. Summer went too fast and I didn't use it to the fullest. That's okay, homie. Hey, there's always next summer and also some other stuff as well, so it's completely understandable, homie. Here we're gonna pray real quick. If any of you are interested in salvation prayer, if you're wondering what salvation prayer is, it's nothing like you don't have to like pay anything or you don't have to do any extra super cool tricks or nothing. It's genuinely opening your heart to God and asking Him to come in and to change some things that need to be changed. It's important that you just admit that you're a sinner, not to me, but to God. Another thing is repenting of those sins and genuinely knowing that they're wrong and seeking Christ and knowing that Christ is your Savior, that He died on the cross for you so that you can have eternal life and genuine life change. And the last and final thing is letting Him into your heart and let Him change your ways for the rest of your days. And that's pretty much it. And if you don't know how to do that, I'll obviously I'm gonna be saying some stuff too that you can definitely repeat after me as I say them. A big important thing is if you do want to do this and do that prayer, you have to mean it. All right. A lot of people say that they've said the prayer and they're magically good. They're good, but you're not magically good just because you pray the prayer. You need to genuinely believe what you're praying and what you're saying. So I just want to encourage you. If you're someone here that just feels like, man, like my heart's getting rocked, I need to have my life changed. Well, here's your opportunity. So anyway, here you go, and you can repeat after me. Bow your head and close your eyes if you'd like as well. And yeah, you can repeat after me if you'd like. Dear Jesus, I'm a messed up and broken sinner. I've done a lot of wrong in my life. A lot of stuff that I'm not proud of, God. But I repent of my sins. And God, I acknowledge that you're my Savior. That, Lord, you gave your only life on that cross so that you could give us eternal life. God, I know you're here. And God, I need you. Lord, I ask that you come into my heart and change my ways for the rest of my days. God, I ask that you show me the ways that I've been missing. And I ask that you heal me and take me in. I love you and I thank you, Lord. Amen. Thank you, God. Love you, Lord. Amen. Amen. Alrighty. So, we're gonna go raid somebody, I think. Just because it is late, and I don't know if there's anybody who is who do be on the live grind set right now. But I wanted to give that chance for a salvation prayer, just because I get it. I understand that, like, sometimes in our lives things can just go different directions than we thought, and we need a change. So I wouldn't. And since there's quite a few people here that may not be here usually. I just wanted to give that opportunity for y'all. So we're going to go see if there's anybody who usually at this time there usually isn't, though. So thanks for the stream, Derpy. No problem, homie. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I don't really know who I want to raid. I probably don't want to raid anybody right now. Oh, excuse me. Well, if you're about to go to sleep, homies, we can always raid the Dustin's fish tank, homie. I ain't gonna lie. That might be what we need to do. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go raid the Dustin's fish tank, homies. And yeah, I will see you all on Friday for a Paper Mario stream, which is pretty based and super cool. And I will what do you call it? I will probably have my new PNG thing as well tomorrow or Friday as well, so I'll be pretty sick. But I have to work at the school on Friday, so I will probably be really tired when I get home. Not sure though. I don't know though, so we'll see. We can just raid and say hi, fishies. That's the non-sub, and here is the sub one as well. But y'all have a good night. God bless y'all, and I will see y'all on Friday, I think. Yep, Friday. But we're gonna see what this fish is first before we go. And thank you all for joining me for the tier list. I'll post this tier list on Twitter, and I'll be like, alrighty, guys, we'll make a part 2 at some point. So, Jesus loves you way more. Amen. Hallelujah, dude. I agree. And I love y'all as well, homies. So, y'all have a good night. And God bless y'all. And I'll see y'all on Friday. Good night. Goodbye.